that.
I'll pass the turn there. Go ahead.
I mean, this is a way to buy time, right?
And I think that's all that we can really ask for Joe here. Just keep disrupting the hand down to 2 cards, and if we're unable to find anything, we can just kind of coast on that. But there it is, that Colress's experiment. Top 5 cards of the deck. Some of these will go into the lost zone, but like we said, Jeremy, we just need another Ogerpon to feel completely comfortable here. We'll check out what this Colress does bring for us.
Getting rid of that fighting energy and Noibat. Not bad. You don't really need multiples of those throughout this game, and just finding more energy and Colress with that Colress's experiment.
I believe it is just going to be another demolish, and it is going to just be the concede for game number 1 for Joe, and I do believe it is going to be Nolan going up in the set 1-0. Like we said, it's resource management down to a T, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think with Joe realizing just a couple double turbos left in the deck, that legacy energy, you're not really going to be able to get there in enough time. And like you were saying, only 25 minutes left. You're going to need all the time you can get, especially against a deck like this.
Great stuff coming in from Nolan, too, especially not working with, you know, the ideal board state for this deck, too. Rock Chestplate, once again, coming into play a lot here, mitigating some of that damage that Cornerstone Ogerpon EX is going to be taking here. And still, Joe, 100% still in this. It's just so difficult when your energy runs out very, very quickly, even when you're playing 18 of them.
It really all depends on how much you discard early on with those cards like Professor's Research, Carmine, Serena. Again, your prizes matter huge in this matchup, especially with some of those one-of attackers like the Fluttermane or Iron Hands EX.
Jumping on into game number 2 here. Oh, this is huge, actually. On Nolan's side, I'm not liking how not only is the 1 of Turbo Energized prize, but also the 1 of Rock Chestplate. Granted, it is at the bottom, but these are very important tools that won Nolan's game number 1 here.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. And the 1 of Earthen Vessel in the prize cards. So a lot of the ways to get energies pretty easily through Arven are gone. You only have Energy Lotto as the main item to grab that. And on Joe's side, dropping that turn 1 Carmine, having to discard 3 energy, but getting a double turbo energy on a Lugia V could apply a lot of pressure without even needing to go into the V-Star.
I was about to say, I think a rule about Arceus V-Star is as long as you start with an energy on your Arceus, I think you'll be okay. And kind of could be the same thing coming over here for Joe here. But over to Nolan's turn. Double discard of that Noibat for Ultra Ball here, and we're going to start getting to counting. And I think this is going to be the oh no moment coming out from Nolan as we realize that some of our key cards in this matchup are not available to be used. But we're doing our due diligence, Jeremy, and checking some of these energy counts on our Ogerpon counts. We'll see what Nolan does to get around this very troubling situation.
Yeah, interesting going to check all those cards first. Now checking for that Rock Chestplate, seeing it's not in the deck. Granted, you did get probably the best discard with those double Noibat. Not good in this matchup. Usually on the opposite side, you want Ultra Ball, double Archeops. Ultra Ball, Noibat, kind of the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives you the same kind of like feeling serene here. But here comes Nolan's notes. Gotta just consider that. We saw this yesterday, too, with Hunter's match as well. It was just, hey, I'm going to play all of these one-ofs, but I'm actually not going to be able to use them at all here. So Nolan doing a diligent deck check once more, figuring things out, but it will just be that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon that we're going to be able to find here. And like we said, these Ogerpon are going to be able to do what we need to do.
Now it does have a double turbo energy in hand along with Arven, that Colress's Tenacity. So has some options here. I think we're probably just going to see an attach of that double turbo to the benched Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Save a little bit of damage before you can start attacking.
Is going to be Colress's Tenacity coming down onto the table here. That's going to be 1 energy card and 1 stadium here. So we have to figure out what lines we're going for. I like a lot of the search cards. Like you said, we already have double turbo in hand. We're not getting an attack off this turn, but with Rock Chestplate being gone for now, it's going to be very interesting lines to try and get it out because like we talked about, It's the fact that Lugia V only now needs to hit twice, and Nolan is not the one attacking first.
Yeah, the big thing to really kind of think about is for Joe to attack next turn and apply pressure, it means another double turbo energy has to come down. That means you're doing 90 damage with Arrow Dive, which is still a 3-hit knockout. So I think because of that, Nolan has a little bit more leeway in this play, but getting that energy on the bench one has the rescue board in hand. So good start here for Nolan.
Rescue board going on to our active Cornerstone Ogerpon EX, and we are over to Joe's side here. Has the Iron Bundle in hand and also Iron Hands. We do have a Professor's Research, Jeremy, but I feel like just out of like view of my camera view, I feel like Joe discarded a lot of energy within that first Professor's Research that we saw. I don't know how comfortable Joe feels of going for something like that again, especially with Legacy energy in hand. Now granted, he also does have the Iron Hands EX. There is chances that we could do this, but Town Store just to figure out what we have available to us, and I like that to use it as a deck search. Even if we don't play any tools, it's a nice way that we can kind of shuffle up the deck, make sure that we're doing the right sequencing here because it's big. Weird Deer prize, Luminion V prize, also that Serena, but only one gift energy prize, not the worst thing in the world. But when you've discarded 2 jet energies already, maybe not our favorite play.
Yeah, and a double turbo. So only 2 of those left in the deck. And if you try to even go for it this turn with that attack, you're not setting up Archeops, which means eventually you're going to have to evolve into a Lugia V-Star and try to get those chops out onto the bench. But if you do that, you're not going to be able to attack that turn unless you retreat and then try to go into that Iron Hands. We might see something like that here. Yeah, Legacy energy there could be pretty good. And another research.
Okay, no Iron Bundle going to be used here.
That's interesting. I would have benched the Iron Bundle for sure.
At least the bundle, right? Because the thing is, we can always get the bundle out, but like we said, no Archeops. I don't even think in 2 Professor's Researches we've even seen an Archeops here. We did see an Earthen Vessel, though, go into Joe's hand. There's the Ultra Bolt, though. So we will be able to see a Archeops here, but that's only one, and it'll probably be discarded by that Earthen Vessel in hand.
Yep, and discarding a second Lugia V, you have another one prized, so that means you have just that much less attackers. Basically all on the board now for Joe here.
Actually going to be Read the Wind here. Discard 1 card from the hand and draw 3. I feel like we love drawing 3 here. You have Rotom Instant Charge, you have Read the Wind, you have Pheasantipity EX too. So we'll see what it is going to be over on Nolan's side. Once again, a nice little look at these prize cards here. A lot of these very detrimental one-ofs in these prizes. The Rock Chestplate especially is what I'm looking at here, Jeremy.
Yeah, this is probably the best case scenario for Nolan, at least the way the game's gone. A little bit slower start from Joe, having to waste the first couple of turns just to even get 1 Archeops in the discard, a couple energy in play. The faster Nolan can get a prize card to get to potentially that Rock Chestplate is the best case scenario.
Also important to note here that Cornerstone Ogerpon does not hit for weakness on Lugia V as well, or on and on Iron. It doesn't. Well, listen,
doesn't do
it
resistance
technically
for
wasn't.
Lugia.
Yeah, it doesn't do the resistance for Lugia, and doesn't hit for weakness onto the Iron Hands as well. So it is still just going to be that 140 or 120 combo with that double turbo energy here. See what Nolan is going to do, but we're definitely loaded up on the Cornerstone Ogerpons now. We're definitely looking a lot more comfortable over Nolan.
Yeah, very different from Game 1, and Game 1 ended up in Nolan's favor, so you have to be feeling it if you're a fan of Cornerstone, which, you know, I am.
I was about to say, yesterday I think a couple people were ripping us for the caster picks, but so far so good for you, Jeremy. See what's going to happen here. Just going to be another pass. There's Fluttermane, though, but here comes our favorite supporter, a one of Jacques here. We're able to grab 2 evolution Pokemon from the deck here. So I like how we have 2 Lugias out now, because we do probably get to just evolve the 1 onto the bench just so we can see these Archeops hit the bench, find Primal Turbo. But there's that Earthen Vessel discard that we were talking about, and there's our Lightning energy that we have. Believe that is the only non-special energy lightning or non-special energy in the deck here, but it is going to be the evolve into the active here.
Yeah, it is interesting that Nolan decided to spread out the energy on those Cornerstone on the bench, not choosing to just start demolishing the active. Granted, with the Lugia V-Star evolution, it's not going to be a 2-hit knockout. So probably for the best, especially with
Boa
Joe
tarde.
trying to go aggressive here with
Tô almoçando
Iron
aqui.
Hands or the Lugia V.
Double primal
Amém.
turbo here. Hitting the Lugia
Depois de
V
praticamente
onto the
passar a
bench here.
semana inteira
I
sem
like
comer
the double
nada,
turbo energy
não ser
in
líquido.
the active here. So we are just loading up this Lugia V. No double turbo energy onto the Lugia V though, so we will be
Enfim,
able
tá
to
sentindo
arrow
sabor de
dive
comida de
completely
novo.
for that
Mas é bom
130,
comer.
and with no rock chest plate, still
Do
are
inferno,
able
velho.
to just get around that. Will just be that 130 onto the active. Now Joe fighting back as best as he can, heading back on over into Nolan's side.
Yeah, I actually love the basic lightning attachment onto the Iron Hands EX. Now that's 2 lightning, which gives you an attack that most Lugia decks don't have access
That's
to.
very
Arm
true.
press. It does 160, so even with a rock chest plate, is able to 2-hit a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX.
Still though, figuring out the line here. I do see a penny in the hand, but we might just go opt for the Arven here. Grabbing some more tools there. I think once again, the 4 bosses orders in Joe's deck is really going to come into play. Like you said, double lightning here, arm press for 170. Could be the energy lotto pull here as Nolan doing another very diligent deck search.
Yeah, this is where something like an Earthen Vessel would be great.
Yes.
That's in the prize cards.
The one
Not
of.
available.
Fortunate here. So we're going to have to kind of go gambling on this one. Energy lotto, try and find some energy. And it's any type of energy. It could be another double turbo energy. It could be a fighting energy. See what the energy lotto does bring us, because we definitely do not have it in that hand right now.
Big 7 cards here for Nolan. Does find both of those types of energy. Going to grab that double turbo energy and then start using that demolish attack and try to even out this pressure a little bit.
See exactly how Joe is going to be able to respond, but it will just be the double turbo energy attached onto the Ogerpon with the fighting energy onto the bench. And dare I say, Jeremy, I love those types of energies. Those were, I believe, base set energies, or that style of energy, but it will just be that demolish with double turbo energy, 120 damage onto our active Lugia V on Joe's side here. We'll see what the gameplay is. Maybe we can try and find a Luminion for Luminescine boss's orders, and then we even smack, or we just have it in hand already. We could just go on ahead and get up in the prize race, go 2-2-2.
Yeah, playing 4 bosses orders usually does that for your deck.
Listen,
you just try to draw into them a lot.
You would be surprised how many Lugia players I know that are either they absolutely have it, Ultra Ball double Archeops is kind of that golden way through, but it is going to be the penny there. So one of those resources down. We didn't actually get to see it last turn too much, but this is going to be knockout here for Nolan on this side.
Yeah, this hand for Nolan, though, is not looking too good. That penny was really the only thing going for it. And you got Night Stretcher, Rescue Board, and that Cornerstone. So at least with the XP share, you can continue the Demolish train going.
Also talking about the fact that we don't really have any type of draw either, right? The hand is looking extremely low, but here comes that Iron Hands like you were talking about here, Jeremy. Could also be an Ampy very much for 3 prizes if we really want to go that route too.
Oh,
but
we do.
Listen, EXP share also on the Cornerstone Ogerpon EX onto the bench as well, but you know what Joe's going for. Dare I say that we could potentially see a little bit of hand motions going back and forth. I love when players perform for the table, if you will. But Ultra Ball discard here, going after the Lugia V-Star. See what our final pitch is, but could we be grabbing either Luminion? We could be. I think
It's going to be that main,
yeah,
probably. Hopefully, would want to go for the, but the last one being in the prize cards, not going to be that good. So Fluttermane is really the only other option you have for Joe.
Has to decide here. If players are grabbing their prize cards in the order that I usually think they grab them in, Lugia V is going to be kind of that, quote, 4th one. Like you said, it is going to be the Fluttermane here onto the bench, and that is going to be an Ampu very much for 3 big prizes here. If you're Joe, but he's actually going to grab the Lugia V, actually not going in the order that people usually grab. What a clutch grab, because like you said, that is the last Lugia V in deck.
Well, listen, it's a 50% chance hitting those middle prizes. played the odds. Joe did it well. And now you have another attacker to try to put forth in this match. Now, Nolan did get a Colossus Experiment and that rock chest plate from the prize cards. Not going to be able to play the chest plate down because of the XP share, but at least with the Colossus Experiment, you can try to rebuild a hand that has been lacking for a couple turns now.
Think about how much we've refilled that hand in a matter of a turn or two here. I believe that is the one of counter catcher here that technically we could use to try and trap something and just force Joe to use an energy to eject it, but instead we are just going to go on ahead and demolish. Once again, Iron Hands does have the fighting weakness, but Cornerstone Ogerpon Mask does not actually hit for weakness there, so we are just going to see the jet energy from hand onto that last Lugia V that we were talking about a little bit earlier. But Jeremy, I gotta say, just from my camera here, we don't have that much energy in the deck left.
Oh yeah, again, it's just a problem when you're discarding a lot of those energies. Early, it was 2 jet, a double turbo, and a mist energy going down in the first 2 turns. Now, granted, Joe has an energy from hand here. Didn't he already attach the jet energy to bring it up?
Oh yes, he did attach the jet energy from hand, but I don't...
Is that 2 energy attachments?
That might be 2 energy.
Comeram barriga!
He definitely did use that from hand to bring the Lugia up this turn.
So basically the energy from the hand should be to the bottom of the deck. You can still primal turbo it out, but just
Meu Deus, os caras, o juiz não falou nada, por quê? O cara não podia colocar a segunda energia que ele colocou ali.
Really just kind of can throw that energy back. There we go, though. We love when a board state is fixable, because that means the game will go on. But the huge part of this, Jeremy, is that Joe is unable to attack this turn.
Well, no, he'll still have access to primal turbo, grab the gift energy, and then still keep the attack going. It's just did it in the wrong order.
Cara, a sorte é que ele não embaralhou a mão, velho. Meu Deus, que sorte. Se ele embaralhar, na verdade ele embaralhou e deixou só no fundo. Se ele embaralha isso no deck, era game loss, velho. Tá bem que a carta não embaralha no deck inteiro, é só coloca no fundo. Senão ele tava na bala, tinha perdido.
Sometimes people make mistakes, players make mistakes, and as long as we're able to fix them, we're good to go.
Listen, first time in day 2, first time on stream, most likely. Nerves
potential winning in, too.
Yeah, potential winning in. The big thing Iono did was put that one of counter catcher onto the bottom of the deck. That is going to be very important to try to take a knockout on that Iron Hands EX on the bench that is threatening a lot here. Now, we do see Nolan have Colossus Experiment in hand along with the Nest Ball, but I would want to see a Nest Ball being played just so you can shuffle that deck, get that counter catcher back into the mix of you being able to draw it.
Like we said, it's proper sequencing even with a deck like Control, but Nolan is going to go for just the Chorus first.
Now maybe hoping for that scoop up Cyclone potentially. And there's a lot of supporters in these 5 cards. Pokegear, Chorus's Tenacity, Iono, and
just one
fighting energy. Yeah.
Not our favorite thing here if we are Nolan, so we are probably just going to
I think this might be game over, honestly.
Really? What makes you say that?
Just with the amount of boss's orders that Joe has available in the deck, you have a potential... I guess you can't play Lumini on V-Down because the bench is going to be full.
Okay. Still, though, trying to figure out our lines here. There's that Nest Ball. Like we said, it could have been a misplay that we didn't see it first. Going to just go on ahead and grab that Ogerpon. We can just go for the retreat here, but I got to call it out, Jeremy. We have not a lot of time left in this game, and therefore in the round, and it could end in a tie if Joe's able to kind of get everything going as fast as possible.
Yeah, and granted, a tie for both these players isn't too bad. You're going to have still a winning in next round.
Ah, é, porque o último era a transmissão mundial lá de Honolulu, era de Honolulu, né? Aí, por causa da questão lá, né, Havaí, os caralho, era mó floridão, né, umas 4, 5 cores. Fica meio poluído mesmo. Pra dar uma cor mais suave assim. Bem melhor.
Too, with the Iron Bundle discard a little bit earlier, these are the times where you really want to keep it as much as possible. So Joe is just going to have to hit Arrow Dive regularly into the active cornerstone here. Granted, we're lining ourselves up for something great here, but Pokegear top 7 cards. There's the Arven. There's the penny especially. We might be going for the penny, and we will. There goes all of that math and all of what we were doing to get something going for this game that is very quickly running out of time.
Yeah, this is probably best case scenario for Nolan, because with the way time works in the Pokemon TCG, if you have won the first game and game 2 has not concluded after the +3 turns, the winner of the first game is the winner of the match. So as long as Nolan is able to just survive for this game, they will be able to win. But no double turbo in hand. You're not going to be able to attack this turn. Or no, the penny grabs the double turbo. All right,
yes,
so
it does.
Good here, but you're not having the counter catcher for the Iron Hands. So just another boss's orders off the top can do it. And catcher to the bench here.
Interesting. You would expect an attack just to demolish going onto the active Lugia V. We can kind of go back to what our game plan was here. But like we said, Joe, out of bench space, has all of the tools that we need to grab the boss's orders. It's just not in hand. Here's the Capturing Aroma. It is going to flip heads for an evolution Pokemon, but none of that is actually going to help us right now. We're probably just using it to check how many bosses we have left in deck. I do see 2, so we're just going to go for the thin and win strategy here.
Yeah, boss's orders, unfortunately, was the top card of the deck, so we just got to keep shuffling and hope it stays there. Now, grabbing a Lugia V-Star is not going to matter at this spot. Again, just like you were saying, thin the deck out as fast as possible. You still get to arrow dive turn after turn, so you're still applying the pressure.
4 minutes just about left here. See what is going on over on Nolan's side here. 2 very damaged cornerstones, though. We can only save one of them, but actually, if we're able to find a penny too, we can top deck that scoop up Cyclone here, bringing it right back into the hand. Could you imagine, Jeremy, if there's already a penny in hand too, that we could just wipe away all of this damage, and then Joe's prize mapping is just completely off. See what exactly is going to happen here. Has the boss and has the Iono, but no penny in sight. Here we go. Got to figure out what exactly the win condition is here for Joe, because like you said, I mean, things could get a little bit sticky. Ooh.
Nolan not attaching to the cornerstone means I think he is just not going for the win here, right? You are trying to stall as much as possible. There's a little over 3 minutes left. As long as you can just run Joseph out of resources, there's a jet energy found. You got double turbo to retreat. So we're just going to continue the arrow dive. No boss's orders in sight for Joe these past couple turns.
No boss's orders in sight, no penny in sight now. It's really just kind of rotating between all 3 of these cornerstone ogre pawns here to try and just have them soak each damage here. Has the Night Stretcher though, so we will be able to grab that cornerstone ogre pawn right from the discard and actually put that back on. Buddy Poffin though coming down just to shuffle the deck. I like when players do this, just, you know, a way to kind of reset the deck, give it a little bit of love here. But Buddy Poffin going back into the discard. See that cornerstone ogre pawn landed onto the bench and the Iono here. But how many times have we seen this, Jeremy? There's a very real chance we could see boss off the top. Capturing Aroma. But Professor's research. Unfortunate.
Pretty insane, because you knew that hand did not have boss's orders, so you're giving your opponent 4 more opportunities to try to find it on the following turn. And continuing to bench the extra cornerstones means there's still at least just 1 in play. That is damaged the entire time. We're going to retreat here and still not attack. Is there a boss's order?
There it is! The top deck is going to be able to find the cornerstone ogre pawn with the rescue board onto it. Joe will be able to get a knockout here, but here comes the primal turbo as well. No energy left in deck, so there is a very big possibility, Jeremy. We could go for something like a stall here.
No,
now,
we're just amp you very much.
Oh, that is also
very
true. I completely forgot. Double lightning attached thanks to our legacy energy and our amp you very much. Joe will be taking us to a game number 3. But Jeremy, there's barely any time left in the match.
Yeah, you have to feel that
Vou empatar.
turn.
Foda do Pokémon é isso, se demorar demais, o cara que ganhou o jogo 1 tem uma grande chance de levar a partida. Ele tem que, aí ele vai lutar ou pra empatar ou pra ganhar, raramente pra perder. É muito mais confortável pra quem ganhou a primeira. É raro dar tempo de jogar as 3.
It allowed Joe just to continually all right, boss off the top, boss off the top, boss off the top.
Please,
and it
please.
finally happened.
Please, 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 boss off the top. We'll be able to find it for that. Amp you very much. And if at anything, Joe has secured himself at least a tie here because we only have 53 seconds left here in the round.
Não adianta.
If we are unable
Vai
to
ser
get anything
empate.
started on Nolan's side and we just bench a Noibat,
Yeah, Noibat pass.
We could be in a world of hurt here. There's tons of
Sim,
ways that this can go
sim.
down, but
Na verdade vai ter o Capcom Fighting Collection, né, que é os da Capcom em si em geral, duas coletâneas da Capcom, e o Marvel vs Capcom, que é só os Marvel vs Capcom, X-Men vs Street Fighter e afins. Puta coletânea, foda que é caro, né? Mas é legal pra quem quer ter tudo numa coletânea só, assim, tudo esse jogo. Maneiro. Não, então, eu gostei pra caralho também. Quando pegar um preço melhor, eu pego. Quando pegar um precinho mais acessível, eu pego ela.
There is an Ultra Ball there. We'll see what exactly is going to happen. We did hit heads on the Capturing Aroma, so we are able to get our Ultra Ball down. But let's look at the prizes really quickly. 2 double turbo energies inside of the prizes for Joe, and a missed. 1 Archeops, not the worst thing in the world. Get to do that deck check right now, but no Carmine too. Like we said, there's only 1 Carmine in this deck, and it's actually in the prizes.
Listen, if I'm Joe, I'm not worrying about
Umas paradinhas maneiras mesmo.
It is all about, does Nolan have a way to get another Pokemon in play? That you're going to have 1 more turn because time was called on. Joe is now 2. So with the way time works, it goes 3 extra turns after
Você ainda tá meio persistente, mas o resto pelo menos já melhorei.
Joe's going to have 1 left.
Has the Luminion and the Lugia V-Star in the hand as well as we're going on over into Nolan's side. The Pokegear 3.0 and the Arvin guarantees a Cornerstone Ogerpon coming out into play here. The one of Nest Ball is not prized, so we are going to be able to, oh, there's 2 Nest Balls. They're both not prized, so we are going to be able to grab that Cornerstone Ogerpon. And as long as we have the energy in hand, we can go on ahead and retreat.
You don't even need to retreat. You just need that second Pokemon on the bench. Joe's not going to be able to knock out both of them in 1 turn, and with that, it is going to end in a tie. And granted, I think that Pokegear, there was no Ultra Ball in hand for Nolan, so Pokegear finding the Arvin really opened up the hand. Otherwise, we were going to have a Noibat pass.
We were indeed, especially with Lugia V-Star and Luminion able to grab a Professor's Research. We very well could have seen a very crazy knockout to win this for Joe in turns, but alas, the Arvin off of the Pokegear is going to grab the Cornerstone Ogerpon. Both of our players understand what's going on the table, therefore it will be a tie here, and I know they mentioned it earlier in the lounge. Our tie rate is down, but maybe not for this one.
Yeah, probably jinxed it a little bit, but...
Thanks, Kyle.
Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX is a very strong deck, and we saw it here. It's just unfortunate against, you know, a Lugia deck that knows how to play the match.
Joe played that match the best as he could, realistically. And like we said, that match could have gone very differently if there was a Chinchino and a Minchino in there.
Yeah. We'll have to see maybe how that affects the top cut going forward, because there is a lot of Lugia in the field, and I think Joe is one of the few people not playing that Chinchino line.
It's very interesting, too, because the Weird Deer, I think, was kind of in the older Lugia list, and then when we were able to attach the Legacy energy and onto Chinchino, mess up the prize mapping. But let's jump into the replay for this match. What an interesting one, Jeremy, for your caster pick of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX is very good in this meta right now, and I think our players have been proving it this entire weekend. This is our first time seeing it really do stuff on stream, and it is a good back and forth. That rock chest plate really makes this matchup against Lugia.
And when you're unable to use it so well, it definitely gets very scary, but there's that scoop up Cyclone. And like we said, all of the...
Bom, já acabou a partida mesmo? Vou jogar aqui no cantinho. O amigo. Aqui, que filmar essa. Botar a telinha. Aí a hora que voltar. A live eu continuei. Já leu a janela. É que eu ia ter que botar pra ele reconhecer. Barulho da moto. Deixa eu ver, vai que eu acho alguém. Eu acho muito difícil, mas vamos ver, né? Colocar com critério bem baixo pra facilitar. Não classificado é foda, velho. Deck não classificado. Other decks. Seria legal se tivesse pra ver os other decks. E aí, boa tarde. Saúde. Tem uma lobby. O Alex só acha a gente conexão ruim também, digo. O servidor não consegue fazer a conexão direito.
I walk the path of the Hado. Morrigan!
Nice to see you.
Zero. I'll show no mercy. Only one team will be left standing. Show me your skills. Weapon ready. Fight. Excellent.
Bosta. Larga não. Nossa, devia ter dado Rory. Ah, agora eu dei atrasado. Aí. CPU tá agindo burra. Eu não mudei a dificuldade, né? Esqueci.
How does that feel? Let's play again sometime.
I walk the path. Morrigan.
Come, our
Frag, believe. Fight. Thrive. Ready. Fight. First attack.
Errei? Não. Não vai morrer. Ou será que vai? Quase. Putz, pegou os dois. Não combou. Nossa, não ergui pra fazer o resto. Acabou. Ai. Pegou. Meu Deus. Caralho, mas pegou tudo que ele fez agora. Morreu. Nossa, faltou pouco. Odeio quando falta técnico. E aí?
It was a good fight. Ryu, I shall fight. Morrigan.
Come, I'll show you.
Crash, who will prevail?
Jada.
Ready. Fight.
Caralho, errei. 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 Trazei. Devia ter dado especial agora. Pode ser. Deu tempo. Ah, pegou. Nossa, isso é longe, velho. Acho que deu. É, por mais que o Jeda não seja exatamente um shared zone, ele tem um zone chatinho pra daycare.
Let's play again sometime.
Ready. Fight.
Vou só trocar.
I am the beginning and the end. Morrigan.
Forget salvation.
Chris. Steady lead. Fight. Thrive.
Do you understand the fate of fools who betray the truth?
Arrived at the... Ready. Fight.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Ah,
I love watching you rock.
é isso mesmo.
Time for overkill. Flying down. Suck on in. That do it. Burn everything.
A movimentação dele é boa pra caralho. Ai. Rapaz, agora a CPU tá defendendo também. Deu derrame. Eu cheguei ali e não soube o que fazer. Vá. Oxi. Pegou. Pegou. Nossa, errou. Ah, ele tinha morrido. Eu estranhei ter errado.
Can you dodge this? Nice. Can't escape.
Peguei. Oh, não! Nossa, ele deu um chutinho muito preciso.
How's that? Super! You shall live on part of me.
O Jeddah? O Jeddah é do Darkstalkers, é o mesmo jogo da Morga. Os dois é do mesmo jogo. Basicamente, ele é o vilão principal de lá.
Roger. Reporting for duty.
Captain America.
We'll fight as a team.
Doctor Strange.
Only one team will be left standing.
If there was some way to avoid this fight, I would have done it.
Ready.
Ah, eu errei o alcance.
Reload.
Nossa, eu podia ter ido pra cima. Ah, tomei. Não? Eu jurava que eu tinha tomado. Ah, tá. Pelo menos o X tem o dash no ar. Eu não lembrava dele ter.
Captain America.
O bosta.
Shield slash. Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up. Give up. Good. Time stone. Shield slash. Give up. What? Put him up. Fire here. Three.
Oh. Morreu. Nossa, cagão. Vai, morreu. Ele deu uma time stone bem na hora que eu passei o bagulho.
For people, for justice, I will fight.
I shall fight.
Digidrago.
Morrigan.
Nice to see you.
Thanos. Ryu. Battle without limits.
Digidrago e Snorlax. Já põe na tela já.
If you look
Ready. Fight.
Nossa, soltou um pouquinho antes. Nossa, pariu certinho, ó. Cacete, deu no seco mesmo, sem confirmar. Jesus.
don't give up. There's always
Nice. Nice.
Não ligando muito não. Ah, eu também. Tá. Nossa, eu confirmei ali, mas não fui pra cima. Matei. Não? Nossa, sorte, hein, Thanos. Quase rodou. Vai. Uff. Morreu.
Let's play again sometime.
Vou arriscar ali. Vou botar aqui.
Penny and Boss's orders, but it will be Ian going first, probably grabbing the Squawkabilly here.
Yeah, well, you can grab the Squawkabilly, but the damage that it could do, like, it's only 20, right? So if it gets stuck in the active, you're going to be spending a lot of time not really doing too much. 2 Reggie Drago V-Star in the prize cards, along with the Super Rod, and it is not too good for Ian, but again, this is a game where you're going to have so much.
Tosse sempre a última a ir embora. Pois é, né, velho? Pior que irrita pra caralho a tosse. Mas não tem muito o que fazer, não. Pelo menos o pior já passou.
I feel like we also saw a very fast control game on the other side for Ryan Antonucci yesterday. Could have been the fastest control set I've seen in a hot minute, but Ian Robb once again putting on a masterclass for us, showing what happens when your opponent just doesn't get another Pokemon down. But I think Kenneth's hand is a lot better this turn, also has the Rotom, but we got to see what Ian is looking and thinking about for. Can go on ahead and also just start teal dancing. We are going to be able to just draw 1 card here too, and I think if it's one thing a lot of people at home should just know is that the more cards in your hand, the better.
Yeah, good job on that analysis. It's great.
Listen, man, I'm doing my best here.
Drawing cards is good. Maybe
Draw
not
card
against
good.
maybe not against a mill deck, but
don't
it's
see how
not
Groot does
technically
good.
a mill deck. It's just, you know, trying to stall things.
Cornerstone Ogerpon, that teal dance coming in here is going to be just that fire energy on to Regidrago, and like we said, here comes Squawkabilly. It is a liability now that you're bringing it up, but the thing is, we do have the Prime Catcher now, I believe, in hand, or still in the deck here. Hawlucha now also kind of can be a liability, but Ian does have at least the Ultra Ball for next turn, so we are going to be able to grab that last copy of Regidrago V-Star in the deck here. It will be the Nest Ball, though, going on over into Kenneth's side. Like we said, Rotom V is going to be in the deck, so now we're just doing a couple of counts here. Honestly, a lot of our Pokemon are here. Some of our key supporters, though, are missing.
Yeah, Snorlax is a deck that's really missing an old supporter that we used to have, Peonia, to try to grab some of those cards in the prizes. So basically, you're just left playing with what you have, minus those 6 cards. And having multiple Pokemon in play, a big difference from game 1.
Yeah, things are looking a lot better for Kenneth this turn, right? We got some Snorlaxes in play, do have the Flute, and our ace spec of choice here is going to be the Hero's Cape here. So something important to note, that Kyurem, a lot of the times that Snorlax players love to target, just kind of keep trapped there, is already in the discard pile. I know if you remember a certain ability that was able to grab Pokemon out of the discard and put them back on the bench, and then you counter catcher. Snorlax was certainly played very differently way back when.
Yeah, I'm missing Echoing Horn
Yes.
real bad in this format.
I didn't know like one of your favorite types of decks to kind of like pilot was control. Today I learned.
Yeah, I'm pretty degenerate when it comes to that. I love cards like Path to the Peak that we used to have. Oh, wow. Accompanying Flute, grabbing the Regidrago V. Not too bad. I mean, it's already in play.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world either here too. Counter catcher not online, so all of that energy already on the current active Pokemon can just stay there. But it is just going to be an instant charge here from Kenneth, heading on back over to Ian's turn. Like we said, we had a couple of resources to kind of work with here too. And honestly, Jeremy, if worse comes to worse here, if they decide to bring up that Regidrago V, we can still Dragon Laser, but granted, a lot of the times the control players and the Snorlax players, they see that Squawkabilly on the bench, they're hungry for it.
All right, looks like it is some clarification between the table judges and our players, it seems like. Maybe just starting Ian's turn.
I think about it too here. I think if we are going to attack onto the Snorlax with the handheld fan, if I'm Kenneth, I'm actually going to move that fire energy probably to the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX here.
Yeah.
Teal Mask Ogerpon EX attacks for 3 grass energy. It really doesn't really help with the math at all here. So could be a potential play here. Ian going to Nest Ball, though, for the Mew EX. So just in case Mimikyu comes down at some point, that Safeguard ability prevents a lot of the damage that Regidrago can do, but we are able to actually copy it. But actually going to send the fire energy to the Squawkabilly, so it is technically an attacker, question mark?
Yeah, well, again, one thing about the putting it on the Teal Mask is Teal Mask does more damage based on the number of energy on it with that Myriad Leaf Shower. So even though it attacks for 3 grass energy, still can utilize that fire. Here's another accompanying Flute. Does not hit a Pokemon, though. And with the way the board is kind of set up, Ian is going to be taking this slow, but that handheld fan could prove big for Kenneth.
See where all of the energy gets blown off to here in this match. I would say probably one of those Misfortune Sisters is going to come down now, and it's going to be looking at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck and getting rid of any of those items. So it is going to be the Switch, and I do believe that is a one-of Switch and the Earthen Vessel as well. So I don't know if we have another reliable way to grab another fire energy, but Ian does play what Regidrago considers a standard 3 fire energy line, but thankfully there were no energy switches in there.
Just yet, but the one-of Switch is huge. That means only Prime Catcher is going to be available until Ian decides to use that Legacy Star V-Star ability.
Attaching that fire once again onto the Regidrago V. We are probably going to see another Dragon Laser, or even just we're going to go on ahead and Apex Dragon at this point. There could be an interesting line where we do try and find the Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive, maybe even the Prime Catcher here to bring up another Snorlax and go for hits with finding Prime Catcher and then spreading the damage that way. But Ian is going to be able to find the jamming tower here, so we're going to turn off the fan, but it is going to be the boss's orders right now.
I'm a fan of this play.
And yeah, the boss's orders here, and it will just be the Dragon Laser that does do it. No Regidrago V-Star needed. Great knockout from Ian.
Yeah, taking 2 Snorlax off the board is always great, especially when you knew your opponent had that Hero's Cape in hand. So now Kenneth is on the back foot here, trying to just set up a board yet again. Otherwise, next turn, we could just see game over.
Okay, Pokegear 3.0, we have tons of options here. It is going to be the Arven grab for probably what we are going to assume is going to be the one of 4 counter catchers in this deck. Counter catcher, a great way, and we could probably assume we are going to be grabbing either probably the Regidrago V at this point because it has no energy onto it, but it seems like next turn Ian is lining up for a Legacy Star.
Yeah, I don't know if we're seeing a counter catcher play here because Kenneth needs Pokemon. Nest Ball is probably the card of choice, trying to find it. Something like a Mimikyu, just to maybe buy a couple turns with 2 Snorlax down, 1 in the prize cards. There's just 1 left in the deck. And yeah, we're going to see that Nest Ball here. Kenneth really trying to rebuild this board.
I think for a lot of Regidrago V-Star players, they were really kind of opting for Temple of Sinnoh to try and help their Lugia matchup, but Ian's still holding true to the jamming tower. But like you said, Jeremy, it is going to be the Nest Ball for the Snorlax here. Already had 2 counter catchers in hand, so we already got that covered here. But like you said, Mimikyu, with that Safeguard ability, able to block out damage from Pokemon with rule boxes here, the V's and the EXs in particular. But it is going to opt for the Snorlax here, going to use that switch card to get Rotom V back on the bench, and there is the counter catcher like we talked about onto the Drago V with no energy on it.
Yeah, this is kind of playing around another boss's orders play, potentially, just because you can bring up that squawk ability, but a boss's orders is a simple retreat for Ian. But Kenneth is very much on the back foot here. Ian having plenty of options, even Ultra Balls away, a couple Pokemon that you don't want to see in play, and just not even grabbing anything, just getting them out of the hand.
See what we are going to get, though. Ian going to evolve into that Regidrago V-Star, use the restart to draw 2. Now, once again, we did see Switch go down here, but there's that Prime Catcher here that now with Legacy Star, we can actually get back. We can get back all of our switch options here. I do believe at one point I did see an Eerie in the hand for Kenneth, so it's not the worst in the world, but there's that Iono coming out here too. That's adding insult to injury too, because there goes all of the supporters that Kenneth had.
Yeah, that giant hand now at the bottom of the deck. The Hero's Cape that Ian knew about, just not available, especially with that jamming tower in play. And there's the big knockout. Ian down to 2 prize cards.
Has to use the Hisuian Heavy Ball here to get some help from the prizes, but Jeremy, it's just going to be one here. And I love the way that Ian is off on using the Legacy Star and just using everything that he has at his disposal before going into such a high commitment move and a high commitment V-Star power like Legacy Star here. So we are going to just go on ahead and grab another Snorlax here. Ian last turn using Hisuian Gudra's move, Rolling Iron. So you take 80 less damage, but in a deck that doesn't attack, doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, it was just the one way to deal 200 damage against that Rotom V to take the knockout. Kenneth is kind of staring down like the worst possible scenario with Ian holding that Legacy Star for as long as possible, even with Switch and Prime Catcher gone. And you can just grab both of them, and it kind of guarantees 2 knockouts in a row, which, by the way, Ian has 2 prizes left.
Yeah. And that's a big thing too here, Jeremy, is the fact that we had 2 Regidrago V-Stars prize, and Ian has access to them. So even if we bring up this Regidrago V, which we are going to opt for, it still can technically become an attacker too. So honestly, Ian in a great position here. Kenneth just needs to figure out the mapping here. Just going to go on ahead and pass right now. See what Ian's got in store for us coming in on his turn, but like you said, he is positioned great right now.
Yeah, it is interesting to see Kenneth continuing to bring up that Regidrago V over something like the Squawk ability that is on the bench. especially with no other play. Here is that evolution of the V-Star energy switch, and this is essentially checkmate here, having the Legacy Star still available.
Caralho, que essa partida foi um massacre desse Rei de Drago, vai ganhar já. Acabou.
What a turn coming out from Ian Robb, right? We haven't really seen him dig for the deck too hard. We saw the Mew. We have barely seen the Professor's researches. Honestly, he's just kind of had it every single time, right? We haven't seen the use of Eerie at all either, but we're going to send up this Mimikyu. But honestly, Jeremy, Ian Robb has one prize card left. The moment that we see Legacy Star here,
tem um mundo em que te passei, não? Como assim?
It's just going to be the penny here to try and get rid of the Snorlax. Prime Catcher could do it. Boss could do it. Honestly, I just think he is so set up right now. There's the penny.
Resfriado. Tem um universo paralelo aí, hein? Deve ter um universo paralelo aí. Agora já não sei se canonizou ou não. Eu só sei que esse resfriado forte, seja lá o que for, graças a Deus não foi Covid. Os dois exames, nenhum deles deu positivo. Se tomar no cu, viu? Fazia tempo que eu não gastava dinheiro porque eu ficava doente, viu? Foi facilmente mais de R$100 nessa brincadeira esses dias. Tomar no cu, velho. Coisa ruim do caralho.
Kind of go on ahead and see even a Legacy Star to get some of those back, and then finding a way to just get Mew into the active and genome hacking Ghost Eye for the win. Which
I mean, it is very possible, and that is the route Ian is going to want to take. You have access to 2 energy switch guaranteed with that Legacy Star, so just needing 1 energy in hand, or even just an energy switch in hand, you can retreat the active and use the energies from the benched Regidrago V-Star.
One Mimikyu against the world here. No, it is going to be the pass. And you're right, Jeremy. No Hero's Cave, but Ian just reading that safeguard ability. No damage from EXs or Bs. It's just going to be retreat. 3 energy down. The super rotting, the energy back in. Ian is going for it all this turn. If he has energy switches already in hand,
acabou, velho. Tem nem muito o que eu tô fazendo, não.
But we have not seen teal dances at all. There's the Professor's research. Draw into just 7 fresh card. But here it is. 3 energy there. We have the opportunity to just attach for turn. And we'll see. It is going to be the Legacy Star. Ian reading it over again. There it is. 2 energy switches does it. And that is going to be Ian Robb. Genome hacking Ghost Eye for the win. Ian Robb, a masterclass in how you beat stalls, Regidrago.
Yeah, another top cut on the horizon for Ian Robb here in this format. Great play against a matchup that could be pretty troublesome for a lot of players. But Ian showing he knows what to do.
All business on his face too. Like no smile there. It was like, all right, bring me the next one.
I'm only gonna smile after I win the tournament.
Yeah,
that's basically the mentality you have to go with.
He did just take a nice deep
Também, depois de fazer a merda lá e ter perdido basicamente a chance de ganhar o Mundial por causa da zoeira que fez. Tem que aprender, né, velho? Uma hora tu aprende, né? Mas lavou mesmo esse cara de Snorlax, deu nem pro cheiro. Regaçou.
Ghost Eye for the knockout. It was certainly just all excitement here in the replay.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. That was game 1. A lone Snorlax getting knocked out by a lost impact from Giratina. Game 2 took a little bit longer to get things set up, but Ian starting the Regidrago V is one of the best things you can do in this matchup. Just apply a lot of pressure. Kenneth was trying to flute and Misfortune Sisters get rid of stuff, got rid of the switch, but Ian having boss's orders, taking a double knockout with that Dragon Laser from the Regidrago V, and then just following it up with another 2-prize knockout thanks to that Hisuian Gudra rolling iron, and then just here having energy switch for another Regidrago V-Star, taking a knockout, 1 prize left. Kenneth doing everything they possibly can to get that Mimikyu in play and set up a potential kind of stall board state, but Legacy Star saving it till the very end, having double energy switch, using genome hacking to copy that Mimikyu and taking the knockout. Mimikyu's great, But when MuEX is in the format, there's a pretty easy counter to it.
Yeah, and like we said, no canceling Cologne in sight. We only just need our MuEX to handle the job and get it done. A really great showing from you, Rob. Love seeing him. Such a great player. And like we said, another rather quick control match that we've gotten to see over the weekend. I know Ryan Antonucci also had a really quick one too. So it's good to see the pace of play picking up too. But I gotta say, that match could have gone a completely different way if we saw Eerie onto some of the energy switches, but it just felt like Ian had everything he really needed in his disposal. It goes to show that your perfect sequencing and not really just kind of throwing cards to the wind is the way to go.
Pera aí,
Yeah, I mean, you don't get 12 Worlds invites by not learning everything possible about
Very
your
true.
deck. It is just great play, and that's really what you have to do in a lot of these matchups with Regidrago V-Star. You need that Legacy Star until the very end because you just end up wasting so many resources if you're forced to use it early.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff from Ian, right? And I think that makes the difference between a good Regidrago V-Star player and a great Regidrago V-Star player. I think a lot of the times people just kind of use that Legacy Star and they're hoping for a card. Sometimes they just like pop it early, but you can hold it. If you have ways that you can keep attacking, you can hold it. You don't necessarily have to use it right away. And honestly, Kenneth did the right thing by getting rid of Prime Catcher early, right? Getting rid of the switches early with Misfortune Sisters, but it doesn't matter when you could just bring it back.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have our interview ready for the winner of our last round of Swiss. Go ahead and take it down to the lounge, and you'll hear from Skarzik.
Yo, what's up, everyone? I'm in the lounge with the winner you just saw on stream, Ian Robb, representing Regidrago once again. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling incredible. With the luck I've had this weekend, I was really not expecting to be sitting here in the lounge after a quick win against one of the matchups I was really not looking forward to facing. So I feel great right now.
Yeah, Drago being sort of preyed upon by control has been one of its biggest downfalls. And when I saw your matchup versus Snorlax, I said, oh no, he's only running one switch. What were your thoughts going into the matchup? Did you think it was going to be that bad of a struggle, or have you practiced the Snorlax matchup?
I played it a lot, and I think that some of the choices I made in my deck has actually made it a little bit better for me. I'll say one thing is it can be really random because a lot of cards like the Flute, who I start turn one, really matters.
Yeah.
So the matchup is very volatile, but I knew what to do where exactly it went perfect according to plan for me, which was quick attacks, get the chain of knockouts going, and never use V-Star except for when the game is over. Or the other way is I want to put an item on bottom of my deck. Like, it'll say there, I should probably, if I didn't get the win, I was just going to go V-Star for Prime Catcher switch, Iono, keep Prime Catcher on bottom.
Okay, that's perfect. And to approach the matchup from that way, that level of resource management just comes with how familiar you've been with Regidrago V-Star. And heading into this tournament, I want to ask you for the deck pick, right? Were you worried that it was just going to be too hard countered, or is Regidrago just way too good and you just have to play around these bad matchups? Or what was the thought process there of deciding to stick with this deck?
So going to this event, I knew that Regidrago was the deck I knew the best, for example, because before Worlds, I was testing it for 2 months. So I've had so much experience with it that I felt that I was always going to play the deck no matter what. But honestly, I felt pretty good about the deck overall. I was scared about some matchups, but at the end of the day, I think Regidrago V-Star is one of the best decks the game has seen in a very long time. So I felt that just by using skill and a little bit of luck, that I could still beat these decks that are supposed to be geared towards beating Regidrago.
Yeah, and before we actually came into the lounge for the interview, you were telling me that you haven't really hit a lot of your coin flips, and your opponents have been the ones deciding whether they're going first or second. Has that put you at a massive disadvantage, or?
I don't know, really. It's been weird. So today, I've played 13 rounds of our tournament. I've won 1 coin flip, so it's been a little weird. I think that luckily a lot of those came against the faster decks. So I'm choosing first blind anyways, which I know there's a lot of debate about it. Some other players like Andrew Hedrick think he's supposed to blind second, so I noticed some conversation between very good players about it, but still, I was going to choose that first. So it wasn't as bad, but overall, it had a lot of matches where you need to go first to have that advantage. But I was able to, a little bit of luck, handle those.
And choosing to go second is a kind of way to mitigate Raging Bolt, if I'm correct.
Yes. Yeah, all the faster decks to quote 2-2-2, which is all these fast decks are really trying to get that quick knockout on these 2 prize Pokemon. So going second really allows you to draw a lot of cards and put Cleffa into active.
I see. And so already it's great to see, right, that Regidrago players are already adapting to these bad matchups, some things that have really risen to prominence. And in the final turns of that game we just saw on stream, you were double checking the Mimikyu, triple checking the Mimikyu, just to make sure that the Mew EX Ghost Eye has gone through. It was so funny because backstage we were all like, oh man, because I've personally done that play before when I had been practicing Regidrago against Snorlax. And so that's the first time that board state has kind of happened for you?
In a tournament, yes. I haven't really faced Snorlax yet in this format, so that was the first time where I actually had to do a tournament and be like, okay, how do I set this up? How do I make sure that the play goes through? Because that's very important in that matchup, because I have no other way to get through Mimikyu except for Radiant Charizard, which you don't really want to use. I did be a Pidgeot control yesterday, starting Radiant Charizard and attacking with it.
Okay.
But that's not really the game plan you want to go for. So I really just want to make sure that Mew worked. I know you had Miss Energy maybe. I still have access to Temple Sinnoh, so I thought I was going to be fine. Like, even if I had to like, pass a turn. But yeah, I really was just like double checking, making sure that I had it, because I had so many options there that I didn't want to.
Tava mutado mesmo, gente. Tava só vendo o negócio. Percebi da Khan que tem uma parte aqui, ó, tipo, mais ou menos aqui, ó lá. Fica tipo uma listra, né, de luminosidade. Que eu não sei a origem dela, velho. Eu não sei se é de alguma iluminação, mas é difícil, porque a webcam tá na mesma posição. Não sei se é do quarto. Mas fica aí. Às vezes é a Khan que tá dando problema. Enfim. Mas eu sei que tem essa listra, eu estou notando ela. Só é esquisito mesmo.
Are there any other maybe pointers about Regidrago that you maybe want to share?
Botar os amigos de novo aqui.
Preparing for this tournament or just in general as you
Jogar aqui pro lado. Não atrapalha em nada, assim, exatamente. Dá pra me ver ainda, tranquilo, tá ligado? Não é nada tão ruim, mas é esquisito. É uma parada que dá pra sentir que não está em suas... Não está em suas normalidades. Da webcam. Tá estranho mesmo. Just strange. Onde Crash 2 de novo. Naquele dia eu não tinha conseguido. Essa semana, se nada der errado, se outra desgraça não acontecer... eu já engato os projetos. Cara, por isso dava pau na outra versão, então, do emulador meu. Tinha um probleminha. Essa versão desse Crash que eu tenho é europeia, nem sabia disso. Achava que era americana. Peraí. Pra voltar, eu tô planejando em colar quase como se fosse um cronograma, porque senão eu vou acumular muito projeto. Não vou conseguir pagar eles, velho. Pagar não pode dizer, né? Mas, pô, vou demorar muito. Não quero isso, não. Quero pelo menos até... Eu tô com uns projetos grandes aí agora comprado, né? E os grandes demandam tempo pra caralho. Quero ver se eu pago esses que pelo menos já foram, né, comprados. Pelo menos até o fim de outubro. Aí fico mais tranquilo. Puta merda. Eu acho que ainda dá pra chegar. Tá. Graças a Deus existe esse bug, entre aspas. Bem grande. Existe esse macete. Meu Deus, eu sou um inútil. Consegui pular antes. Por H. Foi. Opa! Não gosto. Nossa, eu consegui sair. Mesmo caindo lá dentro, consegui sair no pulo ainda. Jogo antigo, todo macetável. Meu Deus. Uma porra controlar ele assim. Nossa, quase fiz uma besteira do caralho ali. Ou bosta. Essa tava fácil de desviar, eu fui burro mesmo. É. Eu peguei tudo, né? Peguei. Não ignorei pra trás, não. Vamos lá. Agora é passar normal. Sim. Esse meu vestido fica mó bom em você. Ok. Vamos. Essa é uma pergunta muito ampla aqui, esse cara. Descreva bater. Qual que você tá jogando? Você tá jogando X-Men ou Super Heroes? porque o Apocalipse é chefe nos dois. Ai! Filho de puta, errei. Ah, o do X-Men é mais chato que ele tem uma fodendo armor que não quebra. Ele fica regenerando vida também. Cara, pior que não tem muito segredo não, velho. O negócio é ficar mais perto dele possível, porque aí você tem menos vulnerabilidade de ficar levando as porradas dele e ficar batendo nele direto. Ele é meio bunda mesmo no X-Men vs Street Fighter de derrotar, ele é meio chatão. Não, ele não vai ficar parado. É que, tipo assim, a mão dele... Tem uma mão dele que leva dano. O macete é pular ao lado contrário da mão e ficar batendo na mão desse outro lado, não de frente. Que aí todo movimento que ele fizer, ele vai te arrastar junto. Aí você consegue ficar batendo nele sempre. The bits. Ah, mas o Onslaught é fácil. O Onslaught é muito fácil, é bem de boinha de matar. O Apocalipse depende. O Apocalipse do X-Men é meio chato por causa dessa armadura que ele tem, mas o do Marvel Super Heroes, ele é muito simples, tá ligado? Ele é muito simples porque aí ele não tem essa armadura, ele perde vida muito fácil e ele tem um monte de hitbox, tá ligado? Pra você acertar ele. Então você mata ele muito rápido. Agora o Cyber Akuma já é pegadinho. Porra! Tomei. Mas dos três aí o Cyber Akuma é o mais chato assim de enfrentar pra mim. Pô, bosta. Isso é o foda de voltar em fase nesse Crash. Às vezes você toma uns danos sem querer. Olha. Quase. Vai, checkpoint pelo menos agora. Errei o pulo. É, ele é cartoonzão, né? Olha lá. Apesar que das modelagens 3D, assim, do Play 1 em si, o Crash eu acho que é um dos mais da hora, tipo, bem feitinho e tal. Ô, saco. Nossa, dei barrigado. Oh, meu Deus. Quer se matar, Elias? Tá apertando o botão na ordem errada aí dessas merda aí mesmo. Agora não dá pra sair mais? Ó, é engraçado que você pula tão alto uma hora ali que... Não tem mais nada aqui pra trás, né? Na verdade, tem coisa do antigo que não funciona no novo. Porque a mecânica, a física dele tá diferente, né? Tem coisa que se você tentar macetar igual você faz aqui, você não consegue fazer lá. Tipo, essa parada aqui que eu tento bugar mesmo a tela ali pra pular do lado, sem passar pelo buraco. Não dá pra fazer no remake. É que mudou as caixas de colisão, né? O jeito que funciona. Isso faz muita diferença em jogo de plataforma. Ah, pulou. Cara, essa parada da... Essa bosta, essa bola pular e ignorar as caixas é foda. Não pode perder tempo. Porque se perder tempo, falta ali. Não pula não, né, amigo? Bosta. É. Agora acho que dá tempo. Deu. Mais 18. A ver. Não deu? É, se eu não me engano, é essa fase que eu não vou conseguir pegar tudo porque eu preciso ter o gema vermelha primeiro. Amor de Deus! Obrigado. Eu só esqueci de dar o slide, né? Mas tudo bem. Quase. Cara de feliz, Kart. Filho de puta. Olha ela. Tá aqui mesmo. Toma. Bora. Agora pega a vermelha aqui. Meu Deus, tomei dano ali? Tá difícil acertar esse pulo aí, desgraça. Obrigado. Agora fodeu. Isso aqui desregula tudo o bagulho no gelo. Vambora. Agora é só estourar, agora estourando tudo. Eles é novo. Cuidado aqui, porque aqui o bagulho fica doido. Nossa, olha onde foi acabar. Bora. Sim. Jogando um pouquinho só, tá bem? Jogando um pouquinho só pra brincar aqui. Agora dá pra fazer snowbiz pelo menos já. Certo era eu ir nessa primeiro, se eu fosse fazer na ordem já pra otimizar. Só pra abrir a gêmea e aí depois já vem e fazer aqui 100%. Não faço na ordem. De boas? Agora eu tô um tanto melhor. Essa semana eu fiquei doente pra caralho. Hoje eu já tô bem. Perto do que eu tava, já tô uns 90% melhor já. Vamos. Pra frente. Vou perder a máscara. Ah não, não perde aqui, né? plataforma que entra que a máscara sai dele. Vamos rápido. Rapaz, estourou a caixa lá em cima. Quase não dá tempo. Eu acho que é, velho. Pode ser. Pode ser. É uma merda. Foi. Quase. Vai ter que tomar a cabeça de jegue mesmo, né? Cabeça de jaca. Jaca grande da desgraça. Mano, ele bateu a cabeça no topo, velho. Como ele conseguiu, velho? Bater a cabeça no topo e não passar. Nossa, maldito, velho. Vai. Pulei errado. Não, essa aí fui eu. Pulei muito em cima. Nossa. Agora foi no limite. Um pouquinho mal morria. Pelo amor de Deus, não vai me falar que eu vou bater a jaca ali de novo, né? Caralho, como que eu tô conseguindo repetir a mesma proeza de uma vez? Não, eu vou parar então. Eu vou pular normal. Eu vou pular normal então. Pô, não é possível que eu não pulava assim antes. Não é possível que eu não pulava assim antes, velho. Sempre pulei desse jeito, tudo esses buracos, porra. Não faz sentido nenhum eu tá errando esse pulo. Ah, eu fiz merda também, né? Aí a culpa foi totalmente minha ali. Pelo amor de Deus. Faz esse pulo. Nunca te pedi nada. É, tem que pular normal. Mano, eu tô lá no cu, velho. Um pulo com dash fode tudo ali nessa situação. Aí, pelo menos cheguei no checkpoint. O problema meu tá precisando. Ela tá pulando com o dash. Bate a cabeça de jaca dele ali no teto e cai antes. Pronto. Amazing. Nossa, morri mais do que eu queria aqui, hein? Puta merda. Morri muito mais do que eu queria. Acho que dá pra pegar das caixas, né? As caixas deve dar. Ou essa aqui é a do caminho da caveira. Descobrirei em breve. Diferente, vou pegando tudo. Ou fiz merda. Pelo menos dá pra voltar. Ah lá, se eu tivesse sido certeza que essa bosta não tinha levantado a tempo. Precisa fazer do caminho da caveira mesmo, agora eu lembrei. Meu Deus, deu um estribela aí, não é possível. O que o personagem fez, velho? Deu derrame, não pode ser, velho. Eu só me joguei no buraco, cara. Que merda foi essa aí, velho? Tô zoado pra caralho. Mais esquisito. Vamos lá. Nem vou pegar as caixas, tô perdendo tempo. Dava tempo. Fui querer inventar moda, não consegui pular depois de dar o slide. Pelo menos o caminho da caveira ainda vai estar liberado. Fui querer inventar. Meu Deus, me joguei em cima da Nitro. Parabéns. Jogou justamente onde não devia jogar, no cantinho. Nossa senhora, que porra foi essa? Ele nem pular, ele pulou direito, pulo de capivara da porra. Nossa. Pior que é engraçado. O outro dia que eu joguei essa semana eu tava morto, quase morrendo de doente, mas eu sinto que eu tava jogando melhor que eu tô jogando hoje. Caralho, tava tentando Apocalipse até agora. Travou mesmo nele. Chatinho. Vou ter que dar uma revisada na lista de jogos zerados em live pra ver se eu deixei algum de fora. Acho que não. Não deve ter zerado nada. Não deve ter zerado nada a mais. Ó, pô, na lista não. Eu não peguei, né? Cara, eu vou me matar só pra garantir que eu pego. Vou tentar de novo. Me deu a impressão que eu não peguei as duas caixas. E eu não contei na hora. Eu abri o contador só depois. Nossa, eu odeio essa parte. Meu Deus, velho. O que tá acontecendo que eu não tô conseguindo comandar mais o bicho no meio do bagulho ali pra fazer? Caralho. Pulei antes dessa vez. Pior que esse jogo tem umas mortes meio mentirosas mesmo, às vezes. Umas mortes meio mentirosinhas. Pega a buceta da caixa, mano. Pô, tô jogando pra você ir pro lado ali, velho. Caralho, é tão difícil ir um pouquinho pro lado, pegar a caixa e voltar, velho. Agora não deu tempo de pegar a outra ali. Mano, mas que caixinha desgraçada é essa, velho. Se você joga muito, não dá tempo de voltar. Se você joga pouco, ele não computa e não pega. É foda. Olha lá. Agora não computou e não foi. Peguei tudo? Peguei o caralho, ficou uma pra trás ainda. Como que ficou uma pra trás agora, velho? Você tá brincando que eu peguei só a da base e não peguei a de cima? Ah, ó que da hora, o jogo foi com tanta dó que ele me deu um checkpoint prévio. Obrigado. É o jeito do jogo falar, seu pedaço de lixo. Toma aí pra ficar um pouco mais fácil. Ah lá, mano, eu não consigo voltar, velho. Pelo menos me deu um checkpoint pra ficar treinando essa sessão aqui. O que tá acontecendo de errado que eu não consigo mais pegar? Eu vou deixar no meio agora. Ah lá, se eu deixar no meio não adianta. Eu não consigo pegar também. Eu vou deixar no meio, só dar um toquinho e depois já volto, então. Vamos ver. Não dá. Você já tem que ir direcionando pra lá, senão não dá tempo. Mano, pior que eu fiz isso aqui muito no feeling da última vez, velho. Agora eu tô tendo que treinar pra fazer. Larga a mão. Fiz de primeira no full feeling no meio da semana, né, velho? Não volta, cara. Quer saber? Foda-se. Acho que eu já entendi, eu acho que eu tô fazendo errado, na verdade. A mentalidade hoje tá lenta, tô fazendo errado. Não, agora eu piorei a situação. Que bosta. Meu Deus, velho. Tá um inferno essa sessão de caixa, velho. Mano, não vai mais nem com reza agora. Parece que as caixas resolveu foder um bagulho mesmo pra mim não sair daqui. Ah, agora eu que não fui. Fiquei com medo. É o que eu falei, o grande problema do jogo de plataforma é você jogar ele com medo. Jogar ele com medo, fudeu, filho. Sem ter a certeza que você consegue fazer, é foda. Ah lá, ele não volta, velho. Ele vai deslizando e não consegue voltar. Você tá brincando que era só fazer uma linha reta certinho. Mano, eu tentei umas 4 vezes linha reta e não deu certo. Aí agora deu porque sim. Foda-se, né, velho? Então foda-se, então. Quase fiz errado ali. Ó. Aqui outro inferninho também de fazer, né? Aqui tem que ser na... É. Aqui tem que ser na vibe mesmo. Chata, hein? Essa é chata. As sessões de caixa separada aqui geralmente é um saco nessas fases. Não, pelo menos essa é uma sessão que eu já sofria antes mesmo. Agora aquela ali atrás do gelo eu fiquei incrédulo. Aí foi. Eu tinha ganhado de vida extra, eu gastei tudo aqui, basicamente. Travou? Ele travou num vãozinho ali, não saía, velho. Mano, os caras têm que me convidar pra ser besta tester de jogo, eu já falei. Foda que aí não é nem problema meu, foi a pedra que trollou, velho. Não tem o que eu fazer. Se a pedra trollar, ela não quebra o nitro. Ponto final, tá ligado? Filha da puta. Aí, agora foi. Nossa, ficou uma pra trás. Descobrir esses segredos na infância era foda. Ai. Ai. Nossa, bem no final da vencibilidade. Bom, ao menos a verde já foi pego. Nossa, como que eu fiz uma cagada dessa? Só deu um slide nele, eu consegui tomar dano ainda. Começou uma partida de Gardevoir ali contra um Regidrago. Passando esse boss eu paro e coloco a partida na tela. Uma paradinha. Gameplay. Tá pra tela.
Anybody popping? What else you seeing?
I don't have much.
Gardevoir no top 8.
Trying to see if there was
Bom, ainda vê jogo.
any supporter. There's not it. Rare candy Gardevoir in the hand, but this is pass of the turn, and this is exactly the opening that Rowan is looking for in this spot.
Oh, this might be...
Not give him this much fuel.
Exactly, this might be those explosive turns we are asking for, Kyle. We're going to have to see if all these cards lined up here, of course. One of those pieces in that Regidrago V-Star being able to evolve here on this turn. Are we going to... Oh, that's devastating to see if you're Henry, the Hawlucha, come down here, targeting 2 Pokemon. Going to ping them for 10 damage each. That's going to make some perfect math here for Rowan, potentially. We also see the Kyurem going down with the Professor's Research. Everything is lining up here for this Regidrago player in Rowan.
Yeah, Rowan has the opportunity now to go with that safety approach if he wants to go with the Dragapult as a big miss here, though. There's no energy switch as of yet, and do you go all in with the Legacy Star at this point? It's dangerous. Obviously, we've had players talking about the risk versus reward. I think there's a big reward on the other side here.
Yeah, there's 4 energy switch, such a crucial card in this deck. But another crucial decision you have to make is when to use that Legacy Star V-Star power. You can only use 1 V-Star power for every single game that you play. We're going to have to see if Rowan is going to take some risks or play it safe.
Giddy up.
Oh, giddy up indeed. 7 cards here. Going to be discarded.
Oh, he sees
points it out right away. That is great to see. So 7 cards go to the discard pile, but you actually get to take 2 cards back out of the discard pile into your hand here. So laying them out here for Henry to take a look at as well, taking some notes, but you saw the point there at that energy switch.
Yeah, number 1 resource to grab seemingly would be that energy switch, and then from that point, preservation of resources sounds like the name of the game.
Yeah, especially the ones that
Stadium
just
was
discarded.
tempting with the Squawkabilly, but who cares at this point? I'm not worried about my opponent taking prize cards. They're not going to exist next turn.
Oh, indeed, Kyle. Devastating to see, but that is the energy switch needed to get it off that Teal Mask Ogerpon onto the active Regidrago V-Star, and we are now cooking over here on this side. Of course, we did lose several resources here from Rowan's side, so gonna recover those with the Super Rod in both of those Regidrago V-Star that we got put into the discard from the Legacy Star, as well as a Grass Energy.
I'm genuinely curious now if Rowan wants to go all in with the Kyurem play. It seemingly makes the most sense. Your opponent just cannot recover from that point, and they're in a devastating situation. But this is the safer approach. Keep the energies. You have had a difficult time finding the energy switches. If you discard all of your energies, maybe that's the window where your opponent climbs back. You're not as intimidated by a singular Ralts here.
Yeah, that is true. Well, still, for Rowan, that is going to be a double knockout here, debilitating Henry Chow that much more in this next turn coming up. But Rowan playing it nice and steady here, taking those 2 knockouts from Henry's field. And now we just have a Radiant Greninja stuck up there in the active position. And Henry, it's a setup deck in Gardevoir, but this is going to need quite a bit of recovery here from Henry.
Caralho, joga de Hurricane é. Consegui entender ele jogar de Hurricane, mas nessa situação é foda.
Iono and Pheasantipity from this spot after you just take the double knockout. However, there's 0 psychic energy in the discard pile. There's no threats going on.
Yeah,
there's
just a dark.
0 psychic energy in the hand from this point, and there's no draw with Curlia.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you see it on Henry's face here. What do I even do with this right now? You had the rare candy, you had the Gardevoir, but this is just looking rough here as far as the cards are shaping up for Henry.
Yeah, I don't know what his mouth is saying, but his face is saying game 2.
Yeah, I think so too, Kyle. I think we might be seeing that. We'll have to see what Henry decides to do here. Of course, we do have the extension of time once we get to our top cut matches. So there is that time for Henry to be able to play around with, but yeah, it doesn't look like he's having too great of a time.
He got 9 new cards, and they all stink. There's not even a way to draw with the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't even use the Greninja at this point in time. There's only a dark energy in your discard pile. We want to see those psychics, those purple cards we've been talking about, but Henry just can't get there. It's just a pass over to Rowan now. Rowan having a little bit of a breath of relief that Henry is still struggling in this matchup so far, which leaves all the space here for Rowan to pop off once again, starting off with the Professor's Research into a fresh 7 cards already.
Yeah, this is getting unfair from this point. Perhaps the prime catcher, double energy switch. There's many ways that this could get out of hand. We see the singular energy switch from this point, and maybe there's a little more draw in that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
Are we dancing, Kyle? We're dancing here. Let's see what this draw is for Rowan off that teal dance. Hiding it from us? Rowan, the disrespect.
Forever a poker player.
That is so true. That is so true. Well, we get a look at the hand here now. That Ultra Ball is going to throw away a Nest Ball as well as that Cleffa to get a Pokemon out of the deck here. That Hisuian Gudra coming out of the deck. A debated card still in Regidrago. Rowan deciding to take it here, and hopefully he's able to discard it as well.
Yeah, it'd be a nice resource to add to the collection in your discard pile. But we're at that point that Rowan didn't want to reach. It's an awkward spot where it's seemingly that you're going to miss an attack, but your opponent didn't do too much with their turn. Yes, there is Gardevoir, but no additional pieces to go along with it. No real threat on your Regidrago, and you're up 2 prize cards.
You're advancing your board state. That is what's happening right now. Rowan, as you said, Kyle, up 2 prize cards. More energy are collecting on the field. More potential Pokemon going into the discard. And Rowan's going to take a nice steady turn here, play things safe. Of course, just had that single energy switch to switch on to that Regidrago V-Star in the active, but Henry's going to get another chance here to do something, to make something happen. Let's see. It's going to be a refinement, not the psychic energy going to the discard, but at least we get one here now out from the deck. It's going to go right into the discard, of course, off that concealed cards from that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, I was worried with the deck search discard, maybe thinking it was an Ultra Ball. Thankfully, it was Earthen Vessel, which now allows Henry that additional resource to discard another Psychic Energy here with Radiant Greninja.
And get some more.
Just at least 2 Psychic Energies to work with really starts to open up a couple more opportunities, as he'll have one final one in hand. Most of the attacks he's looking to use this turn require at least 3 energy.
Yeah, exactly. Require 3. Can we get there? Henry I've already used that Radiant Greninja. Oh, actually he's using it right now here in that Radiant Greninja with the concealed cards. Now has a bit of a hand built up here and is just looking at the options as far as what we see. There's Arvin
O problema é que o Greninja não vai poder recuar, eu acho. Ou ele recua com uma só.
Here, just going to decide what is going to be the supporter. Yeah, there's Iono Research and an Arvin, but it's going to be the Arvin chosen now from Henry to get out an item card as well as a tool card in those bravery charms that we've been talking about, Kyle.
Well, from this
Arvin
Drifloon is a viable option. You have the bravery charm to give yourself some additional hit points, maybe work in the math that you need there, or we could see one of those slower approaches with the Scream Tail targeting down a lower hit point to prize Pokemon like that Squawkabilly. Just depends on how far Henry wants to extend here.
How will Henry play this out? Of course, at least now finally getting some energy into the discard pile, which is huge. We already have that Gardevoir EX in play here. That's going to allow for that Psychic Embrace to put those damage counters on your own Pokemon, but you can accelerate those energy to your Pokemon that need to attack. And they want those damage counters because the more damage that they get, the more damage output that they provide to your opponent as well. So we're seeing this right now here from Henry in that roaring scream was the choice. Screamtail coming in nice and cute. A little bit of damage there, but is going to hit nice and hard as well.
What does a roaring scream sound
160?
Thank you. Squawkabilly, see you later. 2 prize cards down for Henry. We're tied up here, but this is a big window now for Rowan. The Pheasantipity protected there by the Bravery Charm, but even the window now of a Prime Catcher boss's orders on that Curlia with the combination knockout Dragapult's attack into that Screamtail seems like a devastating play here.
Yeah, oh my gosh. And you know Rowan is going to scope out all of the options here as far as what to do with this turn. What is the optimal route to take here? Rowan is well versed in this game, trying to secure this win. We see another Iono being played. Of course, there was one in the prize cards here, so this is one from the deck now being played. The other one's still stuck in the prize cards, but this is great here to have that disruption from Henry. Only 4 cards in the hand now. Same with Rowan, but at least we have some options to draw some more cards on Rowan's side.
Yeah, the benefit of disrupting the hand seems okay at this point, but clearly you're looking for that way to switch the active Pokemon. Prime Catcher would have been thrown down at this point, you would have assumed, so Iono likely did not find that target. And it's a benefit to have that disruption, but you're not making the most of your attacks right here. This Pokemon has 10 hit points in the active spot.
10 hit points, yeah. It always feels so bad to take it out because, you know, it's just going to come back even harder.
Typically players will do like the funny attack just to deal 10 damage in the spot, but there's also
true.
There's relevant choices. You could protect yourself with the Hisuian Gudra, Rolling Iron. You could deal maybe some helpful damage later on to the bench. What choice Rowan has.
Yeah, what choice he's going to make, Reggie.
Oh, it is the pink card. He didn't throw it.
Did not throw it. The pink card coming out. That's the ace spec in the Prime Catcher. Going to allow Rowan to bring this Curlia
regional.
Out into the active. Did I say that right, Kyle?
Primeiro não, né?
There you go.
Primeiro pós o Mundial, mas não tá aplicando ainda o novo formato.
It is gone here now, wiped off of the
É o formato antigo antes do lançamento da caixa nova.
Now, and it's been wiped out.
Não, rotacionou não, mas tem coleção nova, né? Ela vai ser válida semana que vem. Acho que eles dão 2 semanas de validade ainda pra caixa valer, se eu não me engano. Pokémon tem um... Então um time pra galera poder ir atrás das cartas e tal. Não é tipo no dia do lançamento. Principalmente porque os lançamentos podem atrasar, né, globalmente. Tem loja no Brasil que nem tem a coleção ainda. Então acho que por isso que eles atrasam até todo mundo poder ter as cartas. Aí eu acho que só vai no próximo fim de semana que já vai poder. Mas muito pouco, tava ruim. Eu fiquei a semana inteira ruim. Eu teve o quê? Ah, tá. Então foi diferente. O meu começou, eu achei que era Covid. Eu tava muito mal, perdi paladar, fiquei fraco. Aí depois eu comecei a ver que não era também, porque aí eu fui lá até no hospital fazer exame e não deu nada. As 2 vezes que eu fui, inclusive. Eu falei, beleza, menos mal. Aí depois fiquei sabendo que tá tendo uma certa onda de virose, só que eu não fui no banheiro, tipo, eu não fiquei no banheiro direto, então é esquisito também. Enfim, sei lá o que eu tinha, que tava muito forte. Mas eu fiquei ruim de terça até mais ou menos ontem eu já tava melhor, mas ainda tá meio ruim. Aí como eu tava meio ruim, eu fui só na parte mais da noite, assim, pra conversar um pouco com a galera lá. Joguei uma ou outra com o Taí, que depois vim embora. Nem fiquei muito, não.
To see here, this as it was put back in with the super rod, the night stretcher can't grab it.
It still works with Buddy. You're fine, but it just feels weird.
One
It's
extra
unfortunate to miss out on the supporter here.
A garganta minha ainda tá esquisita ainda.
Did not see the rest of the hand.
That was actually the one night stretcher as well. Why'd I even take it at this point? Yes, but there you go. The balloon
melhorar só no começo da melhora ontem. Hoje eu já acordei basicamente melhor, só tô com
The retreat now lined up by way of Vertivore, Psychic embracing these energies. Drifloon ready to go.
Ah, então tá bom. Porque dá medo mesmo depois que pega uma vez.
Well,
not seeing it yet.
Yeah, not seeing it yet. Indeed, Kyle, just the energy being accelerated with that psychic embrace. Ooh, we do.
Oh, we're being goofballs. I mean, you got to. This is. You can definitely target down the ogre pawn here.
Yeah, we did have the bravery charm. Went down onto the ninja.
This leads into Monkey Dory cleanup.
O meu me deu medo por causa disso. Eu não tava sentindo cheiro de quase nada. E o meu paladar ficou muito ruim. Não conseguia nem comer direito. Falei, ah, meu Deus, quer ver que eu peguei essa merda de novo? Aí eu fui, não era. Aí fui recuperando o paladar com os dias. Hoje tá de boa já. Agora eu só tô mais ou menos com sintoma como se fosse uma gripe mesmo, mais forte. Um pouquinho da garganta pegando. A voz meio zoada. Nariz às vezes, mas perde uma gripe. Não tô ruim que nem no meio de semana, não.
And take some games. It is one of the incredible inclusions for our God of War players.
Que eu sei que muita gente apareceu no hospital com um sintoma bem parecido. Então, sei lá, uma onda, alguma coisa. Às vezes essa parada do ar aí, o povo queimando as coisas, tá ligado? Às vezes é isso aí. Porque não choveu a semana inteira também, né? Aí eu junto esse calor de mais de 30 graus com isso aí, filho. Foda. Pelo menos melhorei rápido. Foi ruim o dia que eu fiquei ruim, mas pelo menos melhorei até rápido. Normalmente tava com medo de ser Covid de novo, ainda bem que não era.
Well, we're going to see that energy attachment here from Rowan for the pivot off this Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. It's going to be one of those fire energies going down, but you got to get it out of the active here to get back into this attacking strategy here from Rowan in that Regidrago. Coming back into the active.
É, o foda da Covid é isso mesmo, é pra quem pega sintomático, não dá nem pra saber mesmo. Não, então, mas pior é que não aponta, velho. Se não tiver na fase de transmissão dele, ele não aponta. Você tá com a bagaça, não pega. É um bagulho desgraçado, velho. É um bagulho desgraçado. É, tanto que no primeiro dia que eu fiquei ruim, eu já fui. Aí eu fiz, aí o cara ainda falou, ó, mas isso aqui pode ser falso negativo, que você ficou hoje ruim. Eu falei, então, pode ser que não aponta ainda no exame. Aí falou, caso você ficar ruim, continuar ruim, você volta. Aí eu continuei ruim, né, mais ou menos sexta-noite, eu voltei lá. Aí a médica fez de novo, nada. Ela falou, não é Covid não. Eu falei, tá bem, melhor. Ela passou também coisa pra antigripal, para ajudar diminuir sintoma de gripe, que era o que tava mais forte em mim. Comprei umas paradas pra tomar, pra lidar com a tosse, que a tosse tava foda. Aí já era. Desde lá já deu uma melhorada já. Boa. Agora já era, não tem como voltar não. Essa aí ele começou muito ruim.
Yeah, Henry making some difficult decisions here, trying to piece together anything possible to be able to take the win still in this matchup. Going to start off with that Ultra Ball, discarding some Pokemon here to get that Monkey. That'll start us out, at least for Henry.
Yeah, can't see the deck right now, but that certainly be one of the bigger pieces. Trying to piece together this puzzle. Bravery Charm. The dark energy is there for the Night Stretcher.
So hey, there you go. Yeah, we saw it. Remember, we saw it discarded like super
I didn't know
early.
If it was super rotted back in.
Oh, I see.
Thankfully, it is not. And
well,
that leads to some potential plays now.
Here we go. Yeah, that dark energy is huge here with the Night Stretcher, that single copy Night Stretcher, bringing out the dark energy from the discard pile onto that Monkey Dory, allowing it to take that final knockout on that Ogre Pawn. No! It's not going to be enough, Kyle. It is not going to be enough.
Just a flash of the bundle, and
exactly.
we know we're there.
Yeah, that's not just the Iron Bundle. That's the Iron Bundle of joy here. Rowan had all of the pieces to make things happen in this match. Of course, only one prize card there left to take. Henry could not get enough answers there to win that race in the prizes. Rowan Stavino is going to take down that first game in our top 8 here in Baltimore.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a great performance there from Rowan. Didn't go too aggressive on that opener. Really could have gone for it all with that Trifrost, taking out every Pokemon there. I really wish we could have seen what that looked like.
I wish we could have seen that too.
We kind of saw the inevitable anyways here, but here was the big play. Legacy, boop. That's the card you're looking for there. Energy switch. So often is the key piece to getting the job done. Could have wiped out the board and left Henry with just the lone Radiant Greninja. Instead, plays it a little safer. Henry does have to use some of those resources to help out Counter Catcher. Buy time. Rowan missed the turn. Screamtail comes into the mix, and pink cards do work. Removes that Screamtail, removes the Curlia, no draw, and it's comboed with Iono. Henry, how do you get out of this one?
How do you get out of it is the question here. Henry tried everything possible, but I mean, Rowan had the Goodra V-Star as well to just mount that, and it was too much. Henry had the Monkey Dory, had the Dark Energy, but Rowan had that Iron Bundle of Joy for the next turn and was going to clean up anyway, take that last prize card, and take down a win here. You'll love to see it. Rowan having a great time on our stream.
Yeah, this is going to be a great second game here. Maybe we can work our way towards a game 3 here in our first top 8 match. Depends a lot on these prize cards and these opening starts, and a little bit of news there in those prize cards, it looks like.
A little bit of news indeed. What are we going to see? Well, we're going to see the start of this game. This is our game 2, of course, between our players. Rowan Stavino up a game here against Henry. Henry's going to be the start for our turn this time around in this match. Has already utilized concealed cards here, getting energy into the discard pile, and has a couple of Pokemon on bench now as well. What are we looking at, Kyle, with these prize cards?
Yeah, I mean, not only another Ralt in the prize cards for Henry, we do know about the Hisuian Heavy Ball that could help out there, but seeing that Kyurem on the other side, that is a devastating blow there for Rowan. It can truly flip games on their head, and to see double Iono in there too, maybe a bit of that disruption there that we see Rowan eyeing up when the Curlias do exist on the other side. That could be tricky.
Yep, yeah, unfortunately no Hisuian Heavy Ball on the list for Rowan, of course, so that Kyurem's going to remain there unless until Rowan's able to take some prize cards here. On the other hand, other side of the field here for Henry, we got the first look at the deck. Now playing some cards on this initial turn. We do have double Ralts out as well as that Klefki on the other side of the field. So already a better start than we saw last time, Kyle, from Henry. We do have some more Ralts at least, and Klefki is going to be put into the active here after that hard retreat from the Radiant Greninja with that mischievous lock.
Yeah, Klefki can really mess this game up here for Rowan. Super frustrating to play against, especially when you remove your canceling Cologne. Don't have an ability to remove the lock. You're going to be locked in here, and the more he stares at this hand, the more scared I get. Where's this going? I see 4 energy, a nest ball, and a pink card.
Uh-oh, indeed. Yeah, that is tough. That Klefki with the mischievous lock, locking down the abilities of basic Pokemon. Unfortunately for Rowan, as long as it's in the active, Rowan as I said, not having any canceling Cologne, and a really weird hand with a lot of energy in it. Gonna go into the deck here, outline all the resources with the nest ball, so it's gonna.
Pô, mas você vai fazer passeio aí, vai fazer alguma coisa esse fim de semana, aproveita, mano. Bom passeio.
Oh no.
Well, there's Prime Catcher. Okay,
okay.
Whoa, pal. But yes, Prime Catcher will work here to help out. Yeah, I was wondering, are we going to go Cleffa in this spot? That would be terrible. But this works out just fine. You can move this Pokemon into the active, then use Squawk and Seize. Doesn't matter what you're working against on the other side. Still leads to some pretty solid setups.
Exactly, yeah. As long as that Klefki is not in the active, then you still have your abilities. And like we said, Rowan does have energy in hand to be able to do some teal dancing here. We would be able to use that Squawk and Seize to get into a fresh hand for Rowan. So it's really going to come down to what resources are going to be lost here for Rowan. And is that going to be too difficult in the later rounds? But honestly, at this point, we need to get off the ground here.
Yeah, of course, losing all these energies doesn't feel great. We saw lists previously, playing that like single superior energy retrieval sometimes, just something to help out, and you're not going to see a lot of help there. It's just the super rod to get these energies back into play potentially by way of the deck, and it's okay, but we still need to see a lot of help here from Squawkabilly. Obviously, still have that supporter to go along with this too, so could
Isso é uma
see,
coisa bacana de fazer que, que eles estão fazendo. Eu normalmente não faço, mas é bom pra até manter o controle do que você tem de gerenciamento dentro do deck.
That's what we're going to see. Rowan, I mean, very lucky, honestly, to be able to switch out that Klefki out of the active position here. There's no double Klefki here, as we've seen in the past, so that Klefki's now on the bench. That's going to unlock these abilities on these basic Pokemon for Rowan, drawing into additional cards off the Teal Dance. We also see one of those energy switches being utilized to put that energy onto the Squawkabilly, and then we see several energy going down, as well as that Regidrago V-Star after that Squawk and sees for fresh couple of cards to the hand here. Nestball going to get us a Regidrago V, so very weird way to play all these resources, but like we said, it's a dire position for Rowan here, and he needs to stabilize as much as possible on this first turn.
This looks like Iron Thorns on the other side. This is the motivate strategy, where you just load up your Regidrago.
I called it, Kyle.
Hope to see some help, and this works. The hand, not great. No supporter to go along with this. The one card off of the Teal Mask Ogerpon draw was the Regidrago V-Star. Has to discard that with Squawkabilly. Now it's left with this hand. It's just not cooking like he used to.
Yeah, throwing some resources away in the name of staying in the game, that is for sure. But like you said, that motivate from the Squawkabilly, gonna add those energy to the field here for Rowan. And Henry has an opportunity to take things away now. It's going to be the Night Stretcher to get that Psychic Energy, just to discard it back away with the concealed cards off the Radiant Greninja. Believe that was another energy, and now we're playing an Arven here for Henry to go back into the deck for an item and a tool.
Yep, so often this is the turn where you can incorporate the TM evolution and start to evolve some of your Pokemon, avoid some of those issues where your opponent catches you slacking, starts to knock you out by way of the Dragapult. If you have Kirlia with 80 hit points, you're going to be in a better spot, and obviously it leads to a little more draw power there on the following turn too.
Yeah, looking at the hand here versus the deck, outlining all of these resources. Of course, that Buddy Buddy Poffin here being drawn out, but oh, is it going to be the Bravery Charm as the tool card for Henry?
It depends if there's another energy to go along with this hand. If you don't have access to use the TM evolution, we don't bother with that.
Yeah, waste of time here, Kyle, right?
Yeah, it's not going to help us too much. Looks like just a single Psychic Energy, so yeah, a bit of an interesting choice.
Interesting choice. Okay. Oh, it's right here. We had it all along. Good.
Yeah, it was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, the friends indeed. Technical Machine Evolution. You get to play it on the turn, you put it down, and then it discards out. But that is A-okay for Henry, because it's bringing out those two Kirlia onto the bench here. Now Henry's going to be able to have the future refinements to play out the rest of these later game turns here against Rowan. Whereas on Rowan's side of the field now, that Squawkabilly EX that helped motivate the team is now still in the active position here for Rowan, but Super Rod is going to bring that Regidrago V-Star as well as that Fire Energy back into the deck.
Yeah, the Fire Energy can be a pretty precious resource, especially going for that second Regidrago V-Star down the line. You want to make sure you have access to that. And the draws are just not adding up here. Looks like out of energy at this point. And no evolution to go with it. Was really hoping to spike the Regidrago V-Star at the top.
Yeah, but didn't happen, unfortunately, there for Rowan. Is just going to be able to at least retreat here from that Squawkabilly, but that Regidrago V is going to come up into the active here. Still has play, going to use the boss's orders to bring up one of those freshly evolved Kirlias into the active position and knock it out. Trying to debilitate Henry as much as possible here. That Kirlia is going down. It was too young, Kyle. It was too young.
It's not gonna see another day. But
not a refinement to its name.
We do see the damage placed onto that Ralts, and that could lead to a little bit of an issue. Maybe down the line, you could knock this Pokemon out with the 30 additional damage from Regidrago's attack. Even if you're evolving into the Kirlia, still going to be within range there. So Rowan is considering all of his options, but with a hand like this, you're not going to get much done here. Big opportunity for Henry.
Yeah, huge opportunity. I think realizes that and is mapping it out in his head as much as possible here. Starting off with the refinement, boss's orders is going to be the discard there for that Kirlia to draw into 2 additional cards here for Henry to be able to play with for this turn. What are we seeing in the hand? Where do you think this is going to go from Henry's side, Kyle?
I think Henry's desperate at this point to find some additional energies. There's just nothing going on here. It might
Still
be
nothing.
Arven for Earthen Vessel just to continue buying a little more time, draw with the Radiant Greninja. Maybe that lines up that Gardevoir play, and if you can knock out this Regidrago this turn, that's the opportunity you have in front of you with that Drifloon.
Exactly, yeah. It's a Regidrago V right now, not the V-Star yet. It hasn't unlocked its full powers here. Will Henry be able to get what is needed? Is going to be able to play that Arven, as you said, Kyle, and get an item card and a tool card. But it's going to be that Ultra Ball as the item card being drawn out here, as well as that Bravery Charm. Of course, Ultra Ball going to have a couple of discards, but be able to get a Pokemon out, which is also needed in this setup as well.
Yeah, with this play, maybe there are enough Psychic Energies in the discard pile to get the job done. You have the one already on the roll to retreat that Pokemon. If you have, I believe, only 3
Let's
more.
see. One.
Yeah, it's just one.
Just one. Just
All right.
one.
I don't love it.
I was going to say Henry probably has a better count than we do, but no. Rowan just took a fresh look, and that's one.
I was a little closer to Earthen Vessel drawing with Radiant Greninja, hoping to spike the Gardevoir.
Exactly.
And this is a slower, safer approach. You get to maintain.
I guess there's that one now, too. Now it's 2.
I'm just going to punch.
Just punch here. That's some balloon blast energy from this Drifloon, but it's only 2 energy, the only 2 energy that were in the discard pile to be able to be accelerated from that Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir EX that was sought out after that Ultra Ball from Henry. So it is going to take some damage as far as the Regidrago V on the other side of the field, but now Rowan has survived here and is still not even a V-Star yet, but what is the hand looking like?
He's just praying on the other side, hoping to find a little more help.
We need it.
There's 2 options here. You could go Mew, try to draw a little bit, maybe find some help. You could go, I guess there's 3. You could be safe and go with the Regidrago and have another opportunity, or you could go Iron Bundle, and you could move this Pokemon and snipe it with the laser on the back end, knock out the Drifloon. And it's the hand, though. Oh, this poor hand.
The poor hand, poor Rowan here, struggling in this matchup so far. Of course, this is our game 2 between these players, and Rowan's already up a game. So at least has some more opportunity for play, but is still going to do everything possible. But the cards are working against him here. At least we're going to see a knockout on that very small HP Drifloon. It's getting punched here. It's going down from that Regidrago V. Got to take another prize card there for Rowan in that fire energy.
What a cute play. You place 80 damage on the Ralts, so if your opponent evolves, they knock themselves out. It's no longer a viable target for Kirlia by this strategy.
Oh, that's actually so good.
It's so
That
cheeky.
is so good. Exactly. That is hilarious to see. I don't think we've ever seen that one before, but Rowan, as I said, identifying everything possible here, getting that damage down onto the Ralts. So it has no option to do anything there unless it wants to turn into a Gardevoir off a rare candy, I suppose.
Oh, this hand. Now for Henry.
That's all we've been saying, Kyle. This hand, it's so bad.
That's truly the trend. Henry has the Ionos. No, you don't want to play that. Rowan's hand stinks. He's got nothing done. But you need 1 more energy. You have to attack with the Gardevoir this turn if you want to do anything relevant for the rest of the game. So it looks like it has to be the Ino. Henry's even saying it himself now. He's like, man, I need energy. I hate doing this, but
não acredito.
Hopefully your hand's just as bad as
aí ele arriscou muito, hein?
Exactly. That's so risky here because Rowan has not had any cards to deal with. But Henry needs these cards as well.
Okay, 5 and 6 were both basic Psychic.
That is great to see for Henry. That concealed cards finally
Foda que pode ter
able to
vindo pro outro
utilize
também
here. Get
jogar,
that
mas
psychic, most importantly, into the
ao menos
discard
ele não
pile, drawn to
bricou.
a couple additional cards here for Henry. So the Iono has so far paid off. Let's just hope on the other side of the field, Rowan doesn't have a good set of 4 cards from Henry, having giving it to him. Psychic Embrace, bringing down these 3 Psychic Energy down onto this Gardevoir EX to allow it to attack with Miracle Force here. He's going to take some damage, of course, but also going to take a nice knockout here on Regidrago V. It's going down. 2 prize cards being taken from Henry in that Buddy Buddy Poffin, as well as an Earthen Vessel. We wanted to see that Earthen Vessel a hot minute ago, Kyle, but now it's in the hand.
Honestly, right now is just as good. It provides that opportunity to move the damage by way of the Monkey Dory, open up that Ralts to draw with the Curlia on the next turn, and that just gets the ball rolling. You find those additional resources. You continue to fight fire with fire, and if the balloons are attacking first,
they're blasting
Regidrago V-Stars, that's a battle you can win.
Exactly. The balloons have been blasting here for Henry, and now we're tied up in the prize cards between these players. It truly could go either way here in this matchup for either player. Rowan is just going to have to maintain some sort of pressure here on this side of the field now in this turn. Of course, we were working off the Iono hand, so that was 4 cards, a 5th card now being drawn off the top for the turn, and now we're seeing some energy come out after that Earthen Vessel, discarding that Radiant Charizard.
So many Pokemon in this hand. Once again, just not hitting the right resources. Fire energy found, but missing a lot of help here. Maybe it is going to be the Regidrago V-Star Legacy push. Maybe Mew can help.
Some restart? Can we restart
Can we try
this
again?
game?
Game 3?
Can we restart this game? Exactly, Regidrago V-Star coming into play here for the first time now for Rowan. That restart ability played off that Mew EX to draw a couple additional cards. Is this
Can I just throw these cards already? I need some help.
Oh, look at
One
that.
energy switch.
Yeah, this is the recovery or bailout Legacy Star that we're seeing.
We did see an energy switch earlier, the turn 1 Squawk ability, I believe. So there is that window. You can also just throw cards and use the Professor's Research to find your 3rd or 4th copy of the energy switch.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could try to beat the odds here, potentially. If you're Rowan, we see that first energy switch being drawn out, of course, from that Legacy V-Star on that Regidrago. And now the Professor's Research throwing resources here. We need to see another energy switch for Rowan.
Looks like it was one of the 2nd or 3rd cards he saw there in the window. And once again, finding some more resources as far as attacking options there. Giratina V-Star found.
Ooh.
That might have been the missing piece that he needed. He didn't have any good attacks to copy if he wanted to deal with this Gardevoir EX. And I mean, you're dealing with an opponent that needs rare candy Gardevoir next turn in order to stay in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And that is such a tough spot to be in there, but Rowan has found the pieces here now thanks to that Professor's Research. We see that energy switch, of course, being sought out to put down that grass energy needed onto the Regidrago from the Ogre Pawn on the bench. So Rowan has the Giratina, has the energy needed, and is just taking a quick look at the resources Henry has already used to just make sure that what attack he chooses is the most optimal move for him.
Henry is going through it on the other side.
Yes.
This is a tough battle for him as he's trying to piece together a way to keep up with this onslaught. It is lost impact time. Big KO on the Gardevoir EX. Henry has a lot of questions he has to answer right now.
Exactly. Rowan, thankfully mapping it out here for the stream for you to see the Giratina being brought out of this discard pile, copied by the Regidrago. Here, 2 energy have to go into the
melhorei tanto bom sim, já tô bem melhor perto do que eu tava antes.
Huge there for Rowan to take the lead in this game. 2 prize cards left to take. Just needs another fire energy to be able to attack again with this Regidrago V-Star in the active. And Henry, again, has an uphill battle here on the right side of our field.
Not finding all the pieces you'd like to see just yet. but thankfully has access to some energy by way of the earthen vessel. That leads
Prizes.
to some draw with the Radiant Greninja. Rare candy is already in hand, so perhaps Arvin or finding the Ultra Ball or Gardevoir EX itself would lead to the rare candy you need to take the knockout here with the Drifloon.
Yeah, Henry is looking like just hoping that things work out here in this turn. Hoping on hope in this uphill battle. Here's the concealed cards.
Chegando perto do Halloween, né?
And rare candy, just to flex on him one time.
Yes,
It's already in hand, folks.
Yeah, it was already in hand. Now we got 2 rare candies, all right? But hey, the Ultra Ball is also what we needed here for Henry. So getting that Ultra Ball, huge here. So now we have a hand to work with for this turn.
Yeah, this is a style of Gardevoir you don't always see. The rare candy builds were not focused on that much because Refinement Curlia is so darn good.
Yeah.
But
we haven't even seen those.
We haven't seen them. Yeah, we don't have time for that.
They've been gone.
We're just
that one can't even turn into one.
We're protecting babies with charms and just trying to feed them candy until they help us.
Yeah, those are some low HP Pokemon there, but not for very long here. Henry seeking out that Gardevoir EX thanks to that Ultra Ball for this turn, discarding a Buddy Buddy Pop and an additional card. And now we're going to see the rare candy from the hand here, evolving that Ralts. It is protected by the not by the Bravery Charm anymore. It's not a basic Pokemon, but it survived, Kyle. And now we have the Monkey Dory coming down with that dark energy to move some damage counters over onto Rowan's side of the field.
And there it is, the pink card we have not yet spoken about. He's gone spicy with he's gone for the secret box.
The secret box. We're seeing the box.
What's in the box, Boo?
Yeah, it's not even an ancient deck that we're seeing, but secret box. I don't think I've ever seen this in one of our Gardevoir lists on the stream before, but that's going to allow you to discard 3 cards from your hand, and then you get to search out pretty much everything here. You get a tool card, a supporter card, a stadium card, and an item card for Henry, and Rowan is saying, whoa, that's an interesting pink card.
Yeah, he hasn't even seen it yet. He's dealing with Hisui and Heavy Ball. He'll be shocked pretty soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to see that, yeah, there is no Bravery Charm yet.
Yes, exactly. No Bravery Charm yet, but Secret Box can definitely take a handle of that. Henry still playing out this turn here, just deciding what to discard, of course, for it. It is a hefty discard, 3 cards, but you net a lot more cards back to your hand.
When you see your opponent grabbing 3 to 4 cards, you know you want to check out the face cam and see.
Yes, exactly.
Is he ready for this?
We need to see some face cam reactions here from this. I mean, that is, I need my face cam. I'm shocked.
Okay, he's throwing his hands around like he's about to pass the turn. We're not ready yet. All right, secret box. He throws the hand up, says, what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bro, what the? I mean, it is a very interesting agent to have in a Gardevoir list, but Henry's bringing the spice to our stream here. Does have to discard 3 cards, Pheasantipity, Earthen Vessel, and a Psychic Energy being those 3 cards. Now we're going to go into the deck. There's the Bravery Charm here. We have a plethora of other cards to be drawn out. There's our Stadium in that headquarters.
And that is the last Bravery Charm. One other in the prize cards. So perhaps an opportunity to find that for the later stages of this game. Maybe one final balloon burst.
Balloon blast.
Done.
Get it right, Kyle.
Oh, excuse me.
Blast in those balloons.
I'll see myself out.
There you go. They threw it up on the screen.
Thanks.
For you, Kyle. Well, yeah, that exactly as you said. One of the Bravery Charm in the prize cards, but all that we needed was that Bravery Charm to go onto this Drifloon, add that 50 additional HP here to allow it to take as much damage as possible from the Psychic Embrace, accelerating this energy down onto it. And that is what Henry needed to see. We're bringing out the headquarters as well.
The headquarters is slightly relevant here. Motivate was a knockout.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
And so now Rowan really does need to find a little bit of help here to get the job done. Has the free retreater in the active spot, but we've seen, what, 2, 3 energy switch already?
Exactly.
Maybe there's one more.
No, we've seen 3.
Yeah.
We've seen 3.
We're in Trub over here.
This is Trub indeed. Kyle Trubbish is watching for sure. Rowan is going to have to decide what to do here. Has definitely put on the pressure from Henry's side of the field. It's just a Drifloon with only 20 HP left, but Rowan needs to deal with it. now. Just the Mew EX in the active position here, and a lot of cards in the hand, but are they the right cards? Regidrago, V-Star coming down to evolve that Regidrago on the bench. We're going to see potentially the energy attachment as well here from Rowan. Looks like debating it. What's the hand?
I legitimately think the strategy is you just go for motivate. I don't know how else you get through this and survive, not give up 2 prize cards in this instance. Has to find a basic 1 prize Pokemon here to give up to the Drifloon. Draws 1 additional card. It's the energy switch of all cards, but does not have the pieces. We're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3. Rowan is scooping it up here. Henry is going to find everything needed to take this game off of Rowan, and that was absolutely epic here. We saw a lot of balloons blasted there and blasted it to a win, Kyle, for Henry Chow, staying in this top 8 match. Love to see it.
Yeah, they don't burst, they blast. Okay.
They blast, all right?
I get it. You know, I had a birthday a week ago. I didn't have any balloons, so maybe that's why.
You didn't get to blast any, Kyle? That's sad.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at how this game sorted out here for our players. This is our game 2 between them. It started out so clunky for Rowan. Just was attacking with that Regidrago V there to get a couple of the first prize cards. Henry had that poor Curlia go down. That Drifloon went down. The Psychic Embrace was being utilized here. Gardevoir EX taken out. That Regidrago V for the first 2 prize cards. And then Rowan had to use that Lost Impact that we saw, the clutch move there with that Giratina V-Star to take out the Gardevoir, but Henry was able to scoop it back up here, get all the resources together for this knockout, huge knockout with the Drifloon.
Got the pieces trying to come together in the last second, and we're done. Does not work. The secret tech, the headquarters of all cards, actually lines up perfectly there and avoids.
I don't think that's the only secret tech, honestly.
I mean, there's a lot of ridiculous things going on in here, but they work.
Secret box, you know, secret box. There's no Manaphy as well.
What's in the box?
What is in the box? Quite a few cards, that is for sure. Well, these players, of course, keeping it interesting here on our stream. You love to see it. Rowan, Henry gonna face off once more in a game 3 here. A little under 24 minutes left on the clock to complete this game. But the true question is Rowan gonna see another very awkward setup here? Because we kind of saw the opposite of that from the game 1 that seemed so smooth, but there was a little more opportunity in that game 2 for Henry to take the lead, and that's what we saw. We're gonna have to take a look at these prize cards as well to see if those are just as debilitating as we saw before for our players.
Terceira partida.
Oh, no.
What is that? That's
Have
an
we
opening
completed a turn
here.
Have
Fire energy to the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Pass of the turn, and Henry, guns ablazing with that Earthen Vessel, will already have access to all these psychic energies, something that's eluded him so often in the early stages of the game. If there's an
apesar de só o Halt sem mais nada não joga muito não, tem que ter as outras coisas.
I don't see a way that you recover from this start.
Yeah, just as we were talking about it being pretty bad in the last game, could be even worse here for Rowan in this game 3, whereas Henry does not elude prizing the Ralts once again, but as we saw, there is a Hisuian Heavy Ball in there, and Henry's got plenty of cards to play with for this hand. That Earthen Vessel, huge to finally get those energy that were also
melhor apoiador de todos aí, o Arvin.
And then Arvin's going to kick things off nice and easy. Henry going second, able to play a supporter card to line up all the pieces here as well. Item card and a tool card being drawn out for Henry. And you can see he's moving fast here. That TM evolution that you mentioned, Kyle, coming out nice and quickly, as well as the secret box.
The secret box.
What's
works
in it?
out so well here. Just throwing energies all over the place. Additional discards can be psychic energies here in this spot. And so often we think about secret box in those decks like the ancient box, throwing away the ancient Pokemon. Psychic energy are the exact same thing for Gardevoir.
Yeah, our crowd wants to know what is in that box as well, Kyle. Throwing away those energies as well as a counter catcher. Fantastic resources going down for Henry, of course, to be able to draw out a supporter, an item, a stadium, and a tool card here for Henry.
It could even be a boat.
Yeah, that's true. Could be a boat.
The buddy poppin'. there as well to go along with this. This is perfect. You have the Kirlia finally gracing us with their presence on turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be fooled.
Vai
This
meter duas
is turn
kills na
1 here
mesa.
from Henry. And look at this board state. We see this Ralts using
Bom
that
pra caralho.
TM evolution. It's going to the discard, but not before it gets out these Kirlia onto the field here for Henry. And this is such a stable, consistent start here for Henry to kick things off. Rowan going to have to recover from that brutal turn 1 that we saw. Just a fire energy going to an Ogre Pawn. Now we at least have some cards going into the discard pile, at least in that Giratina, the first dragon to hit the discard, 2 grass energy, as well as one of those energy switch in the prizes, though, for Rowan.
Maybe not worthy of our graphics here, but that Ultra Ball is a pretty helpful top deck in this spot. Just needs to get the ball rolling, find some piece to help out here.
Get the Ultra Ball rolling?
Yes, let's get it rolling. Reggie Drago onto the bench to help out in this spot. You're already missing out on opportunities with cards like that Squawkabilly. That opener was super unfortunate, but we haven't seen the rest of the hand just yet. Still could be a supporter to go along with this. Ayano, especially Professor's Research, would be a lot of help here.
A lot of help. I mean, yeah, we've seen a lot of recovery from Rowan off that Professor's Research, getting into those additional resources. Gonna take notes as to what is in the prize cards, of course, as well. Still looking through this deck on the initial search from this Ultra Ball. Gonna have to speed things up a bit. We only have under 20 minutes here for these players, but I mean, as we said, this is our top 8, folks. One of these players will advance to top 4, so everything is on the line here in this game 3. Rowan is gonna have to make sure to stay focused, especially with this pretty rough start here, but Reggie Drago V finally coming out off that roll in Ultra Ball, as you said, Kyle.
That is the #1 piece that you need, especially on the opening turn, but here on the second turn, it's just fine, I suppose. Not too much pressure from your opponent. Still takes a little bit of time to find the right cards to attack with, but there's still some windows here. Iono certainly helps out in this spot. You need more cards.
Yeah, we need some more cards, some more resources for Rowan, and that's going to bring us 6 here. Both players shuffling up their hands. It goes to the bottom of their decks, and they draw for each prize card that they have. So Henry's also going to have a fresh 6 cards as well.
Henry's going to see everything next turn. Kirlia
Yes.
in hand to go along with this. A bunch of garbage cards to throw away.
Finally see refinements.
Yeah. This deck is great when you draw 7 cards a turn and then play Arven.
Yep.
Not so much when you rare candy the Gardevoirs.
Wow. Look at that. 3 Reggie Drago. Those are the only 3 Reggie Drago V-Star in the deck, but they're in the hand right now here for Rowan. We only need one or 2 of them for the next turn. So Rowan hopefully is able to see some more draw coming up in our next turn, potentially. Of course, Teal Dance was utilized as well for Rowan, but that's it. That's the turn there for Rowan. Some slight recovery there, but Henry, like you said, Kyle, is going to have everything here. We're finally going to see some refinements off these Kirlia, helping out Henry. Of course, we had a fresh 6 cards from that Iono already that Henry is playing off of as well. So we've got options, we've got cards.
Yeah, we'll just continue to draw at this point. See as many resources as possible. Likely lead into that Gardevoir, and at that point you're just going to be rolling. Nest Ball in the hand too, so if you didn't find the resource you're looking for with that Buddy, got a little more access to hit points. Perhaps the Monkey Dory could be thrown in, and when you start to manipulate the damage, that's when you can get ahead in these 2-2-2 matchups that we face.
Exactly. I feel like this is actually such a crucial turn here for Henry, because you got to decide, okay, what is my route going to be here? I see what my opponent is doing, but I cannot slip up as far as the Pokemon that come out onto the field. My strategy going into this, of course, you know, you can't choose what you see off your refinements and your cards drawn, but once you draw a couple of those cards, you have to sequence them right and make sure that you're following your strategy that's chosen. Screamtail going to come down. One of those Bravery Charm that were already in the hand going to join the field as well. It's in the active now. We see that Kirlia, that 3rd Kirlia here to be evolved into on the bench here for Henry. This is such an optimal board state here. And we have even more cards.
Yeah, it's a risk, however, when you do retreat before using the Iono, it does give you that benefit of not having the 20 additional damage on the Kirlia and thinking about the Dragapult knockout, but you are destined to find that Gardevoir from that point, and he finds it. Huge find with the refinement there.
Yeah, that is beautiful, and we're just drawing cards now, concealed cards, an additional refinement. We're seeing the evolution now into the Gardevoir EX to be able to Psychic Embrace for Henry, and that is what we needed to see, because we need to get these energy on the field. We need to start putting even more pressure onto Rowan's side, taking some knockouts here if you're Henry. And that Scream Tail, it's screaming, Kyle. Hey, Kyle, you got to do the scream this time. You sound more like the Squawkabilly on that one.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
We'll work on it indeed. That Pokemon League headquarters coming down as the stadium in play. We're getting groovy here on the stream. I can't believe it's actually applicable.
Oh my legitimately gosh. 6 energies. Yep, that's bad news for fire energy enthusiasts.
Oh yes, that is indeed. Look at that. 6 energies. We saw all of them hit the discard pile, re-accelerate onto the Scream Tail. It can hit anywhere on Rowan's field, and that means that fire energy is out of there. Regidrago V also falling to the discard pile. 2 prize cards down for Henry, and Rowan put in an impossible position here once again.
A little less impossible when you see this hand.
Oh,
Iono,
what do we got, Kyle?
working wonders. Double Earthen Vessel along with Ultra Ball, Energy Switch, and just ways to search out that Regidrago V-Star. Looks like all the cards are going to be there for Rowan to potentially find a big return knockout, and if you can incorporate that with Boss's orders.
Ah, elas ficam mesmo tentando ver se acha algum lugar pra entrar.
You're going to take a big knockout here on the screen.
Tá na época delas fazerem.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I mean, reminder, the hand before that was just 3 Regidrago V-Stars. Yeah, it was very, very bad. So that Iono from Henry's side helped Rowan wonders there.
Ooh, a missing piece to that puzzle was the Dragapult, and it's found.
Yeah, and it's found, and now it's gone.
And it's gone.
It is gone, but not, well, in the best way possible. So it can be utilized to copy from that Regidrago V-Star. It's in the discard pile. It's what you want to see, and now those energy are also being sought out thanks to that Earthen Vessel. I mean, it is turning out beautifully here for Rowan, and Regidrago hanging in there. We're going to see the teal dance as well here from that Ogre Pawn, additional card being drawn.
Yeah, we don't see a card like that Kirim just yet, and that can be a big turn. If you knock out the Scream Tail and double Kirlia, that's terrifying. We've seen Rowan choose to go away from that strategy. It's very aggressive. You lose a lot of resources. But is this a point of desperation where you have to incorporate the Trifrost?
Well, I'd love to see it once again, Kyle. Maybe Rowan.
We love desperate gamers.
Yes. Hey, it makes it more exciting here on the stream, that is for sure, with these tense moments that we could potentially see. That Kirim, of course, being eyed up, drawn out here from that Ultra Ball, discarding the Hawlucha, as well as a Grass Energy from Rowan. That Kirim, Trifrost, and that is something you don't want to hear if you're a Gardevoir player, of course. Got to discard the energy. That is the sacrifice you make. But you do 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. It is just the perfect Pokemon to take absolutely debilitating turns off your opponent. And we might potentially see it from Rowan, but it looks like just still sorting through.
Yeah, once
from the Ultra Ball.
He's trying to contemplate how the rest of the hand plays out at this point. There's no supporter
after that in
the hand. There is another Ultra Ball, so if you can play out the hand all the way down and then restart with your Mew, draw into a piece that basically defines your turn by way of Prime Catcher, Boss's Orders, or Iono, then you really know what you're going for with that Legacy Star.
Well, the double Ultra Ball here gets us the Regidrago V-Stars. We saw Kirim's now in the discard pile, getting the energy back out of the discard pile thanks to that Super Rod as well.
This is a huge debate. I don't know which I like more, the Fire Energy or the Radiant Charizard in this spot. Because when your opponent gets off to such an aggressive opener, you have to consider incorporating the Radiant Charizard to surprise knock out a Gardevoir at some point.
Well,
he is going to go that route.
Yeah, it looks like it may have been the fire energy, but no. Radiant Charizard is the Pokemon coming out of the discard pile thanks to that Super Rod being brought back into the deck, as well as 2 energy. So that is an option down the line here for Rowan to maybe clean up the rest of this game in the later turns.
Where's your hand, buddy?
Yeah. Oh, now you got 3 thanks to that new EX, a little restart, fresh the hand. Now we're seeing the Legacy Star, V-Star power from this Regidrago. Ooh.
Okay. Fire energy necessary. But does he try to find that another way?
Yeah, it looks like the energy switch as well as the Iono being the cards brought back here from Rowan. We're gonna see
1 fire energy.
Yeah, this is actually quite scary.
I love it. Let's go.
Is this gambling?
This is absolutely. Radiant Charizard was shuffled back in. If we see that card, it would have been a fire.
Oh my gosh,
and it is.
no! If it was switched, it would have been the fire, but it's the Radiant Zard
the
here.
smile, he knows what he did.
Yeah, shaking his head here, keeping the Radiant Charizard, but not getting that fire, which was needed here for Rowan to be able to get the attack from this Regidrago.
I'm such a goober.
Look at that. I mean, you see it on his face here. He's like, well, I risked it.
Yeah.
I did not get the biscuit.
You can't blame him. He knows he needs to play the odds at that point.
The late game,
and
yeah.
hope to find the right resource, but it just doesn't line up.
Yeah, this is brutal here. It's just going to be the Super Rod now to get those 2 fire energy out. That Regidrago V coming down from the nest ball being brought back out as well. But Rowan definitely disappointed. Things could have gone a little bit differently here. And look at the other side of the field, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, for Rowan, if he does hit the right resource, hits the fire energy, he uses Trifrost, knocks out the main threat here, double Curlia, puts his opponent on a 4-card hand, and they have no way to draw. They're not going to hit another energy, right? It's just Radiant Greninja and a Gardevoir, and they're trying to find any resource to keep up in this game. And he preserved the energy switch by not grabbing the fire energy instead and hoping to use a later energy switch. So he was thinking ahead to, I'll just draw these and then attack with the Drago again later on. But it comes at a risk there. You don't have the fire energy. And now we're going to be giving up another 2 prize cards to the Screamtail.
Exactly, and it's going to be another 2 prize cards, but Henry has already taken 2 prize cards. There's only 4 left. I start to think, is it just going to be you're too far behind, especially when Henry's board state is so heavily established here, having an additional turn to establish even more thanks to that huge whiff of the turn from Rowan, not even getting an attack off, just passing. Henry protecting the field as much as possible. This Curlia turning into a nice beefy Gardevoir EX on the bench here, and that Screamtail ain't done.
Yeah, safety first. Double Gardevoir now intact, so even if Rowan comes up with a huge knockout, surprises and cleans up the Gardevoir EX, there's going to be a second one to go along with this. At this point for Henry, use as many resources as possible. Don't let that late game Iono potentially disrupt you, and it seems like he's got that plan lined up perfectly here. Could even set up Monkey Dory.
Yeah, that would be just insult on top of injury, honestly, Kyle, at that point, if we see the monkey come down as well from Henry. But like you said, you got to play it safe. You got to make sure that there is no plan that your opponent could potentially have that'll put you on the back foot. So you have to play out your cards, get all of your resources down as much as possible, so you know, even if there's some disruption on the other side.
Bicho pulou lá dentro, velho.
So that's all Henry's got to do. He's already
Que rato sem noção do caralho, velho. Se matou, não é possível que ele não morreu. Engraçado que os comentaristas conseguem demonstrar a animação. É, eles tentam, né, estimular. Não que o jogo tá paia, tá ligado? Mas, porra, é só uma matchup que nós já viu 500 mil vezes, tá ligado?
Henry just looking at the field here, deciding what to do.
There's no crazy shenanigans. The retreat Turo, move the damage, Monkey Dory, get yourself to the clean 130, and then snipe and remove the Draco is not an option. So play safe, take this knockout here, and it looks like you're in a pretty favorable spot.
Yeah, you could see that by far. 2 prize cards down. Henry just 2 left to take. Rowan starting off the turn looking very concerned. Mew EX being brought into the active position, but Rowan just might be too far behind here now. Is going to look at the hand. Is there anything we can work
Mano,
with?
tem duas VAR na mesa.
What was it?
Earthen vessel.
Oh, and it's
the one card he hoped to see off Iono is not found. It's the very next turn, and
that's brutal.
A little late.
That a little late? I think that's a lot of late.
Just a little
That is a lot of late, Kyle.
Now you start to consider the alternate routes to victory.
Bora, fudeu
They're
mesmo.
not there. Boss's orders in hand. Henry is going to close out here in
Acabou.
a wild fashion to move into the top 4 with Gardevoir EX.
Gardevoir, top
We
4.
did not expect
Boa.
to see here going this far in the tournament.
O cara usa
but
professor
Henry
ainda,
Chow
pesquisa.
proving us wrong with Gardevoir
Não gostei
EX,
muito da
taking
pesquisa,
it,
não. Foi legal descartar,
Baltimore,
mas tem hora que eu
taking
preciso
down
manter as
another
coisas na mão.
Regidrago V-Star deck. That's a 3-0 record now against Regidrago. And that's also punching his ticket into our top 4.
It wasn't always pretty, but he came out blasting, and it worked for him. Was able to keep up with all of the different things he saw from Rowan. We can take a look one more time.
Jogou bemzão.
Take us away, Kyle.
See
That
how
was a
this
crazy,
all played
great.
out.
That
Fazer
was
o
a
café.
crazy game.
Yeah, so fun. Both of our players
Quê?
really
Ainda nada, deve ter pagado lá.
showing off what their decks are capable of. Rowan playing it safe. Had the Kyurem, said no thanks, I'll use my Dragapult and be just fine. It led to a very
Ele tá no celular, tô aí tá
had
vendo.
all the energies to go on double Regidrago
Você tá online no celular, ele deve estar a caminho.
to draw through, try to find answers.
Ele já deve estar
Able to
perto do
check a
portão.
few Pokemon,
Peraí.
but not them all. So Rowan set up a checkmate there with the Hisui Gudra V-Stars. Rolling Iron copied, led to a pretty clean victory there in the opening game.
Exactly. Rowan had all of the pieces there in that first game. It was going so smooth. We had all of the options of those attackers in the discard pile early on, but this next game was so clunky to begin with, unfortunately, for Rowan. We were seeing some recovery there. Lost impact, taking a huge knockout, putting as much as possible in Henry's way here, but the balloons were blasting, Kyle, and getting those knockouts right back to catch up in those prize cards. Henry was able to take the win there. Look at that hand.
Game 3. Yep, we talked about the clunkiness of the opener game 2. Game 3.
Worse.
A lot of that going on, especially compared to how streamlined Henry's deck looked. The turn 1 double Curlia really flexing there. This was the big moment of the game. That Radiant Charizard could have been a fire energy and it turned this thing completely on its head. Iono double knockout Curlia instead. Henry, draw all the cards you want and knock out anything. You're gonna take this victory here and be the first top 4 player here at Baltimore in the inaugural regional of this season.
Exactly, and definitely earned it, that is for sure. That was not an easy matchup whatsoever for Henry to navigate through, but was able to secure all the pieces there to take a win, take down another Regidrago V-Star. It is out for the count now, and Gardevoir EX is going to advance here in Baltimore.
Yeah, I really want to know how he feels about that matchup. I was terrified. It didn't even look good, even though he won. I'm still trying to figure out how he pieced it all together, but it did work for Henry there, and he showed a lot of tenacity. Just hung in there and continued to find the right strategy, and he put his opponent in really difficult spots. Rowan tried to draw out of them, and it just didn't line up. Those resources for Drago are near impossible to figure out in those kind of spots.
Yeah, I guess that's what you need when you're playing Gardevoir, tenacity for sure. And things were honestly working uphill as well against Henry, especially in that game 1. We saw the double routes rise, and that was kind of rough. We did see one come out from the Hisui and Heavy Ball, but that combined with the really awkward resources in that game 1, it's difficult for Henry. The game 2 even, I mean, the energy just weren't there for so long for Henry, and but was still able to recover from that and hit with these tiny little Pokemon. They're small, but they become big with the Bravery Charms, and they do so much damage. And that just shows you how powerful Gardevoir EX really can be but people just were not believing in Gardevoir going into this format because all of the other very powerful decks that you'd be seeing that have taken way larger numbers as far as the meta share goes for Baltimore.
Well, you may be the lone representative of Gardevoir on the graphic, but Henry certainly showed us why he is in the top 4 as our first player here at the Baltimore Regional Championships. We have an interview lined up for him. Skarzig, take it away.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here. Welcome to the lounge. I am joined by the winner, Henry Chow. How you doing, friend?
Pretty good. Yeah, that set was kind of wild. Game 1, I really think I could have played better, but game 2 and 3, well, game 2, I kind of got him with some of my techs, I think, like a little bit. I don't know if he could have played it around the candies and stuff more. I don't think he really could have, to be honest. I think he played very well throughout the set. And then game 3, he just kind of bricked. So I had a pretty good hand for capitalizing on the Screamtail play.
Yeah, the Screamtails and the Drifloon, I think, are always the really heavy hitters for the Drago matchup. I remember when I was practicing the deck, I hated to see the Gardevoir matchup, but was it because of its good matchup into Drago that you wanted to bring Gardevoir, or what was the decision there? Because we keep saying it, it's a deck that a lot of people are really doubting right now.
Yeah, no, it's been receiving a lot of hate. So, like at NAIC, I was playing, like, funnily enough, like this no Drifloon, 2 Monkey Dory build. And when the format was slower, that deck was like really, really broken. And then I went to Worlds and I brought sort of a similar build. I threw in 1 Drifloon, 1 Charm, but I hit 3 Regidragos. I got absolutely ran over, and it just wasn't really working out. So I kind of came around thinking, like, I kind of need to adapt the deck a little bit. So I was like, let's cut all the fluff. Bravery Charms, Drifloon, Screamtail, let's just race them. And that's the idea. Phil doesn't have like an amazing Drago matchup, but I'd say it's around even, and that's a lot better than the variant of Gardevoir.
And has the Pokemon League headquarters helped you with the Drago matchup, or is that for other decks?
Yeah, I threw it down there to block his Radzard at the end. I don't think it really actually would have mattered because he was out of us, I'm pretty sure, unless he was on 3 boss. It's really good against Ancient Box, is the main thing. It actually won me my round 12 match just by itself. Like, if I didn't have the HQ, I would have just so got really good value there. Came up against Miraidon before, so yeah, a lot of the big basic decks, which I'm sure you guys have seen this weekend popping up. We got the headquarters for that. Yeah.
Impressive as well that Gardevoir has been able to adapt. I think that it's a deck that kind of developed a reputation for being very good at what it wants to do, just drawing cards, being consistent in that way, but not having so much flexibility.
Yeah, I think I think the idea is just the main advantage you get isn't like the slow, steady drawing cards. It's the fact that you're blowing stuff up with a 1-prizer. It's really the only deck that has that ability. So that really gives you flexibility in the prize trade.
Okay.
That's why I like it a lot right now, yeah.
And when you were kind of shopping up this deck, wanting to put in the league headquarters, going for this aggressive style, did that come directly from you, or were there other Gardevoir players that you were maybe talking to, trying to arrive at this conclusion to help the list?
Funny, like before Worlds, I had tried, so I call it sort of the beat stick Gardevoir because I'm just one-shotting stuff. And I had thought about this before Worlds, played a few games with it. I'm like, this is not good enough. Like, let's just run with what I'm comfortable with. But then after, Worlds didn't go so well, I'm like, nah, we really gotta innovate the list. So I hit up my friend Aban, and I was like, hey, you want to try playing against this bad deck? And I went like 9-1 in that session. I was playing against Liam Halliburton and Aban. And then after that, I was like, okay, if we make some tweaks here and there, I think we can get there with this deck. So then kept playing it. They helped me test a lot, and then yeah, we got there.
So your friends helping you test, coming up with these different techs and these new strategies for a deck that, we thought was down and out. Was there any moment where you thought of switching off of Gardevoir, or you just had a feeling somewhere that it was a deck that could be salvaged?
Definitely was pretty focused on this Gardevoir deck. Every once in a while I get some itch to play Golden Go, but then I talk myself out of it. The Ancient Box matchup isn't so good, so I didn't really want to risk it, but very fun deck, but yeah, mostly Gardevoir.
Yeah, I gotta say as well one more time, Henry, that I am impressed that you were able to adapt Gardevoir to beat Ancient Box, which is considered its natural predator.
That's the best matchup. That is literally the best matchup for Gardevoir. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm like 90% against that deck. I was hoping to hit them. I only hit 1. Wish I had more.
With Ancient Box not being too prominent in this tournament, I think, especially based on all the hype leading into it, were there any other surprises that caught you off guard for this Baltimore Regional?
I mean, personally, I was surprised by the Regidrago deck only being at 17%. I thought it was really well positioned, still arguably more so than Worlds. So I was surprised that the popularity dipped a little bit. And then it was made up by a lot of Raging Wolves. I expected some. I didn't expect 15%. That caught me off guard. And then, yeah, the Mooney X deck has really been running around more than I expected. still hitting Iron Thorns, which surprised me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm sure I don't know if you guys have streamed that Noivern Cornerstone deck.
I think we did manage to get it on chat.
That deck blows my mind. But I think my deck beats it, so I'm hoping to hit it.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Any final thoughts or shout-outs I can get from you before I let you go?
Shout out to everyone who helped me test. Shout out to the ladder. I play a ton on the ladder, so all my opponents on ladder. I know I made a Twitter post about this recently. Shout out to everyone I hit on ladder. Always feel free to hit me up if you want to talk about games we play, because that's one of my main sources of testing. And yeah, shout out to my friends, family, everyone from London.
Very well said, and congratulations once again, Henry. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk and get ever closer to our top 4 and finals. Stay tuned.
Henry Chow is eating up the competition going into our top 4. That was a great match to see. I am Jeremy Jones here with Kyle Siglaus. This feels familiar.
Yeah. Oh, have we balled before?
I am here because we're gonna do a little debate.
Fight.
We're gonna fight. I mean, I'll probably lose. We are finishing up our bracket that we have of our first partner Pokemon, and it is Kyle's Mudkip up against my Boyko.
Good luck, pal. I feel like I've said plenty about my Pokemon. I'd like to hear a little bit more about yours, if you don't mind. I'll lead you in. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Well, I already said it stands for Fire Croc, right? And just look at this guy. Look him in the eyes and tell me that he is not the cutest Pokemon you've ever seen. There's no thought behind those eyes. All right? Holds fire down in its little scales, right? Right? Little scales. It's just a big old little chili pepper. Loves food. I love food. You love food. Henry loves food. He eats food. It's great. Oh.
Nope. We're done.
All right.
We're not going to vote for that.
No, we are.
We're not going to vote for that.
I feel disrespected.
Yeah, and rightfully so.
All right.
Because you're not prepared.
Well, I hope you're prepared.
Actually, I'm not.
All right. Are you ready?
Sure.
3, 2, 1, go.
Under legal counsel, I plead the 5th and defer to a written statement from my attorney.
Hello. My name is Emily, and I am here to advocate on behalf of Kyle's Mudkip. I have a lot of people who want me to support Kyle's Mudkip, and I, Emily Foreman, approve this message and also like Mudkips. Please don't make me draw again, Scars. Like, I will do anything. We like Mudkips here.
What was that?
I don't know what that was.
Well, the decision's up to you. Of course, we've already made our case. I didn't have to say very much, but I think you viewers at home know what to do.
Exactly.
I've got a date with Destiny in the finals.
I thought it was
yeah, but it's not your date.
Oh. All right. Well, I don't know about that, but I think this might be a little rigged against me.
Well, when we get back, we will see the results. I'm Bud Kid. Love y'all too. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Até voltei aqui, rapaz.
Yeah, I've never seen someone try to check that much. That was crazy. That system you got there?
Crazy, you got practice.
Yeah. How is this possible? Oh my god. Nightmares.
Yo, you were close to going crazy, bro.
Is this some vessels, bro? Is this some vessels?
Oh, you got one of those?
Oh, wait,
Ah, don't baby.
I keep on thinking this game's going really poorly for me, but you just look like so uncomfortable that I'm like, maybe.
The matchup is quite uncomfortable just in general, I would say.
Maybe your hand is just horrifically bad also. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. It was a great match.
Por que outra pessoa ia toque? Toque na hora. Mas isso aí é de LG. Parece que a pessoa quer ser bloco, seu errado. Aí é bom. Aí. Ah, é perto então, é quase Pinhal. É aonde? Andradas? É, tem mais chance. Foi o que eu pensei. É o novinho. O novinho inteiro. Passa o endereço do padre. Ah, seria massa. Seria massa, seria massa. Ah, tem que meter o louco. Se meter o louco, dá até pra ele acreditar. Tem que meter bastante o louco.
I first got into Pokemon with my dad back when I was in elementary school. I ended up playing with him on these little mats that we had made, and we played back and forth for a lot of years. And then I ended up finding a niche in high school where I started a Pokemon club, and then I went to college and I found, hey, there are people that actually do this and travel to tournaments. I want to get involved. And so in college at Michigan State, I really got into the competitive scene. That was about 13 years ago now.
Some fun facts about our players here. JW has performed with Sting, which is pretty insane to think about.
My drive to keep competing really comes from my desire to win. I'm just a naturally competitive person. I have been for a long time. And Pokemon is a great outlet because I feel like it's a very family-friendly environment. Pokemon is very welcoming, and yet still my favorite moment from Pokemon competitive history, it would be my first regional win. I mean, that meant a lot to me personally with a deck that I had created on my own, and something that was so fun when I won and I had friends that just mobbed me after the win. That's a feeling I will never forget. My starter Pokemon would be Pikachu because I loved Pokemon Yellow, and replaying that over and over and over, I'll go with Pikachu. My number one goal was a regional win. Does a lot of things. Obviously, the prize money is great, and the chance to call myself a 3-time regional champion. But more so, I now get to attend the World Championships in Hawaii, which I am stoked about.
Tá nível Absol, parece nos lugares, os caras já esperam desgraça já, pô. Tá nível Absol já. Não sou o melhor cara pra falar de upgrade em PC velho, porque eu tenho uma carroça de mais de 13 anos de vida, né? Eu fiz alguns upgrades nelas aí, mas foi mais peça sobressalente de quem tinha sobrando aí, pôde me passar um preço legal. Ou quem tinha algo parado e me doou, me ajudou aí pra tá fazendo os rolês, né? A única coisa nova, de fato, que tem é um SSD, porque meu HD bateu as botas, né? Aí eu tive que pôr SSD pro sistema operacional e o Abisso me deu uma outra SATA lá, né, de 1 tera. Tinha guardado as antigas do trampo dele. Então, basicamente é um HD mais antigo e uma SATA 0, né? A única coisa 0 que tem nele agora é a SATA. O resto é tudo segunda mão ou coisa velha mesmo, que é desde a época que eu comprei. Cara, pra você melhorar PC assim, não vale a pena pegar peça nova. Se você tá indo atrás de peça nova, não vale a pena. Agora, se for sobressalente, segunda mão, que dá pro seu PC e tiver um valor acessível, vamos dizer assim, porque não tem nem valor de mercado peça velha demais, tá ligado? Você tem que ver um valor acessível que você possa pegar. Né, comparar com algo que tem no mercado, né, e dar uma olhada por cima. Aí pega. É que eu não sei o que você vai pegar. Mas por 450, se não for pelo menos umas 3, 4 peças junto pra um PC velho, tá caro. A 3 eu já achei um valor bom. A 3 tem, a 2 é foda. A 1 e a 2 é caríssima porque não tem mesmo no mercado. A 3 você ainda acha. A 3 você ainda acha. A 1 e a 2 é... A 1 e a 2 é pegado mesmo. Mas a 1 e a 2 é jurássica, né? Não é nem dinossauro, é jurássica já. Ele ia basicamente me dar o PC inteiro. Aí depende. Ainda assim depende muito. Ainda assim depende muito. Por 450 não é nada muito brabo, não. Sabe por que eu digo isso? O meu PC, se eu fosse tentar revender ele com o que tem agora, daria mais que isso. Daria mais do que isso aí. Tadinhos. Porra, Tomás, tem uma farmácia na bolsa. Powerbank.
Yeah, exactly. And before we get to that matchup, we're going to check in on the bracket to see how my Foi Coco did.
Negro.
Let's take a look and see
bom.
who made it to the finals.
Por 450, tá, só o Du aí. É 24 GB de RAM e uns treco, é um familiar. Tá, você não deu uma... literalmente foi o jeito que uma pessoa que não manja responderia. É quase você pedir spec pra Casas Bahia, ela vai falar do jeito que você falou aí. Então é complicado, teria que saber com mais exatidão o que é. Isso aí é muita pouca informação, é muita pouca informação.
We were saying at the top of the weekend where there could be 8 to 10 decks that could potentially take down this tournament and
qualquer coisa que não for pelo menos um Core 2 Duo alto ou um i3 no mínimo, pra hoje já é ruim. Ruim, pode dizer, que tipo, fala o básico do básico do básico, assim. Se você pegar um Xeon da vida, esses fraquinhos, assim, já fudeu tudo. Então, aí que é foda, Gosto, porque sabe o que eu falo? Eu entendo que você quer ter a vontade de jogar umas coisas da hora no PC, mas você vai gastar R$450 num PC que você nem sabe a spec, um PC velho, que pode vir com um problema, pra você passar raiva e jogar só mais 3, 4 jogos novos. Entendeu? É mais fácil você planejar um pouquinho mais, tenta guardar uma grana, e aí ou tenta pegar algo um pouco melhor, tá ligado? Ou montar alguma coisa mais ok mesmo, sem ser de segunda mão.
You have as much energy as you want, so you just want to be able to knock out any Pokemon that you can. Meanwhile, Raul, his list was very different that we saw.
Mas mesmo assim, o seu curso não é de rede, Gosto? Você não tá fazendo curso de rede, que eu entendi? Cara, não adianta nada, mano. Seriamente, tá ligado? E diferente do que for do teu curso, velho. Você não tá fazendo um curso de programação, tá ligado? Você tá fazendo redes, velho. Não, ele falou que é mais por causa do curso que eu tô fazendo um curso de redes. Falei, não, beleza, mas pra mexer com redes você não precisa de um PC absurdo. Pelo menos um PC que tenha o sistema operacional mais recente, pra você poder mexer nas configurações com mais exatidão, né?
All right, well, I believe they are ready down at the table. Let's go ahead and meet our players for
Não entendi.
this next top 8 match. Rahul ready on the left, Steven Varesco on the right. It is a Lugia mirror match. Let's take a look at...
Ah, não era igual aquele que tava dando no seu, colocava, ele ficava sem sair da porra da bateria que tava 1 hora, aí depois você reconectava e ele começava a carregar? Deve ser a mesma coisa. Deve ser o fast charge que buga às vezes. As minhas memória RAM custou 350. Então, mas é esse preço mesmo de uma RAM boa. Vou pegar um kit de RAM boa é nessa faixa aí mesmo. Pra hoje é isso aí mesmo.
And then Steven Varesco on the right, no slouch himself, a top 8 at Columbus NAIC in 2022. Top 8.
É esperto com a água do café, senão ela seca lá.
US Nationals in 2014 and finalist in Richmond in 2012. Both of these players are very familiar with each other. They come from the same kind of Virginia MD area, and they've known each other for about 15 years, or since 15 years old.
Wow.
And both of them basically learned how to play Pokemon from the likes of Michael Cramwat and really just soaking in all the information that they can and playing the same deck but very different lists. Both of them hoping to take down their first big tournament win.
Prize cards going down here. I just love at the top. You got them in chinos, both up there. The same art exactly here too. I think the biggest thing to note here, especially on Rahul's prize, is that legacy energy is going to be a big one here, especially because it also acts as kind of what we like to call rainbow energy, where it can also go into that Raikou acting as the lightning energy. But we'll see what Rahul's going to be able to do. On Steven's side, nothing too crazy. 3 energy prize definitely doesn't feel too great, but the iron bundle's in there too.
Yeah, the legacy energy along with the iron hands is pretty bad trouble in this game, but anything can happen in the game of Pokemon. We're gonna have to see which of our players are starting things off. Looks like Steven with the iron hands and a legacy energy to attach.
Dare I say there are 2 different starts to Lugia, Jeremy, and you have potentially the Iron Hands going down here as the attach with Legacy Energy, and that could have just been turned, but we are going to be able to see Mesagosa flip heads, so that means we get to grab any Pokemon out of the deck, and we get to start our first deck search here. Once again, Lugia can be kind of a coin flip type of deck here, but compared to Capturing Aroma, where you either get a basic from flipping tails or a evolution from flipping heads, if we're able to just get heads on a Mesagosa, we're able to just go in there and start setting up.
We've been talking about the energy in Lugia as well. Wow, yeah, right away, Ultra Ball, double Archeops in the discard. This is the perfect start for Steven in this top 8 match.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for anything else either. No Carmine in the list for Steven either, so we're not going to go on in and Luminous sign for anything here. We are just going to go on ahead and Ultra Ball, double chops. You cannot ask for anything more. Has the Squawk ability in hand as well, so we are going to see a Squawk and Seize top 6 cards here, and we essentially get to just Carmine through Squawk.
Yeah, this is an insane start for Steven, and it just keeps going.
Gotta also point out here too that Lugia is also weak to lightning, so if Rahul doesn't get anything kind of set up here, we could be seeing an Ambu very much for 3 prizes, which could be, you know, what I like to say, worst case scenario here, but passing the turn on over to Rahul, going to go on ahead and flip the Mesagosa, but it's a 5, so it's not going to be enough here. See what we got in the hand. We got the Ultra Ball, discard 1 Archeops, but not a second one. The Earthen Vessel going to go down here as we are going to go in for our first deck search. I think it is also very important to note out here, Jeremy, that the one of Minchino is in the prizes. Rahul doesn't play a 2-2 line.
Que hoje em dia também SSD é praticamente essencial, né? Nem upgrade, né? Mano, é incrível. Eu troquei pra SSD no sistema operacional aqui depois que o meu HD deu pau. Mano, acabou os problemas de 100% de disco. Literal, o Windows realmente tinha os novos, né? O 10 e tal. dá muito problema de disco 100% por ser HD. Se você põe SSD, já morre esses problemas aí. Pelo menos comigo não deu até agora. Mas é que o Windows é um pedaço de merda, né? Então, pode dar problema com qualquer coisa, quando ele quer fazer um esforço, ele faz, né? Mas pelo menos depois da SSD ele parou. Graças a Deus aí.
We do also get to read the wind here too if we want to go on ahead and discard, but before that we are going to hit the capturing aroma. It is going to be so that means an evolution Pokemon straight out of the deck. It probably is going to be that Archeops. It just makes the most sense here on this turn 1.
Capturing aroma is one of those cards that you either love or you hate, and it all depends on that coin flip.
It's true. This really is kind of just the coin flip deck. It always kind of has been. It's definitely seen a lot of iterations before, but we will just be doing the read the wind, draw 3 cards here, on over to Steven's side. So I do believe we are going to go for another Mesagosa so we can find Lugia V-Star, and you can't ask for anything more than just hitting heads here. This is going to be Lugia V-Star into Summoning Star here, where we're going to be able to start accelerating energy. Honestly, Jeremy, this is 3 prizes for sure, but this is just a great start for Steven. And honestly, I don't know if Rahul is going to be able to catch up in time.
Yeah, the biggest thing for Rahul right now is staring down the 230 HP from that Iron Hands EX. News, if you don't know, Lugia V-Star does 220 damage. That is not enough to take the knockout, and if you let this Iron Hands EX go unchecked, it's going to be a pretty fast game.
Has the Jacques for turn as well, so we are able to go out and grab 2 evolution Pokemon, reveal them, and then throw them into your hand. So we're already going to be able to start setting up our Minccino here too, but it is just going to be the Lugia V-Star and another Archeops here. We will see the evolve into the V-Star power Summoning Star. Here comes Archeops both to the bench, and like we have been saying, Jeremy, this is a very tough game for Rahul to come back into, especially because Ampy very much is just the obvious choice right now.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill climb for sure. Now, Rahul did end up being the first seed of the tournament, so that means with the asymmetric cut, the way it turned out, he essentially didn't have to play the top 16-ish that we had. Steven ended up playing against Grafton Roll, playing the Origin Form Palkia V-Star deck with Dusknoir, which is usually a bad matchup for Lugia, but Steven was able to overcome Grafton in 3 games to able to take the victory and meet Rahul in this mirror match for top 8.
Okay, Primal Turbo twice going on over into the Iron Hands EX, getting ready to go. I really hope both of our players do the hand motions. I've been waiting for somebody down at the table to do it, maybe with good friends who've known each other since they were 15. We could have some joy in this match, but nevertheless here, still, we can evolve into Cinccino as well this turn if we want to. Things are looking really good for Steven. I mean, he is pretty set up.
Thank you very much for 3 prize cards, and now just another big attack possibility of winning the game. Even something if Rahul has to bench a Luminion V, a simple boss's orders can seal up game 1 for Steven.
Also, I just want to kind of point out too that Steven just picked up the Iron Bundle coming out from the prizes too, so it's something to also note out, but there could be my caster pick of this regional Bezendipity, but we want to go on ahead and safeguard just a little bit too. We're using that nest ball to search the deck right now. It could be potentially a Raikou play if we really kind of get there, right? If we're able to find Raikou and our Lightning Energy, we could see something along the lines here, but it will be the Iron Bundle actually coming out from Rahul's side. Going to have to move one of these bench Pokemon into the active here. I wonder what Steven is going to go for.
Basically, Rahul doing this to where you kind of force Steven to make a play, and then you can decide what you're going to attack with. And here it looks like Steven is going to promote that Lugia V-Star, where it has no energy, but it's still going to be very hard for Rahul to take a knockout here.
Raikou V coming down, though, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. And I think what's very interesting about playing this Raikou, Jeremy, is that if we have Jet Energy from hand, that we can get Raikou into the active, the legacy energy, like we talked about, can also act as a lightning energy, and thus making Raikou V only worth 1 prize, even if we are able to get that. Now, granted, on the other side, though, that Luminion is also a great target for Andy very much.
Yeah, and you got to remember that one of legacy energy is in the prize cards, so Raul does not have access to jet energy to bring up the Raikou, is going to be forced to retreat possibly this Lugia V-Star in the active spot and attach the lightning from your hand manually.
Exactly our favorite thing that we want to see here, but here comes our second Primal Turbo here, and like you said, just 1 V-Guard here onto our Raikou. See how exactly it's going to play out, but just a very unfortunate game for Rahul. 2 missed flipped heads on Mesagosa. The legacy energy is quite literally the first prize at the bottom, but then you look at Steven Varesco's side, and Steven was able to flip heads, Ultra Ball, double chops in the discard turn 1. Things are looking real good for him, but here comes Pheasantipity. We're going to flip the script, but there's that lightning here, so we will be able to see an attack.
Yeah, that is huge here. Raul having the lightning in hand, even though he discarded the Earthen Vessel on the first turn. Now this Raikou will be able to take a knockout and at least try to keep up in this prize trade. Granted, Steven just needs another big attack from the Iron Hands EX, but at least the way Raul set up the board, there's no one-hit knockout potential for Ampu very much.
Do have the Minccino going into the active here, and now it is going to be the draw for a turn. Has Pheasantipity in hand as well if we want to draw more cards, but I think a lot of times with Lugia in particular, sometimes we fill the bench a little bit too much, but there is the evolution into the Cinccino here. Special roll, 70 times as many special energy onto that Pokemon. There's the Pheasantipity hitting the bench. I'm assuming we are going to be flipping the script here, where if your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, you are able to draw 3 cards. It's such a great ability, but gift energy as our manual attach. I have no worry in the world that Steven Varesco
Tá acabando de passar o café lá.
knockout this turn.
Yeah, needs 1 more energy, but you know what's good at getting energy in play? Archeops with Primal Turbo.
There you go. Feels really good here, and we can also use our second Primal Turbo to keep stacking up energy if we want to around the board, so we don't have to overcommit here. But the prize trade at this point, Jeremy, is just so in Steven's favor. Rahul just needs a way out.
Yeah, and in my mistake, it's actually a 4 energy because the double turbo reduces the 20 damage. Special roll only does it per special energy card. So the double turbo, while providing 2 energy, it is just 1 special energy card.
Totally okay when you still play 16 energy. I feel like all the Lugias that we've had streamed for the past weekend, right, have played different counts of energy. We've seen as low as 14 to as high as 18 energy here. We've seen what happens when you run out, but...
Sério, se não fosse a questão de estar meio aéreo, eu acharia que você tá de boa na moral. Tipo, você tá um pouco mais desinibido. Mas tá falando normal pra mim. Você só tá mais pausadamente pra falar. Só por isso que eu notei que tava diferente. Não, pra mim tá normal. Tá de boa. Pode falar. Tem problema não. Tá em liga não, filho.
Even against something like a Lugia V-Star, now we're going to probably have just a knockout on the active Cinccino, because if it stays around, it's game over for Earl. That Cinccino can knock out anything. So you're going to have to rely on hoping an Iono maybe sticks Steven with 1 or 2 cards, but if you take a knockout, Pheasantipity EX starts to draw 3 cards, find the boss's orders, maybe find a Luminion of Steven's own, and it's really spelling doom out for Earl in game 1.
From what I can see in Steven's hand, that Luminion might already just be there, so I think hand disruption at this point kind of feels like it's the only way to go about it. Maybe one of the 2 Ionos, I believe, or just there's 2 Ionos in Rahul's list, but Rahul recognizes that the prize trade is just not in his favor. Steven Varesco with quite possibly the most perfect game of Lugia I think I've ever seen. Ultra Ball, double Archeops in discard, flipping heads on Mesagosa 3 times. Can't ask for anything more as a Lugia player.
Yeah, well, especially against a match where it really is based on who goes first. Steven won the coin flip and is able to just continue the rolling of this game 1. Let's go ahead and take a look again at how Steven was able to accomplish a pretty clean victory here in top 8.
You can't ask for a better board state than this if you're a Lugia player, right? I mean, you're up against a colorless Pokemon with a weakness to lightning, and there you go. You have the legacy energy. You also have just all of these tools to go on ahead and get it done. But the problem is, Steven went first and had quite possibly the best turn, and sometimes it feels like in these mirror matches, in general, whoever goes first and who's ever able to flip heads just does it correctly. So honestly, it is going to be Steven taking a game 1, but let's see how Rahul plays, probably going first in game number 2.
And some updates out on the field in our other top 8 match, I believe. Emmett Hurley is up 1-0 versus Ian Robb. Ian Robb winning in that asymmetrical cut against the control deck, pretty much pulling it out of nowhere. With an Iono leaving a lone cornerstone just to take some damage from a Regidrago V for a couple turns, and honestly really trying to do another big run back here.
Well, it is going to be Rahul going first, and from what I can see on my screen with the die laying on top, that's also 1 mulligan. So we do actually get to draw an extra card here too. So that definitely feels good when you're already 1 going first and 2 drawing that extra card here for turn. So we'll see what is going to happen as we are going to see our prize cards already laid out for Rahul. Nothing too crazy. I think on Rahul's side, I see a Professor's Research, see the Iono, but we also see the one of Jacques, 2 a special energy prize. But my goodness, you want to talk about special energy prize? I want to talk about Steven's prize cards as soon as possible, because 4 is a lot.
Raul is going to start things off, though. Does get the tails on the counter.
Porra, eu peguei pela metade, mas eu vi na alta. De onde isso saiu?
That is the most important thing for a deck like this. And yeah, as you were saying, look at that. Iron Hands EX in the prize cards, along with 3 Jet Energy and a Gift Energy, along with a Minccino. That might be bad.
I was going to say, just judging from the deck list, while last game a Minccino being prized for Rahul meant that he couldn't utilize the line at all, a Minccino being prized for Steven means that we just still have 1 in the deck. So,
usa uma espada.
Same list as somebody else. But the good news is you can remix that list to be whichever way you want to. But it is just going to be the Gift Energy onto Lugia here, having Rear Deer V in the active. And we'll see what Steven's going to do on his turn.
It's the big flip for Steven. Tails hits the basic. I think that was the only route for Lugia V for the turn for Steven. Possibly could even go for a Minion V just because the hand sees that 4.
I think there's too many liabilities. You want to just throw it away or not. No Professor's Research in the prizes either, so we are going to be able to just find that Luminous sign, but it looks like Steven doing his counts right now, and it's very important on this first deck check to be a little bit diligent too, especially when you're counting Pokemon, counting also your special energy in here as well. Let's see what Steven is going to be able to do here. Here comes that Squawkabilly EX.
Squawkabilly is just the best card to be able to grab this one. You can use a Squawk and Seize ability, discard your hand to draw 6, and then still play a supporter afterwards. And there is, ooh, look, double Archeops in this. There's a couple double Turbo, which is a little bit worrisome, but you got to do what you got to do.
Dare I say that in this matchup, Pheasantipity with Cruel Arrow can also be an attacker. Now, granted, it wouldn't be ideal, right? But you need 3 colorless energy and then you have damage to one of the Pokemon out on the field. It's not like we said an ideal line, but no Lugia there off of the Squawk and Seize. We might just have to flip for it here through Mesagosa.
Wow. This is pretty intense turn 1. Again, if you don't get a Lugia V in a mirror match like this, you're just so far behind. There is an Ultra Ball, though, so I think we're fine here. Going to be able to thin a little bit with the Jacques.
It's looking a little bit better here, too. So it is going to be that Jacques, like you had mentioned, Ultra Ball, and going to be the golden combo, as I like to call it. Ultra Ball, but only going to be actually 1 Archeops there. I think we got one in the Squawk just a little bit earlier, but...
Caralho, essa capa. Eu ia falar, ué, mas agora próximo God of War vai ter roupa de Papai Noel pro Kratos, filho. É tipo Kratos mesmo? Nossa, pior que é mesmo, velho. Pô, não é nem meme essa merda não, cara. Caralho, eu fui falar na zoeira e era isso mesmo, mano. Parece o Kratos, velho. Tá doido. Ah, não, quando a zoeira vem, fi.
There's a lot of ways to go about it, but it will just be the manual attach of gift energy, benching the Lugia V, and the pass over here back to Rahul.
Você não dormiu tudo? Tá com horário desregulado, né? Esqueci esse detalhe. Ah, deve ser pra essa loucura aí. Deve ser mesmo, pô. Ô, pra ser esse nível de groselha aí, tem que ser maneiraço, porra. Ô, não tem como não, cara. Se não for bom, como é que isso aí deu certo?
Did find an Ultra Ball, but again, you can search for it, but then you can't grab another one. I think we might just be seeing a read the wind here, and you're not even discarding an Archeops with it.
Right now, but seeing more cards could help here. Still, Pheasantipity in the active with a gift energy on it. Can't say that I've seen it too much this tournament. Let's see how it is going to go. But like you said, Rahul, it is going to be the read the wind on the boss's orders, because honestly, you can't pitch away your legacy energy, and you're going to see more cards anyway with Professor's research. But I like the draw of the capturing room there. We do have a 50% chance of but like you said, huge miss here for Rahul. So that means it's time for Steven to kind of pressure. We could get that Lugia V-Star. We know that is in the discard already.
Fi, cada play 5 tá caro, fi.
Achei a mina de ouro aqui. Here for Steven. Até apareceu os caras getting some of our Machinos ready.
Yeah, potentially just trying to line up a play like that, but I think the goal right now for Steven is to get those double Archeops into play, charge up a Lugia V-Star without a double turbo energy. That way you can take a knockout on something like the Lugia V or, yep, the weird ear V that is brought up by Hyperblower. This is a great hand from Steven after that Iono.
Another basic coming down here for the capturing Aroma. And I think we are going to start seeing some of the Minchinos start to hit the bench here. Once again, a huge miss from Rahul allows for Steven to start getting into position here to go this 2-2-2 prize route. I have to say, it's just been a really great showing from Steven. Dare I say the Iono helped Steven more than it did for Rahul.
Yeah, and it's usually like that, at least in my experience. You always help your opponent out more than yourself, but a summoning star for the double Archeops is not what Rahul wants to see. It's always great starting first in a mirror match like this, but when you can't capitalize on it...
Ah, mas o pior é que tem mitologias, tem histórias que eles confundiam mesmo.
And like you said, not going to attach any double turbo energy here. We want to just go on ahead and just hit for the full amount here. But I think it's really important that we point out that the V-Guard energy is going here. So even if Lugia were to have 4 special energy and no double turbo energy, the V-Guard energy is still going to subtract some of that damage amount here too. So it will be Steven Varesco getting the first 2 prizes here.
Ah, vá que você gostou aí, né, velho? O puro suco do caos, assim, né? Ah, não vai resolver, vou botar fogo, então. Tá tranquilo. É, se resolve. Não resolve, mas, né, resolve daquele jeito. É o resolver resolvendo, assim.
You can go ahead and together the Archeops, summoning star.
Difícil ainda, não é?
Knockout through the V-Guard energy thanks to the weakness, but it's gonna have to rely on the good old flip the script.
Isso me faz lembrar a cena clássica do Super Network, toda vez que os dois irmãos voltam. Eles estão conversando assim, aí do nada eles dão uma moscada, os caras só enchem de água benta a cara deles pra ver se tá tudo certo mesmo. Mas entra até na boca deles assim. Grão, açúcar, arroz. Açúcar é mais eficaz porque os grãos é muito pequenininho. Ela vai ser obrigada a separar grão por grão. Tem que contar. É meio que uma ruling delas, né, basicamente. Mito dela.
And it's not. Yeah, but here it comes. It comes all down to this coin flip. He will finally be able to flip heads here after what I think was about 7 dice rolls. You could tell the smile on Rahul's face. Finally going to be able to get that second Archeops. And thanks to that Ultra Ball here.
É que fada não é muito diferente de um capiroto. Ela também pode fazer acordo.
Summoning Star onto Rahul's side. And Jeremy, this game just got a lot more interesting.
Indeed, but you also have to be worried about Steven's board setup right now. The double Archeops, the Minccino, along with that Pheasantipity EX, really is just a good game plan against any sort of disruption from Rahul. Granted, he did Professor Research this turn, so as long as Steven has Minccino, that's an easy knockout. Granted, you're only taking 1 prize thanks to that Legacy energy.
Feels very good indeed. So Rahul going to be able to make a Titan comeback because it certainly was not looking good for the first couple turns here, but we love to see it when a successful coin flip goes in the way, and we will have a match of Pokemon here. But here comes Raikou V hitting Lugia V for weakness, and it even hits through the V-Guard energy as well. That lightning rondo here. Not going to be getting anything too crazy out of the prize cards at this point. Has a jet energy, I would say, if Raikou does take a hit, but you know what Steven is looking for. He's looking for a boss's orders.
Boss's orders.
Ah, a capa parece que é do capiroto mesmo, velho.
Granted, you could have access to it if you flip a heads with Mezagoza. You're up in prizes, so you can find that Luminion. You could also just draw into it with the flip the script. A lot of options here for Steven.
Checking the discard pile here for Rahul.
Depende da mitologia e jeito que eles colocam, mas existe normalmente o padrão, né? Existe um padrão aí.
Potentially here, a lot of lines that we have to do a little bit of flipping. I believe Chinchino might be banned, or it might just be another Minccino, but there's a Blood Moon Ursaluna in there. I do see the Luminion. I'm pretty sure it's there.
Again, with Luminion, you kind of want to avoid benching it a lot in these matchups just because it's an easy prize for something like your opponent's Iron Hands EX, but you already got that Squawkabilly EX down there. You have that Pheasantipity, which is an easy KO from a Lugia V-Star, so we might as well see it. But the heads flip was huge here, grabbing that Chinchino from the deck.
Chinchino going to come down and evolve here. Like we said, special role, just a great addition to this Lugia V-Star deck, but there it is, the Luminion V hitting the bench. We are going to be using that Luminous Sign ability to grab a supporter from the deck. There's that boss's orders. You can only imagine what's going to be sent up. Dare I say, Jeremy, that I think the Pheasantipity pull could also be a good idea.
It is probably the one you want to target the most just because of the draw power, but the thing is, the Lugia V-Star is just very hard to take a one-hit knockout outside of something like that Chinchino. So you might just be forced to take the 2 prizes there. It gets 2 energy off the board and still an attacker that could be threatening you next turn.
Consider the energy lot in the hand, and not only in the hand, but in the deck as well. You pointed it out just a little bit earlier. The double turbo energy takes away from your total amount of damage here, but I think we're considering the Legacy Star, so Minccino only counts as 1, or the Legacy Energy, excuse me, that counts as the 1 energy here, so it's not even a prize card if Rahul is able to take it next turn.
And you saw Steven shaking his head there. It's because of the 3 energy still left in the prize cards, is forced to use that Legacy energy and the capture from hand. Now with the 4 is still 1 missing. He's going to have to attach another double turbo, but that should be more than enough to take the knockout here, but it's just a lot of resources.
A lot of resources going down here too, and even when we're going to be able to get Iron Hands out of the prizes here, we have that Legacy energy attached to Chinchino, so we can't even use it for an Ampy very much on a Lugia. So it's definitely going to be an interesting play here now for Steven Varesco, who only needs 2 more prizes to take this game back over to Rahul's side.
And I think we saw the boss's orders on the Lugia V on the bench, just because that is another Pokemon that could evolve and gain even more hit points with that V-Star, and that way that Pheasantipity EX is just sitting there waiting for the last KO, because you don't want to KO the Raikou because of the Legacy energy, and there just was not enough energy in the deck for Chinchino to take the KO on the V-Star.
Unfortunately, we've only seen one coin flip go in Rahul's favor. Now, granted, it's definitely the one that we needed, but I just... Rahul's favorite numbers must be 1, 3, and 4.
Nossa, você vai falar justo do Malfoy? Você vai falar justo do que o Malfoy já voltou, já. Malfoy não voltou. Você vai falar desse aí, pô. Essa piadinha merda do Malfoy é complicada, né? Essa daí é a primeira vez que eu li e falei, vai tomar no cu essa merda. Justo esse personagem. Porque assim, eu confesso que ele é muito melhorado mais pra frente, mas no começo ele é só um bully chato. Por isso, o trio eu não gosto.
10 HP, there is the 2 bench Pokemon sitting there, that Lumineon V and the Squawk ability. So, might just be forced to use a boss's orders, but if you do that, Chinchino's sticking around. That's a pretty easy KO with just
eles são um alívio cômico, mas eles também ajudam a galera bastante.
Boss's orders to really kind of work through right now. So it is just the right combo for 0 prizes thanks to that legacy energy. You can just say, you know what, you take 1 single prize cards, and if that is on a single prizer, you get nothing for all that work.
Now, I guess the best thing for Roll here is there's no real attack on Steven's side.
Snape é muito sério.
Together something, maybe even Luna, EX just...
essa é louca. Essa é loucura. Mas da hora que pra escola de magia que ela dá aula é perfeito mesmo pra ser desse jeito.
Could have easily just come down from the hand, find a boss's orders as well, and then that could have been game on something like the Pheasant EX sitting on the other side. So we are just going ahead. I don't see any.
Eu digo que assim,
grupo de 2 patetas,
basicamente, tem que ter alguém que tem pouco de cérebro além do normal, tá ligado? Só que aí a Hermione faz umas
boss's orders
questionáveis.
win the game and go on to top 4.
Aí tipo a
Now you're forced to Iono those
energies
back into the deck and hope Blood Moon Ursaluna EX can just go the distance the next couple of turns.
Unfortunately, just have to
vira
let
tempo.
just kind of throwing it to the birds at
Então
that
vira
point.
tempo. Aí
And
você fala,
this
pô,
Raikou
é
is
uma
going
puta
to
de
be
uma
absolutely hitting for
uma
knockout.
ferramenta,
It's also
né?
hitting for weakness too. Rules Raikou, this is what I like to call Rainbow Lugia, because there's more than just special energy in the deck, but my goodness, look at all of those orders in hand for Rainbow. Definitely not the worst thing you could ask for.
This is the scary part now.
Mano, o pior, aí usou isso uma vez e nunca mais usou no todo, tá ligado?
I want you to do it with the Iron Hands. Amp you very much. Sure, take 3 prizes. Because then this Blood Moon EX is attacking for free, and I'm taking a knockout on the Iron Hands EX.
Foi só realmente um recurso só pra... Não, temos que salvar a nossa própria pele lá, porque...
Like we were talking about, Rule using it though just as a little bit of a search here, see what we have left in the deck. But I definitely like the Iono play from Steven, saving the resources as well. But here's that Primal Turbo. We can just assume it is going to be a swing with this Lugia V-Star.
Achou é isso.
Yeah, Lugia V-Star.
Pior que achou pra uma pessoa da cor original, ela é muito fraquinha.
Have it in the active. But again, that's not really going to give you a win here. You got to take 2 prizes.
Aquela é perfeita. Ela é perfeita. Ela é perfeita.
We're going to do this play here.
Ela é a cara dos
just another Lugia V, but it is going to be
ela é a representação viva de
220 here, so we're taking our win condition here. Let's see if we can find a potential top deck here for Blood Moon Ursaluna attacks. Even Maresco has been kind of on the line of just winning here, but fortunately with the prize
carregou o Harry nas costas no torneio de bicho, que é uma porta ainda pra levar ele até todos os testes dele. Todos os o Harry só chegou no último que foi empurrado pelos caras, o Cedrico ajudou pra morrer no final protegendo o cara aí.
Boss's orders to be able to take the game. Remember, the legacy energy on the Raikou means it's only a single prize attacker instead of the 2 prizes you normally get for knocking out Pokemon V.
Here's the problem that we have been running into this entire time, Jeremy, where it is, I have
É,
a
foi
way
bom
to
pra
get
mostrar que
victory
não precisa
this turn, but
ser,
my
né,
bench
ainda
is
desse
full,
memória pra
right?
ser
You have
protagonista.
Squawkabilly
Orgulho,
sitting
alguém
there,
da
you have Luminion
Acho
sitting
que-
there too, so it is just going to be this single prize card coming up for Steven here. Has one prize card left, Rahul definitely
Ah,
getting
mas isso daí é a mesma coisa aí, você
now,
tipo,
but
pegar
what else can we do to ensure
focos,
victory next
tem
turn?
histórias diferentes,
Yeah,
mas que tem, tipo,
Steven's running low
foco
on
muito
energy
grande em algum
and
ponto,
Pokemon
parece
to really
que a
attack
história não
with.
andaria.
This might be
Ah,
the opening
se a
roll
Sonserina não
to
fizesse
try to
merda,
take
só
out the game from under Steven's clutches.
pelo Voldemort
Like
depois,
this here,
né?
Rahul going to flip tails, thinking
É,
about
não teria...
the Luminion here. Could potentially go back into the deck, find another supporter if we really choose to. It's very interesting to see what lines we can take. I do believe there is a boss in hand already, but I don't see another line that would be as optimal as just throwing out the Tempest dive and then just taking 2 prize cards here.
Yeah, if it's left in the deck, towards the last Iono could be huge, but we're just going to see a Jacques here. Not able to disrupt the hand from Steven. And it's going to allow him to even flip the script next turn after taking this KO.
So close here. See what exactly is going to happen. Has the Luminous sign here, but the manual attach of that double turbo energy onto the Pheasantipity here will be the Tempest dive, discarding Mesagosa as well. And now Steven has a big choice to make. It's going to be looking like, I mean, I think all of these Pokemon just have a retreat cost of 1, so it doesn't really matter what we're throwing into the active here. We'll see how we recover, because all Steven needs is, oh my goodness, think about it, Jeremy. He has nothing to kind of work with, right, Rahul? Or Steven has full bench, so we're unable to really get the weird gear down all the way through, especially with a V-Guard energy attack. Rahul will be able to recover after a series of unfortunate coin flips.
Yeah, I think there was about 2 total energy left available for Steven, 1 in hand and then 1 in the deck. That is not enough to attack with anything that's left. You were really hoping to have that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX for that last turn of the game. And it's interesting because you had to kind of bench it because of the hand disruption. And Roll having that boss's order to be able to just put pressure on it. And that legacy energy finally coming in clutch, having that Raikou stick around for so long.
Yeah, it was getting tons of mileage there. Dare I say the MVP. But it always is, it just feels like the tempo of the match is just always going down to everybody's first turn. So we are going to check out the replay here to see how Rahul was able to stay in this match, because honestly, Jeremy, for a while here was not looking too good.
Yeah. Decided to go
todas as
for the
características que você
not
imagina.
having access to any Archeops in the discard until your opponent finally got the great play to it. Mesagoza, the top deck from the fleet-footed ahead, finding that second Archeops Ultra Ball opened up this play of the Raikou V to be able to take the return KO. And from there, Steven just was lacking energy. 4 of them in the prize cards this game. Granted, taking a bunch of knockouts and setting things up pretty well, but just unfortunately ran out of energy and attackers once the game went long.
A menina no fã lá que é preocupada porque ela mentiu, claramente. O pai dela tá viajando, ela tá preocupada. A pessoa se viaja muito. O pai dela deve mexer com alguma coisa.
Does a good job of, you know, offsetting the prize trade. It's not exactly what
Mas ela não fala nada depois.
Both players starting off.
É o que eu ia falar. Aí o cara da Sonserina, que já chega no primeiro dia pra você, duela bem, hein, mano? Quer participar aí do clube clandestino de duelo? Você veio aqui, caralho!
Gotta look at the prize cards.
Que caboclo muito doido! Primeira vez que vai dar uma merda. E, pô, vai dois vai tomar no cu. Cara, olha pra você. Não. Vai lá, eu me entrego, só eu tomo no cu. Esse cara é da Sonserina mesmo, pô. Esse cara é muito gente boa, mano. Aí você percebe, nem todo mundo é o estereótipo da casa, tá ligado? Mano, o cara é muito firmeza. O cara tem apreço zero pelas regras. Mas broderagem você conte com ele. Se ele for de ajuda, preciso de um favor. Então, filha da puta, e vamos. Ele não vai negar, só vai te xingar e vai junto, tá ligado? Ele é esse cara. Ei, tio, você tá em rolo, né? Quando você vai pra Hogsmeade e os caras vêm atrás de você. Eu não vou te forçar, mas um dia você vai ter que me contar. Eu não vou te forçar. Mas você vai ter que me contar, porque se confia em mim ou não, uma hora eu vou ficar sabendo.
We did have access to it, but still, speaking of supporters here, we are going to be able to see Luminion V4, that Luminous sign, and grabbing Professor's research, and we're going to start going through this deck as fast as possible. You know, both players have so much on the line here. They've already made top 8, which is a great accomplishment. But one game that's separating them here in top 4.
And it's kind of
eles acham que não sabem, tá ligado?
Steven, kind of mirroring roles.
Eles só fingem que não sabem.
There's just no Archeops in the discard, and is really going to have to work for it on the next turn, but a big...
Ela veio de uma escola maior lá, ela é estrangeira.
There are tons of lines that we actually have off of here. We could go for the capturing right now to try and discard, try and flip heads, and for the first time, we're not even going to be able to see it. Rahul just cannot flip heads too often here. We had an Ultra Ball there for a discard, potentially, but this may just be a read the wind type of Rahul. I can only imagine if that capturing aroma turned up heads, Jeremy, would have been a much different of a turn.
Yeah, honestly, you still have access to the Ultra Ball with the one Archeops in the hand, so you can Ultra Ball for another Archeops and then read the wind, discard it to draw in the discard for the next turn. You also have a second.
Pô, esse personagem é da hora,
so
filho.
even
Vou virar brother dele.
out, you're still able to recover with that summoning star on the following turn.
It is just going to be the read the wind of the Archeops there. Kind of stacked hand if you're over on to Steven's side. You can see the evolution into the Cinchino already. We get jet energy as well. Has the research already.
Mas não é só você, né? Interessa tudo. É uma coisa interessante. Não é à toa. Se você fizer uma história, não precisa ser uma história. Cotidiano, básico, seja lá um thriller, um mistério, alguma coisa.
Really coming down to some of these capturing aromas, which
Foda-se,
you
sei lá,
either hate or you love to see. Big hole right here, unable
to
find. I don't know if it flipped up heads or not, but it's tails. Once again, you cannot
eu sei disso porque quando eu fiz o RP do bar foi exatamente isso. Eu não joguei a ponta que tinha coisa sobrenatural. Eu falei. Uma coisa aqui, a mulher festa. Deu merda nesse bar, alguma coisa relacionada aqui. Quanto não tinha acontecido nada demais, o ar era um. O ar sobre a situação era um. É como a teoria, não, o cara não, é muito da hora ver as teorias pré um acontecimento e pós ele. Aí, beleza, drop.
What a price trade here, and I think it's something to note out here on Steven's side here too.
Não, você viveu a sua vida, você foi embora. Você viveu a sua vida.
We weren't really able to get anything.
A minha foi a run mais possível.
Foi
a run mais. Eu falei assim: vou fazer a run mais. E eu fiz com 100% de certeza.
Mas assim que é bom, tem que fazer a run do coração mesmo, pô, tá certo. Fazer a run do coração, não pode se arrepender, não.
O Joãozinho fez a run dele também.
Isso, tá certo, pô. Aí, não, mas eu, sinceramente, eu não digo que o trem é ruim. Só não foi o suficiente pra adquirir mais coisas ou chegar no outro ponto. É melhor um neutro do que um bad do que um game over. E tinha várias maneiras de catar um game over ou um bad, tá ligado? Não. Você pegou, acho que neutro. Eu me lembro que foi neutro, não foi bad.
Gotta get set up here too, though. I mean, we can take out the Cinchino with a Lugia V-Star.
Depende. Tem situações onde todo mundo morre, mas é muita merda. Você tem que ter feito muita merda. Mas, tipo, se é na situação que chegou a tal ponto, pegação no beco, cara chega, surpreende, você fica com medo ou fica relutante, sai fora, você sabe. Se você já chegou até ali e dropar da situação, você morre. Aí você morre. Aí você morre. Você morre nos dois casos. Porque se caso o dado der bom na briga, provavelmente tem muito mais chance pra Lia do que pro caçador. Se o dado der bom na briga pro caçador e ele conseguir de alguma forma derrubar a Lia,
throwing your energies in
Ele
different
vai
ways
olhar
here,
pra
but
tu,
it is just going
ele
to
vai
be the gift
falar.
of Jet. I like throwing the
Não tem
gift
mais o
onto
que
the
fazer.
Iron Hands as well.
Pô,
Your
dá pra
four
perceber
level
que você já foi
definitely
marcado e
blind
você
those cards
envolveu
and
demais.
seeing those cards,
Matando
but
ela.
I mean, this could be spelling trouble here too, Jeremy. I mean, if we could easily just
É game over.
bosses.
Esse eu perde. A dona morre, o caçador morre, a tua amiga morre.
Cara, dá pra fazer uma merda dessa, mas eu acho que só dá. Só acontece isso se for muito filho da puta envolver todo mundo no rolo. Mano, você tem que ser um filho da puta muito lazarento pra envolver todas essas pessoas no rolo. Porque o escopo do problema envolve os dois e não a Erika. A Erika tá fora. Quem arrasta a Erika pro problema, se for o caso, é você. Então, vai ser você que vai arrastar.
Quer dizer assim.
Aí morre todo mundo.
Então,
se der merda, morre todo mundo.
Então, quer dizer assim. O problema são os dois.
Tanto que se você fizer a rota, você mora totalmente ali no bar. Mas com a Erika, faz tudo certinho. Ganha confiança, faz basicamente a parte da interação. Vai pra fora. Ainda assim, se a Lia tentar interagir com você, você não precisa ser grosseiro, mas reagir na naturalidade. Não der o espaço.
Especially in a matchup where Rahul's playing that Raikou line too, and you definitely don't want to see that hit for weakness.
Ultra Ball is most likely going to find this Luminion, grab that boss's orders, and honestly, yeah, taking out the Luminion. You could also maybe eye down an Archeops, but that's just not really the game plan you're going for here with the prize mapping.
Not the prize mapping that you could want at all here too, and I think it's also important to note that unless Rahul goes for the manual attachment of the lightning energy, Ampu very much is not going to take down Lugia with the lightning weakness either because it has evolved here. So the Primal Turbo coming up here for Steven Varesco, definitely getting in line to call it checkmate, if you will. What are the lines that Rahul can even do to kind of bring this back into favor?
Emotional damage. Tá, eu queria emotional damage, que aí agora já era, eu perdi mesmo. Pá, não tem nem que lutar com o cara agora, já era mesmo. Pá.
Now, or even the Weird Ear, but we do see the Weird Ear in hand for Steven.
Não, os caras falavam disso
to the Ultra Ball, like you were saying, but Boss's orders bring up the Luminion, easy 2 prizes, leaving just one more big knockout for Steven to move on to top 4.
É porque a experiência tem que ter cara você pra dar certo.
Very active threads on Steven's side, setting up for the checkmate here. This is a very big turn. Finds a couple bosses' orders off at the top, so we'll see what exactly the line is. And like you said, Jeremy, I mean, we could go for another Ampu very much, but I mean, the thing is here too is that the double.
Ela fez a run do caçador, mas curiosidade pra saber o lado da história de lá, porque se você faz esse
hit. So if anything, I'm really just kind of seeing we power up this Lugia V-Star, we knock out that Minchino onto the bench, and then we just hope for a turn to kind of play around.
Yeah, best case scenario for a role here is having the Iono in the hand just to be able to hand disrupt Steven and just dodge that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. The one thing that's rough, though, is Iono's still stuck at the top of the prize cards for a roll. I don't know if he's already played
se você tiver muito alterado, ele vai falar do nada de umas paradas.
Achar que o cara é louco das ideias. So, I think this is just game over. As long as there's energy left in the deck, you need one. We attack with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We see the Jet energy.
Necessariamente não, por isso que eu falo que é da hora o RP que eu fiz. Tem um monte de desdobramentos que, tipo, eu sou mais planejado, mas pode acontecer ele de uma forma meio diferente. Por exemplo, tem a galera que, sei lá, vou tomar minha água com gás aqui, tem boss fazendo essa não,
legacy energy coming down here too, but it is going to be a weird deer here.
This would be enough.
Yeah, 40 times as many energy.
Foi pra casa, dormiu no sofá. No dia seguinte, telejornal de manhã,
a ton here, so it's going to be activating Weird Deer's Frontier Road, where you're able to just take all of the energy up into a vacuum and spit it right back out from that weird deer onto your opponent's active Pokemon. See it here, and that
Nossa,
will
que
be
loucura,
win
tá
for
ligado?
Steven Veresco.
É, pode isso, entendeu? Tipo, você pode simplesmente só
Still
sair
counting
do
it
lugar,
out,
só que
but
aí não descobre porra nenhuma. Porra
Energy helps the
nenhuma.
weird ear V bring all the energy.
Já tentaram me perguntar isso já. Dá pra salvar todo mundo? Eu tentei fazer o melhor possível.
Pretty much
pra
the
que
most
não dê,
traditional list
porque
we've
tem
seen
que ter uma
throughout this
perda,
format.
tá ligado?
Honestly,
Alguma
it was
coisa
such
tem
a
que
hard
ter, porque se for rota
fought battle for both
perfeita,
competitors
todo mundo
here.
sai
We
salvo.
saw a ton of
Não rola, não rola, tá ligado?
Different ways that you can play Lugia, different types of energy that you can put in there, different types of attackers. Personally, I love the
sem
rules
envolver
list,
no
but
problema.
unfortunately,
Na verdade, tem
will be Steven
algumas
Veresco.
maneiras.
And you
Eu
know a
lembrei de
big
mais
clutch
umas
coming
duas
in from
agora.
these
Caralho, eu
two players
pensei
who have
pouco
known
à
each other
frente.
for so
Eu acho que
long.
não pensei
But
nisso, não.
gotta
Pensei
say,
umas
Jeremy,
duas
we gotta
maneiras
check
no
this
mínimo.
replay for what a
A
wild
própria rota dela
match
dela
we
morrer.
had.
A própria rota dela. Inclusive, eu não tinha pensado numa terceira, mas essa aí inclui você, não o ambiente ao redor.
How your match can shape up.
Mas aí, não, aí o jogador tem que bancar o roleplay muito aleatório, não, muito fora e muito absurdo. Mas pode acontecer também, não é
Starting that Iron Hands EX with the Legacy Energy to attach for turn 1, turn 2. Summoning
Bom,
Star
eu
after
pensei
that
em 4,
ultra ball,
mas
double
pode ter
Arceus,
mais, porque
taking
como
the
eu disse, é
knockout,
tudo livre.
and then
Eu pensei pelo menos 4 mortes,
coming in and taking the
agora.
knockout on the
Ó,
Raikou V,
eu tinha
doing
colocado
what
no
it does
roteiro.
best, using its
Uma
favorite
delas
special role,
é você ter
happy
realmente
hour
dado
at
mole
sushi,
pra que tá jogando dois
it really was just
Tipo,
smooth sailing for that first game.
ele
Game
foi, vou fazer
2
alguma coisa
was a
com
little
ela
bit
aqui, aí a hora que
different
sobrar um
role
tempo eu
going
volto
first.
pro bar e ainda
Did
pego a
not
outra.
have any Archeops in the
Faça
discard.
isso.
No
Já
prep
dizendo,
for
não vou
Summoning
explicar
Star,
porque que não dá certo.
Eu iria fazer isso.
After Steven did.
Então vou chegar lá.
Mas eu iria fazer isso.
Lá, viu?
Isso é o que eu iria fazer. Isso é o que eu iria fazer.
Mas gosta de comer todos os pratos, hein, Tomás?
Então, mas só acontece o seguinte.
Such an exciting set here, but dare I say, Jeremy, that if you
No,
won
no, no,
first,
no, no,
you
no.
won in the game. And honestly, a lot of our players that we saw today, and
Apesar de ser um demônio, ainda é uma mulher, né?
the Archeops out, whether it be just all natural, finding Ultra Ball, double Archeops, or using things like Read the Wind, capturing
Outra
Rowan as
coisa,
well.
você provavelmente, dependendo do que você foi lá fazer, deixará de ser virgem. Você perde o valor perante a ela agora.
Or you just can't find that second Archeops, but Steven Veresco
Entendi.
is
Então,
going to be moving
ela faz
on
questão
in
de
this
matar a
tournament.
menina
A
pra
very
não ocorrer o
respectable
coito.
major at his, honestly,
E aí,
regional
por
level.
desgosto, porque ela teve que subir a mão porque você é um porco desgraçado, não vale a virgindade sua mais,
still
acho.
just to make top 8, and it shows the consistency that you're able to accomplish as well. And of course, both of these players were still looking for that regional win. Steven Veresco still has an opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah, and doing it with Lugia V-Star too, a deck that was pretty low on the day one graphic. A lot of people were not really counting Lugia V-Star in at all this weekend. They were just kind of riding the Reggie Drago V-Star Ancient Box hype train, and even Raging Bolt there too, but I don't even think we had a Raging Bolt in
Yeah, well, I think our interview is ready with Steven Veresco, so let's take it down to Skarsgård in the lounge. And
Mais fácil explicar do que falar da Escape.
mais fácil falar assim.
Daquele jogo que eu tinha... lembro do time
You just saw on
várias pessoas, você
advancing
tinha
in the tournament, Steven
vários
Veresco. How you doing, my
desafios.
friend?
Uma era mentirosa,
Feeling pretty
tinha que acertar
good.
quem
I'm not
que
gonna
era
lie. It's
a mentirosa,
been a
senão
while since
alguém...
I've been in the top 8.
Cada round tem uma regra.
Cada round,
Playing against Rahul was great.
Yeah, I know that you and he go way back, obviously.
Yeah, I've probably known him since I was 14, 15 years old, maybe 12 years at this point. Like, my local, you know, we grew up together.
Yeah, and he's been playing Lugia for a long time. Is he the one who put you onto the deck, or is it just a mutual thing?
Well, what I do for every tournament is I contact Michael Kremawa and I say, what should I play? And he said, you're going to play Rahul's list minus 3 cards plus these 3 cards.
And did those changes you made to the Lugia deck actually matter for this mirror?
Probably not for the mirror, but I would have lost 1 or 2 rounds earlier in the tournament if I didn't have 2 Sanjinos.
Okay, yeah, so the Sanjinos is going up and down as the meta has shifted, and so it ends up just needing more of the single prizers right now?
Yeah, it's like the single prizers because there's a lot of turbo 2 prize decks, but also there's a lot of decks like Blocklex and Cornerstone that you need these like non-ability Pokemon to kill the Cornerstone.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so Break it down for me when you went into the finals and you were playing the finals. You know what I mean? The mirror match, your final boss, so to speak, of taking down Rahul, a friend of yours on the same list. When it comes to the Lugia mirror, players tend to boil it down to, oh, just win the coin flip, just evolve first. Is there a little bit more to it than that?
Oh, there's definitely a little more to it. Like in game 2, I messed up. I benched that Ursaluna, not thinking that he could just boss and hit it, and then I made it so I didn't have anything to kill anything on his bench anymore.
Okay.
So there's a little nuance to it, but going first is definitely just the biggest factor. Go first, get turn 2 double Archeops, and don't make egregious misplays.
I see. Even though there are certain factors that give you an advantage, you still have to execute in game. And speaking of which, of course, coming down to the wire at the end, you set up a pretty good checkmate, it looked like the casters were saying.
Yeah, so if he went boss on my Minccino, he couldn't Iona me, and then I knew I had enough in my hand to win the game. But if he Iona'd me, he wasn't going to knock out the Cinccino. So then I could evolve into Minccino and take the 2 prizes with the boss and enough energy.
Okay, yeah. So once you get into a position like that and you are super favored, it's got to be so great.
Yeah, it feels good. It's just you just can't mess it up. The checkmate arises. You just don't want to make the wrong move and lose it.
Yeah, and when we talk about the overall experience right here, beginning of a new season, now you've put such a strong foot forward. Is this giving you a little bit more enticement to keep on playing, keep on chasing these top placements?
Yeah, you know, I honestly thought this might be my only regional this year because it's local. It's like an hour drive. Normally, I don't really do too many regionals. I just try to do one international, but with this finish, I might chase an invite again. It's been a while since Yokohama. I didn't do it last year.
That's
Imagina que imagina que o cérebro dele é um HD de PC.
And when we look at the other parts of the tournament,
unidade do
is this the
HD
meta
para
that
outro
you're kind
lugar.
of expecting,
Então você meio que
or are you just glad that
desfragmenta ele, espalha todas as informações de novo.
Rahul kind of had your
Até
back
ele
with
pegar e
playing a
fragmentar
good list
tudo para
regardless
gerar a
of what was
informação
going to
de
be brought here
todo.
today.
Ele não consegue fazer isso do momento que ele acorda.
Said that Lugia
Ele
was
vai
good for
fazer
this
isso
tournament
durante a
because
rota
he
de novo,
recommended it for me.
com gatilhos.
And I
Quando
think
ele
Lugia was
volta
actually
tudo,
way better for this
aí
tournament
já
than I
era. Ele tem
expected.
tudo que ele ganhou aqui, mais que tinha nas outras. Aí já era. E provavelmente foi nesse round que ele chegou e mandou o ultimato. Falou, ó.
Adapt and build new
Eu garanto, esse é o último round do
kind of
jogo.
like one step ahead, but not
culpado
very
não se revelar. Ele
know,
mandou o ultimato, ele falou, próximo último round.
Sabe
Aí já é, ele chamou pra ele a resposta, entendeu? Ele chamou pra ele.
Esse era o meu primeiro round, mas a do cara não era...
Não, claramente. Só do jeito que ele falou ali, ele já sabia de umas coisas.
Esse foi o meu primeiro round jogando na minha
Some
personagem,
advice
mas
maybe you have when it comes to picking a deck for the tournament? Like, let's pretend Mike Pramarot didn't pick up.
Os
and
RPG
had
de
to
um
pick
dia só,
a
não é?
deck with
Não.
particularly
Já quantas vezes tem resetar essa merda aí? Você começar a
Tem reset?
If you didn't play Lugia.
Como é que a habilidade do cara ia pegar no reset?
The second just would have been Drago, but I feel like that deck
Tá
has a
zoando!
lot of nuance to it.
Aí, tipo, tinha uns detalhes que você pescava que não era a primeira experiência.
Então, quer dizer, exemplo assim, você faz a sua primeira volta
foi coisa de mês,
Não, nós fizemos só com ela, foi solo pra testar.
Viu? Eu falei que talvez ia gostar da
Então, exemplo, você faz a sua primeira rota.
I'm glad you went with,
É quase impossível você sobreviver até o fim do game sem um reset.
Aí,
ou você vai ser inocente o bastante cair numa trap,
aí você,
alguma coisa vai rolar.
Aí você reseta, aí você vai... Você...
Matar minha... uma mulher. Só que ela se disfarçava de
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Proki. I played Greninja a lot today. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Rogi. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, you know, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I kind of racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won 4 regional championships, so that was a big moment for me. That was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice.
Então, até certo ponto, dependendo do que acontece, porque pode ter coisa que ela não jogou tanto assim. Mas pode ter eventos que apagam a memória ou fazem você perder memória.
Just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of
Então,
water.
dependendo dos eventos, você pode
nervous
ter ou não.
sometimes
A ideia é, todo reset que tu fizer o mais otimizado possível pra quando você começar de novo, tu tá o mais preparado possível pra essa nova rota tu fazer diferente o que você achou que você errou, descobrir coisa nova que você não tinha descoberto.
Was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like it out.
Voltando e resetando. Até que no final...
E a questão não é você ficar de dentro.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't like not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice like every day, just to learn the decks and like how all the matchups go, and like just to see how like the meta goes. This is fun, and I like to play Pokemon. And it helps me like focus and all that, and like I have good testing partners, so it's just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against like the matchups that are like good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing. And of course, just like just getting as many battles in as I can.
Exploração que é o olhar uma área, tá ligado? Até mesmo pra cabeça, né? Planejar as coisas. Tem resolução de futuro, que é realmente falada. Pra uma resolução, vai em grupo, é definido. Aí cada round tem uma regra pra definir. Você nunca vai fazer, provavelmente, exatamente próxima. Você pode até repetir um membro, mas aí tem depois, geralmente, turno de votação. Ou de ponto. Tem duas opções para se votar. Aí como que faz a votação? Baseado no grupo que ela prova. Geralmente. Baseado no grupo que prova. Esses 3 métodos, um categorizado como solo, par.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Baltimore Regional Championship, where I'm here with our juniors champion, Liam Stunts. How are you doing, my friend? This has been a giant tournament and you managed to win it all. What deck were you playing? Now Raging Bolt is a very popular deck,
Você
not
só
quite for the Masters
confia
Division, but
no
you
Luca?
managed to win with juniors. Anything special you
Você
did
fala,
to
"Não,
prepare for
então
this tournament playing
está
Raging
aí."
Bolt?
Se os dois confiam,
Oh, so you just wanted to jump in and play some
todos
Pokemon. Did you
então,
think that when you joined the tournament playing Raging Bolt that you would make it all the way here?
todos resolveram trair.
So you surprised even
E
yourself
resolver
by
trair,
getting
o
this
outro
big win with
confiar.
Raging
Quem
Bolt. Were there
confiou
any
perde
specific
3
matches
pontos, quem
that really
traiu
stood
ganha
out to
3.
you that were particularly fun or particularly
Vantajoso
difficult?
em
During
aí
the
alguém.
top 8 top cut,
Então quer dizer, sei lá, uma sala de puzzle, deu tudo certo. Posso ser muito filho da puta e falar de querer, eles são um bando de bosta e eu vou trair.
Even though you
Inclusive,
had
a
one
votação,
interesting match,
ela é
it was just your
secreta.
opponent getting pretty unlucky, but then
Votação é tipo
you
uma
managed
urna
to go all
secreta.
the way.
Entram
So
na
even though
sala,
you didn't
a
prepare too
porta
much for this
fecha,
tournament, what
tem a
kind of
contagem.
Pokemon
Tem 10
experience do you have? Is this
aparece
your
o top.
first
Eu dou a
regional?
opção de
I
pegar a sala.
play, I got taught, I got
A hora que sai, aí mostra no telão o voto de todo mundo. Depois não vota.
Mas a foto junto?
Torterra,
Voto de todo mundo. Aí já era, aí não tem pra onde correr. Aí não tem. É esse aí fica declarado. Aí fica declarado.
O meu primeiro round que eu
So just playing some different decks here and there, playing Pokemon whenever you feel like it. Was there anything in particular that made you want to play this regional?
my brother and my dad was going.
Okay. So you had an opportunity to show up with family and have a lot of fun. Do you think you're going to continue to play some more regionals throughout the season that you've got a big win?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, so for all of you competitors out there, Liam might still have your number.
Vai que na hora que fecha o voto lá, ela vai, né?
tem mais vantagem que eu, que daí do nada começa a te mostrar os
A man of few words indeed. A big win and maybe some more down the line, but that's going to be it from us. But stay tuned for more Pokemon action.
Baltimore, Maryland, where we have
Acontece isso, aí
kicked
depois
off
tem o telão
our
bonitão e público pra todo mundo ver.
2025
Mas
Pokemon
até a
season,
votação
and
é
we are
secreta.
here on
Vocês
the
podem
trading
combinar
card
voto, fala,
game
não,
stream
vai lá,
with
não.
only
Você pode também, se
2
quiser,
more
votar
stream
lá, não.
matches to
Vou
feature
falar.
our top
Fala dele.
4 and
Cada
then, of
faz seu
course,
jogo
our
do jeito
finals here
que quer,
before we
tá ligado?
decide
Mas na
who
hora
will
que
be the
for no
winner
telão,
of
vota
our
tudo.
very first regional event in
Hora que vai pro
Baltimore.
telão, vota
I'm
tudo.
Sally Blue here with Kyle Sablehouse. We're back on the desk with y'all. The
A
Boo
melhor
House
parte
coming
é a
in.
hora dele.
Did I get you? Are you scared?
Yes, I'm frightened.
Good.
Kyle, I'm frightened. I mean, honestly, I think one of our players is going to be a little
Aí,
frightened as well. Heading into our next matchup here,
Aí tem
too.
como
We have seen some
grupos,
incredible skill
Então
all
são
throughout the
3
weekend,
votações.
throughout our day 1, which was a very long day 1
Vamos
for our
sofrer
players,
com
into
o
day
solo
2.
também.
Wrapping up our first rounds, of course, we just saw
Aí chega no
multiple
final,
top 8
baseado no
matches. Really
resultado da
cool to
votação,
feature now that we have
é
our
randomizado
asymmetrical cuts, but
grupos para
now
o
we're down
próximo
to
round.
only 4
E aí o próximo
here.
round tem
And one of them in the
matérias e
match
tudo.
coming up will advance to our finals.
Primeiro
It doesn't
round
get more
não
exciting than this,
Yeah,
teve
it's really great to see. We
surpresinha.
have so many interesting decks that we've
Round
seen along the way too.
foi round
I'd like to
realmente só de
take a
votação
moment to
para
highlight
testar
the decks that we've
basicamente
seen
então,
reach
daí-
the top 8 and maybe we
E
can
a
talk a
análise
little
que
bit
cada
on
tem, porque
some
é
of the
óbvio.
top 16 stuff. A couple players
A
falling
galera
just
ali,
short
que
in
nem
that
ela olhou,
asymmetrical cut.
esse-
This time, however, it was
Ah,
not
sabe qual
Roman
que
ready.
foi o
He
meme?
squeaks in, and he's here now, but
Not anymore.
and he's gone.
Aw,
as,
so
as quick as we
É o que eu ia
went,
falar, foi a regra
he
adicional.
unfortunately falls there to the hands of Steven Varesco, a very talented player, once again in the top 4 of another regional championship. And you see as well, 2 big name players with regionals under their belt, Rowan Stavino and Ian Robb there with the Reggie Drago Stars.
I mean, yeah, this is stacked here right now. For us, this was our
Aí,
top 8.
foi mais pra
A lot
conhecer.
of Lugia
Aí tinha
V-Star
galera lá,
flying
né?
high in our top 8, and those players too, Reggie Drago, of course,
Bom, o grupo
and
deles foi
that
que nem
one
falou, não tem.
Roaring Moon EX player,
Não
and
teve
Evan
muito.
Hurley
Olhou, só
squeaking
falou, vai
by there,
voltar.
taking it
Vai
from the
mesmo, vou.
world stage
É um carro
into
começar assim,
Baltimore
falar pra
here.
você.
Now, of course,
Caralho, você tá
second
achando que eu sou
place at the
moleque?
World Championships, but
Beleza.
2 other decks
Tranquilo.
that I'm sure a lot of people were not expecting
Aí,
here in our
o outro
top
grupo
8 meta share.
era 2 caras
The
super
Cornerstone
Esse cara,
Control
inclusive.
is what they're calling it.
Nossa,
With
que
that
isso,
Cornerstone
aquele
Ogre
Ah,
Pond
daí,
EX,
é fácil,
Noivern
hein?
EX, blocking all of its opponents. And then, of course, Gardevoir EX, which we already saw earlier on stream from Henry.
Yeah, Henry was putting on quite a performance, taking down a great player in Rowan to reach the top 4. We'll be able to highlight a little more action potentially later on if he's able to make his way through his side of the bracket, the top 4. Nolan, however, falling in top 8. We're not going to see any more of the cornerstone. Emmett, we will see more of with that Roaring Moon. It's potentially had a chance to win the World Championship. Played a little bit off in that final game, but maybe Emmett's gonna be the right pilot for this deck.
Could it get some redemption now at our very first retail event after the World Championship in Baltimore?
Agora entendi. Só que eu uso outro estilo de regra, outro tipo de habilidade pra eles.
Entendi. Exemplo.
A ideia do jogo é essa.
And guess what, Kyle? Our stage is ready. Our players are getting prepared here. Let's take it to the table and introduce who we're about to see on our stream. And I gotta say, Kyle, you may have been the one to make the best meta call in Baltimore. Not in the deck, but in Kieran Vera, sitting on the right side of the board here, representing Canada.
I chose the most handsome horse in all the land, and he's definitely running quite a race for me. Kieran is crushing it right now with this Lugia V-Star deck. And let me look at the he's been yet to break through, but he's had these big moments already. The top 4 in LAIC, and recently the top 32 in Yokohama, the top 8 in Vancouver, top 4 in Toronto when he was trying to defend home turf. And of course, Canadians love to show off at the beginning of a season. I put all my eggs in the Kieran basket.
Yes, you did. Put your eggs in the Kieran basket, which means you're putting your eggs in Lugia V-Star as well. Kyle, how do you feel about that?
Flying high.
Flying high indeed. Well, we'll see if Kieran Farah is able to make it through this last match to advance into the finals. But standing in his way, of course, on the other side of our table is going to be Emmett Hurley here coming up for you all. While they get set up, they're gonna get prepared here, but Emmett is gonna be our competitor over on the left side of the table, I believe. Representing US, I think you said maybe Florida area, Kyle. For Emmett, I mean, wow, look at this. 2014 has been playing this game for a hot minute. You can see Wisconsin State champion there in the seniors division, as well as 2 top 16s, multiple years in a row at a regional championship. In the top 16 in 2024.
Ah, não, foi ele mesmo, aí, tô vendo? Ah, não, o Sherlock foi outra pista.
Mas o Sherlock aqui, ele é pica aqui, não é?
Não, o Sherlock é outro cara.
Mas esse Sherlock, ele...
2025, kicking off the season so strong here. Will he be able to take things down with the Roaring Moon?
Porque ele era mó estilo Sherlock Holmes, velho.
Facing off against Lugia V-Star. It's gonna be one for the ages, Kyle. This matchup could be very close, that's for sure.
That is for sure. It's dangerous on both sides of the table. See a lot of fireworks early on, trying to incorporate maybe some of that single prize shenanigans that you see from a Chinchino on one side, a baby Roaring Moon on the other. Just depends on when you can incorporate the right Pokemon at the right time. But big knockouts from Roaring Moon.
Esse terceiro grupo era cara sozinho. É um cara totalmente favorecido de qualquer coisa.
Yeah, it's gonna get dicey here between our players. I think so much of it is gonna come down to the initial setups here that we potentially see.
Totalmente confiável, obviamente, né? Aqui tem uma policial e um detetive particular, que é esse cara aí. De dupla, os dois juntos. De dupla, no primeiro round, os dois juntos. Aí olhou assim, tipo, o cara chegou, não, tranquilo. Olha, pô, vamos jogar tranquilo, vamos jalar aí. Aí os caras, ele olhou assim, vamos, né, ô detetive, vamos jalar aí. E todo mundo sai junto.
Incorporate the Iron Hands into that middle or late stage of the game.
Yeah, those are the keys for sure for Lugia V-Star to be able to unlock the door into potential wins here. We're going to see how it turns out in our top 4 match here in Baltimore. Let's kick things off, Kyle. We've got the fifth one. We are underway between our players here, and it is the 2 monsters themselves here. Pokemonsters.
Sim, velho. Achou que ia catar uns pontinhos fácil, né, seu otário? Ô, DTT, achou que ia catar uns pontinhos fácil, né, seu trouxa? Aqui não.
Darkness hitting that Discord pile as well.
Achei que ia catar uns pontinhos fácil, né?
Throwing away those energies early on.
Ei, chamou na xixa, não.
Daí imagina,
seu filho da puta.
Olha que imagina que frame. Não
So
contente
important to start to accelerate those energies and put on some early pressure. You could see a little peek of the hand. Pokemon Catcher is a card featured in this list. And that means Emmett is looking to take aggressive V knockouts whenever possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the name of the game in this matchup. When you can take out those Vs, race to the prize cards, that's where you want to be if you're Emmett Hurley, for sure. Let's talk about these lists as Emmett checks out the deck here.
Depende de como a votação também funcionou.
Spicy inclusion that is actually huge in this matchup, Kyle. We were talking about it backstage. Why don't you introduce it here for our audience?
Yeah, Emmett, he's not a fan of Lugia, it seems. And
nope.
Sure enough, brought the enhanced hammer to try to hammer out some of those issues that we see. Specifically, you can run into issues with the mist energy.
Porque do momento que alguém traiu,
knockouts by way of Roaring Moon, or the pesky legacy.
Dueto.
Like my prize
Pessoas que trabalham com investigação olhou e falou: esse cara é filho da puta. Já colocou um alvo no cara. O cara já te poupa. Ninguém vai querer fazer grupo com esse cara.
Daí a minha personagem.
Ah lá, você pensou pelo ponto de quem tá aprendendo o jogo. De sobrevivência é perigosíssimo ficar numa votação com esse cara aí.
Mas exemplo,
tá ligado? É perigosíssimo. Porque assim, ó, você ficar no mesmo grupo que esse cara e voltar com ele, pô.
Pensa assim, ó. Se ele é traíra, ele é traíra. A primeira coisa pra não trair é você se aproximar pra tentar adquirir alguma informação.
Pode ser, mas você vai arriscar seus pontos por isso? Ah, pô. A maioria não vai. No jogo de vida ou morte, a maioria não vai.
Eu iria.
Sadas.
2 more. That's a lot of Sada, if I do say so myself. Sada. That is a lot of Sada here in our Baltimore top 4, Kyle. But we're over here on Kieran's side of the field now, hopefully to kick things off just as strong for the Lugia player. Of course, we just featured a Lugia mirror match in our top 8, so Kieran is going to be following the same strategies that we saw as far as getting those Archeops into the discard pile. Take a look at the quick look at the prize cards in those couple of Pokemon stuck in there as well, and a couple of energies.
Cara, esse grupo foi bravo. Oh, esse grupo foi absurdo, cara. Eu não imaginei que esse grupo ia acontecer tão cedo, né? Eu falei, caralho, vai ser bravo. Essa rota é a rota, eu já sabia disso já.
Start with, Kyle.
Nope.
All right.
We're flying blind. It's going to be a dangerous time, but this is actually just it. That is perfect to see the Ultra Ball double chops. No need to go spinning the wheel.
É o trio de confiança no máximo, tá ligado?
Lining up nice and clean. That's what we like to see. Ultra Ball, double chop down into the discard in those Archeops.
Pelo menos você conheceu pouco mais do cara.
To be able to start accelerating all of these special energies needed and keep up in that prize race that we've been talking about. So,
era isso mesmo?
As far as the edge
of the super gênio, eu acho.
Now we see 2 pretty solid setups for both of our opponents, and none of them seem to be bricking too hard here in this matchup. Where do you think it goes from here? Of course, Emmett was able to go first. Is that going to come into play here, Kyle?
Certainly. I think that Emmett not only has an opportunity to capitalize on an early Lugia V knockout, which we see Kieran respecting with the second Lugia V placed on the bench, but Emmett didn't really have to commit any of those awkward Pokemon. That Squawkable, that Mew, that Pecharunt, whatever it may be. Just some early Pokemon to target down and maybe steal additional prize cards with an attack from Lugia V-Star. It's not on board. Really clean setup from Emmett, and it means that Kieran has to either overextend early on or just accept the fact that you're not taking a turn 2 knockout.
Yeah, that would be tough indeed, but Kieran churning through this first turn here. Professor's research is going to help out a bit with that fresh 7 cards to the hand here. You see that beautiful pink card in the hand for Kieran that might come up later, but that's going to be it for the turn.
Ah, não, mas pra fazer prova tem que trabalhar junto, não tem como. Não consegue realizar a prova sozinho. É necessário trabalhar em equipe em todas as
This
provas.
is where it gets kind of dangerous,
Mesmo que eu
guys.
trabalhe em
You can
equipe,
see
sem
some
segurar a escada com outros.
cards. This is called Turbo Moon for a reason, and we'll see how this kicks off with this concealed cards. 2 cards into the hand for Emmett. What are we working with?
A little bit of danger now.
Uh-oh.
There's no additional energy in hand after the draw from the Radiant Greninja. So if we see the Professor Sada finding an Earthen Vessel or Dark Energy would lead to Calamity Storm helping out and trying to deal with this Lugia V. We don't see that yet. Pokestop certainly could help out a little more, but why not thin a little bit here with
Calamity Storm or Frenzy Gouging, they both require the same amount of
Não,
energy.
ela um pouco
There,
menos.
that
A Alice é a
Calamity
pior. É que você não
makes
fez grupo
things
com ela. Ela é a
does
pior,
that
velho.
first an easy 220, knocking out a Lugia V and a Night Stretcher as well. Coming in clutch here.
Yeah, it typically you don't see this resource used in that fashion, but honestly, just to find a Dark Energy might be enough. Who needs it? We've got Earthen Vessel now.
Mas sabe por que eles tomaram
When you
pra
don't
cima?
have to use
Nada, porque eles não
resources
conseguiram traduzir a
early in
mensagem
the
a tempo.
opening, maybe you can hang on to those later on.
Pokestop has rolled and it has netted us some cards here. We see the Dark Patch, we see the Earthen Vessel that can discard a card, get those energies
A
out
cor
here
determina
as
a
well
dupla que
for
está
Emmett.
votando, então você tá
And it's
vendo
just a
a
matter of what's being played now, and it's that Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, once again, it's just a clean board.
Quando você tá dentro da sala preparando pra votar,
Be able to
30
charge
segundos
up
pra
onto
dar o
the
voto.
Green Moons, take this opening knockout on the
Nada,
Lugia
você olha.
Master, discarding the stadium, which is also something that potentially comes up in a match like this.
Mentira!
Stadiums and consider
Tá
how
votando
much
com esse
damage
aqui
you're
agora.
really dealing
Sorte.
with.
Mentira!
Against
30
this
segundos antes do
Pokemon.
voto.
Mentira!
Remove that missed energy.
E eles não sabiam!
Tá dentro da sala já. Não, você sabe. Você que é solo, você viu que você trocou de cor, mas você, putz, com quem que tava essa cor dessa dupla, o que eles vão votar? A chance de dar um voto errado é muito grande. Então a chance desses 3 aqui da Betray é muito alta.
Aí tem que dizer aqui, cada
One in the
dupla
heads
tinha
couldn't
uma
make it
cor,
happen, but Professor Sada's Vitality,
e
there were
o
2
solo
in
tinha
the
uma cor
hand
também que
from
era
Emmett, one of them
igual.
being played now.
E
Drawing
quando
into
foi
3
pra
additional cards after accelerating those dark energy off
as
the field
cores,
as well onto those
tremeu tudo.
ancient
Por exemplo,
and
tinha
we are rolling here.
vermelho,
Energies
azul e
out, we
branco.
still have the attached
vermelho e
return
branco.
from Emmett.
Aqui,
That is the 3
trocou
energy
tudo.
required here to get this
Pior que se
Calamity
cara
Storm going.
solo tava
And we're not
intencionado em
stopping
ficar com uma
Kyle.
dupla
The
que
Dark
não
Patch
tem nada a
to
ver.
start getting pouring you
Peraí,
on the
Tomás,
bench
sabe qual que
prepared.
foi?
Mano, essa é a merda! Essa é a
Sabe
merda!
qual que foi o inferno?
A bagunça desse round foi essa!
Sabe qual que foi
A
o
bagunça
inferno?
desse round
Sabe
foi
qual
essa
que foi
aí!
o
This is
inferno
the
das...
right Pokemon to help out now. Lugia V with that missed energy.
Look at
Stick
that.
around once it evolves.
Fantastic cards off the prize cards as well in that dark patch.
Aleatório
And
se você é
trekking
solo.
shoes that gives Emmett a couple more options on coming up on the next turn. Kieran is going to have to prepare here now, starting off with a Jacques to get some
Posições mais
evolutions out
Porque
of
além de você ser sozinho, você, por mais
Yeah, this feels
que
too
não
safe.
que
You
nem
know,
nós
this is fair Pokemon, and we don't like fair
você
Pokemon.
quiser e for de má índole,
These
você
are
ferra
cheats
2
out those
pessoas,
Archeops,
tá ligado?
a little bit now, and certainly you have that attack lined up.
Além de que nesse round, tua cor trocou do nada.
Third
Aí tu.
number to incorporate into the
Sabe o que
mix.
que acontece?
So,
that's very
ooh,
awkward.
that's the play there. Jet, Big Bear.
Big Bear indeed. The Blood Moon Ursa Luna is actually going to be the choice here from Kieran. This is a card you don't usually see until later game of our matches, but when you're playing Lugia V-Star, you have the ability to activate these primal turbos, get all of this energy out of its alternate attackers, which is what we're about to see here.
Era ele o Hank.
Right, and what's
Era
the
ele o
answer
rei.
from the response is very awkward when you see the
minha
mix.
pessoa
You
ficou
just have
puta,
to have that
eu não
enhanced
sabia,
hammer
mano.
solely to
Ai,
take the
a
knockout.
ideia era essa. Ninguém traduziu o código. Ninguém ficou esperto que ninguém traduziu o código. A
Mas
mensagem transita.
uma pergunta, o código tava entre
punishment on the other side.
Yep, 200.
O cara falou lá que tinha um alfabeto diferente pra traduzir.
What a move as well. That's going to take out that Roaring Moon EX that only had 230 HP there. Kieran is going to tie things up. 2 prize cards each from both of these players as we get into this next turn here from Emmett. Radiant Greninja being moved into the active position here just to start the turn. Emmett does have a lot of cards to work with at least, and is going to increase that even more with the trekking shoes. Deciding whether or not to discard this card drawn and draw another, it's going to be a judge drawn off that trekking shoes for Emmett.
Yeah, prize map switching up a little bit now. If you can incorporate a second Roaring Moon into play, Sadas, and start to get those energies played out, you use the Prime Catcher to target down that Luminion V, and maybe you can knock out that Pokemon, take your 2 prize cards, and take that sneaky win by hitting and hammering off the missed energy, closing out the final frenzied gouging. I think that's got to be the plan from this point forward.
I think you might be right, Kyle, and we're seeing all that security being engaged here now. Double Dark Patch, lining up those energy on the bench. Roaring Moon EX that just came back out from the Night Stretcher here. Prime Catcher, the A-spec of the deck here being played. Luminion is coming into the active position, as well as that Roaring Moon EX being shoved up there as well, ready to fight here in this battle, and that's paired with a very strong judge as well, Kyle.
Little Baltimore seafood, sign me up. Yep, judge to close in on that too. Just find 4 more cards. You only need 1 more energy for your Roaring Moon on the back end, and just finding additional energies altogether. Drawing with the Radiant Greninja, getting 1 step closer to that enhanced hammer is the name of the game here for Emmett.
Yeah, exactly. That's how this deck plays. I feel like whether you're playing Roaring Moon EX or even the small Ancient Box Roaring Moon deck, it's all about that consistency, getting those attackers out, being prepared for every next turn, because you are just taking prize cards turn after turn. You got the map, the prize map down, and you're good to go.
Little fizzindipity action potentially here. Protect yourself when your opponent likely takes the knockout next turn. You did not deal with Blood Moon Ursaluna. There's no surprise what's going to happen next turn.
No surprise at all. Fezandipity EX once again being utilized here from this nest ball from Emmett. You love to see it. It has been so strong so often here for our players. Let's see if it can pay off here for Emmett. 3 additional cards being drawn off of that flip the script.
Yeah, I'm not terribly... this isn't really the one I care about. Next turn.
That's the
big script that we need to flip here. But just draw cards, put
in your deck.
Get these resources out of the way, and you're expecting your opponent to have knockout and plus Iono on the next turn. As long as Fezandipity's there to help out, find the hammer next turn.
Yeah, we got the consistency, we have the security, we have the spicy text in the former turns. Emmett Hurley is literally setting everything up possible here, showcasing this deck to its full potential. We're just going to have to see how Kieran reacts to that on the other side. Lugia is a formidable opponent, and with all those extra attackers here, especially that Blood Moon Ursaluna getting some play, we're going to have to see if Kieran is ready for that enhanced hammer to go down.
Yeah, looks like Emmett really wants to draw the additional resources now. I'm a little more comfortable holding on to some of those energies, potentially being able to draw into the next turn off of Iono, because each energy you see, that's 2 more additional cards with concealed cards when you need the hammer next turn.
That's true. Well, that's an Ultra Ball and another Dark Energy off that concealed cards now for Emmett. Still playing through this turn, nice and steady, nice and slow. We got some action out there as well, Kyle. I don't know what's going on, but it sounds exciting.
Por que dizer que você se...
Yes.
A pessoa desmaia...
We don't do that here, right? I suppose this was one of the issues that Emmett was looking at. Oh, I don't have a stadium.
Yeah, oh, true. That actually is pretty crucial.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not terrible. You're probably getting knocked out either way, but you need 30 away.
Se você for um sociopata, você tem que pelo menos dar uma comportada e tem que jogar o jogo até certo ponto.
Can take the knockout here now, and
o jogo foi idealizado para todo
deal with a single prize Pokemon in the active spot. It's not what he wants.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that is actually so brutal. No stadium in play to utilize off the Calamity Storm here on that Roaring Moon, so it's going to take a lot of damage here. 200 to be exact, attacking itself and taking out that Lumineon V. Is going to be another 2 prize cards. Still has only 2 left to take for this next turn to close out this game here, but like you said, that's a single prize Pokemon, Kyle, in the active position. That's taking a 2 prize knockout right now here with Speed Wing. It is very speedy indeed with that knockout on that Roy Moon EX, and it's up to Emmett now. Can he close out the game here, Kyle?
The hand was not disrupted. There are Pokemon catchers in the deck, so it doesn't have to be boss's orders directly. But I think we'll find out very soon. Nest Ball to thin out. If there's anything left, there's a bundle, but there's another Archeops to consider there. Just thin this card out. Draw with the Radiant Greninja. The Pokemon catcher, the hammer, whatever it may be to help out. Getting closer, but not all the pieces are there yet.
I mean, where does he even go?
There's Pokestop. We can spin the wheel.
That's true.
It's a combination of item cards you're looking for at this point. If you find the Pokemon catcher plus hammer, you're there. I think boss is in the hand. So if you're able to spin the wheel, find the hammer itself, you can have that combination to take a knockout on either the Lugia or the Ursula.
Yep,
Ou
we're
esse
gonna
cara
have
que
to
nem eu, ele
see
tá
if the
tentando mudar
cards
também
fall
porque
into
ele já
Emmett
tentou
Hurley's
incrível.
hand here. If he's able to pull
Mano,
off
aí
this turn, this is the
É um parafuso, tá ligado? Aí você começa. Aí vai, teoria louca e não sei o quê. Mano, é doideira, dá pra caralho. Porque o jogo não é só você tentando aprender as coisas. Os personagens são vivos também. Se eles têm algum poder que também interage com as coisas,
Looks like around 10-ish, 12-ish cards.
dependendo da rota da merda que você fizer, você sai da tua porta, você já leva uma tijolada na cabeça e morre antes da tua prova.
Oh, Pokestop. Pokestop is in play here now for Emmett.
He just slammed the ball. Oh, he wants to draw first. We'll see how this works.
All right, 2 cards.
Eu gostei.
Pokemon catcher. Maybe even you can switch your supporter for the turn.
Yeah, that's true. That's an option here for Emmett. Is going to start off with this Pokegear, top 7 cards. Can net you a supporter if you see it in there. We're also going to see the resources that are in the deck here now that Emmett's looking at as well.
Don't like any of those.
Se eu jogasse,
Y'all don't work.
espécie de
Exactly. Reshuffling here.
Nesse tipo de cenário, Tomás, é complicado. Mas ninguém ia saber. A ideia é essa, né? A ideia.
If this hits, you can Ultra Ball away the boss's order. 3 cards, heads. That's a big hit.
That is huge. Heads bringing up
We're
this
churning,
blood
we're burning.
moon. Ursaluna is the active churn and burning indeed, Kyle.
It's like a pile of items, which is great news for a player that's going to see 3 additional cards by way of the Mew, 3 additional cards potentially by way of the Pokestop. A lot of draw here.
I mean, yeah.
Remember, Supporter was not played yet, so there are Sada to draw a little more too.
Yep, and that's the energy being attacked for turn. This is the 3 off the restart, restarting this hand from you. That's
no energy to thin out with the vessel. Trekking shoes.
Yeah.
Thin down even more.
Looks like taking a quick count here.
Yeah, there's Palpable, which then you need to consider if you use Pokestop first in that mix.
Yeah.
If you use the Pokestop now, well,
Trekking shoes. What are we seeing? What was it? It was a nice stretcher. This is going to be the card to hand. Just another Pokestop.
Oh, this is so close.
Gosh. Pheasantipity
Pheasantipity's rolling now. Well, look at that. There's a few more cards to see with the Pokestop now. Spin the wheel, flip it all over. There's the hammer. And we're going to take that mist energy right off the board. It lines up so smooth. Frenzied gouging to take those prize cards, and we're moving on to game 2.
That is the only card you needed to see. A 1-of tech of that enhanced hammer, removing that mist energy that was protecting that Blood Moon Ursaluna from just being auto knocked out from that Roaring Moon EX in the frenzied gouging. And Emmett Hurley was able to get there in this game and take things down. 1-0 here in our Masters top 4.
Yeah, that was destructive. So many cards flying left and right. He burned the entire deck. What was that, 4 turns? Like, it is unreal how fast both these decks operate. And you can see the clock that Kieran's on when it gets to this point. That Iron Hands has to be incorporated. We did not see it this time around. The prize cards did not let us incorporate that, but the Blood Moon Ursaluna made a quick entrance and took a big knockout early on in this game.
I mean, that's just got to be one of the coolest looking Pokemon I've ever seen, that's for sure. Utilized to the best of its ability, and everything was utilized here as well for Kieran. That Lumineon went down from Emmett's side, but then we saw the knockout here with the Speed Wing. That Archeops having a lot to do here in this matchup, getting another 2 prize cards down for Kieran, but Emmett was able to make everything happen, calculated to the best of his ability to narrow down the deck as much as possible, secure that enhanced hammer, remove that energy, that pesky missed energy, and that one-of tech is coming in nice and handy here to potentially lead Emmett Hurley into our finals if he could just get another game here, Kyle.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're dreaming about when you went to sleep last night. An opportunity to make it to the finals, go through one of the best players in the game right now in Kieran, and similarly, Kieran, he's got to be thinking to himself, oh boy, that deck is fast. I got to come up with a plan and come up with it quick, because I probably got 3 or 4 turns.
Pelo roleplay. Lógico que é pelo roleplay, sempre é, mas...
Yup, and that was with
Pela bagunça, tudo é possível.
Deu merda na hora da things were lined up there. Kieran had the answers, but now seeing what Emmett's deck has to offer, this is pretty scary, actually, for Kieran going into this next matchup. He's got to figure things out, hope that Emmett, or either Kieran can do something to slow down Emmett, or Emmett's
Você não tem
slows it down.
controle 100% dela. Porque senão seria muito difícil de resolver esse problema.
Lógico. You see it be its own enemy, I suppose. So we'll have to see how the start is for each of our players. We've got the fist bump. We're heading into game 2 here in our Masters top 4.
É o que o Coisa faz no meu. Só que ele é a questão da parada lá de armazenamento.
Yeah, that's and what do we always say about trekking shoes? They come in pairs.
They come in pairs, hey.
Whoa, Radiant Greninja, sign me up. Yeah, this hand is looking pretty cool. A lot of search in the hand still. Maybe a earthen vessel away from jumping out of my chair.
I like it, I like it. Yeah, there's a bunch of Ultra Ball in the hand. We got the Nest Ball as well. We have the concealed cards potentially for Emmett to make a better decision here, drawing into a Pokegear 3.0. As well as a Pokemon, I believe.
Well, we're going to get a lot of information on how Emmett wants to play this game right now. There's the opportunity to go find Mr. Squawkabilly himself and get aggressive, throw cards left and right, have a full board, and get all those energies in play. But golly gee, that is a bad Pokemon in this matchup. 3 prize cards to Iron Hands, easy knockouts for Lugias, and just about anything, honestly. What do you do?
Emmett's going to have to take that risk, see if he's willing to do that or not. You see him lining up all those Pokemon, see what the options are that are in the deck versus the prize cards for Emmett, but we're going to have to see what the choice is. Will Emmett be aggressive, fast-paced?
Eu juro que eu vou fazer cara de surpresa, mas eu sabia.
That Squawkabilly getting into more resources, aligning this first turn off pretty well.
Eu tenho que fazer teste
and try to take the aggro.
Dependendo do jeito que é a tua personalidade, provavelmente tu vai puxar mais